Chapter 1288. We just finished scaling the first layer, Gustav announced. Oh sweet, that was easier than I expected. The group faces shone with a bit of relief after hearing this. Once we move up ahead, we'll arrive at the bridge before the first and second layer, and one person would have to stay at the entry point of the second layer for everyone else to get past, Gustav explained. Oh, how do we get there now? Timmy asked. We just do this, I guess, Gustav stated while stepping forward. Tilde. In the next moment the stairway before them completely flattened, turning steep. A rectangular opening appeared before them and the group proceeded to walk in. Within this opening was a small space with smoothened out walls at the west and east corner. Up ahead was a golden glowing pathway which led further forward. The group wasted no time in stepping forward and walked till they arrived at the end of the golden glowing pathway. At what was presumed to be the end of the pathway was a cave-like opening on the left and a glowing doorway on the right. Two signs could be spotted on the right and left top corners. Sacrifice, squinting eyes face, access. Gustav interpreted the meaning of the signs and everyone immediately understood that the cave-like dark opening was the path that belonged to the teammate who was supposed to stay behind to provide access for the rest of the group. Timmy reached out to touch the glowing doorway that had the access sign but couldn't get through. An invisible barrier stopped everyone from going through, and as Handler 1 mentioned, they wouldn't get access till a teammate sacrificed themselves. Abestos, you're up, Gustav stated. Abestos nodded with any arguments and turned towards the left. Everyone watched as he approached the dimly lit cave-like opening and walked through a moment later. ZZHH reddish rays scanned across his body the moment he walked through and everyone waited. It's still sealed, Timmy stated after sticking his hand out to touch the glowing doorway up ahead. Mental manipulation has been activated. Gustav decided to send Abestos a mind message after waiting for a couple of seconds more. Any issues? Yeah, just a little, but I took care of them already. Oh? I've gotten to the end. The barrier should be lifted for you guys soon, alright? Good job, thanks Captain. What caused the delay though? Gustav and Abestos ended communication after a few and now he was aware of a new information. Handler 1 is pretty sneaky, Gustav chuckled. What's that? EE questioned. Let's go, Gustav voiced before stepping forward. Everyone had looks of surprise when he stepped through the glowing doorway undisturbed. They didn't realize the barrier was already lifted. They wasted no time in following after Gustav. When the last person was about walking through, two groups were arriving behind. When they noticed Gustav teammates moving into the glowing doorway, they sped forward with intensity. Huh! Sharama noticed them and furrowed her eyebrows as they arrived at the doorway. Bam! 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 She didn't even bother attacking them. The group slammed into a barrier before they could reach the doorway. Looks like it's selective and knows who to keep out so long as the conditions have not been met, Sharama scoffed before stepping through the glowing doorway undisturbed. Gustav walked out of the light and noticed he had arrived at the base of next layer of the monolith. This place was more than 40,000 feet above the ground, but it was leveled and rounded around the monolith like a floor. Just like the bottom of the monolith, the beginning of two stairways could be spotted on the right and left. One couldn't go back because a barrier was set in place that prevented such. If anyone fell off the stairs after climbing for a bit, they would only start from the base of the second layer again instead of the bottom of the monolith. Aga. A series of loud screams were heard from above as a massive metallic-looking ball came cascading down the left stairway. Tilde, I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmi MBA. Soon they arrived back at the base of the second layer as the massive metallic ball rolled off the edge after achieving its objective. The group cursed as they realized they had returned to the start of the second layer. It seemed like they triggered a trap like EE did on the first layer. Right it is, Gustav voiced as he turned towards the right stairway. The others who had appeared beside him followed in line. They began making their way upwards with speed. Swooshu Tilde, there are at least 50 groups ahead of us, but we can't assume we're safe since we don't know what to expect yet, Gustav voiced as all 19 participants ascended across the stairway. At this point, they were starting to reach the upper atmosphere of planet Osius' first disk. The cold wind circulating across the area was a little intense, but the group could handle it. For reasons unknown to the rest, The gravitational force remained the same even though they were closing on space at this height. Gustav had God eyes activated so could see that the reasons there were no changes to the gravitational state was due to the gigantic monolith. It seemed to be negating the effect space would usually have. As the group climbed further, the fog gathering around them increased. At this point, no one could see the lower parts of the monolith anymore since they had reached a height of nearly 100 feet. The fog was becoming denser, like its aim was to separate teammates from each other. Fortunately, God eyes made this impossible as Gustav could see his teammates easily, and even without God eyes his perception made it so no one was able to escape his range of detection. Gustav sensed something the moment he scaled 93,000 steps. He reached towards the left and pushed Angie away. The moment he did so, Angie slipped and tumbled backwards for a couple of feet. Endrik, who was a few steps behind, caught her before she tumbled further. The moment her feet stabbed, she noticed Gustav up ahead gesturing for everyone to stop. Some footsteps disappeared and some are all the way up there instead, Gustav announced. Traps? EE inquired. Most likely, probably got a couple of groups but not all were activated, some are still in place. You nearly triggered on Angie, Gustav responded. It turned out that where you stepped on a particular stair mattered. Gustav didn't trigger any, but if Angie had managed to step beside him, she would have. Thankfully she watered down her speed from the start. Gustav raised his arm and waved it around forcefully. A strong wind was generated from his arm which immediately cleared the fog covering a distance of more than 2,000 feet. Well, go one after the other here, wait and follow after the next person exacts footsteps which should follow mine, Gustav instructed. He proceeded to leap across 300 steps in the next instant since this was the furthest they could go with it. He carefully navigated his way forward as he leapt further again, arriving at the far right of the next 300 stairs. EE immediately followed behind, pacing himself properly to Gustav's speed. Elevra followed behind EE and Sheila followed behind her. Going up one after the other was of course taking a bit of time, but Gustav felt this was better than having to trigger any trap, and he could tell there were traps all across the next 3,000 steps, so he was trying to be as careful as possible. Eldris waited until everyone else had stepped forward before he did. However, since it had taken some time, a couple of groups were arriving from behind. One of them sped forward with an unhinged condescending expression as they passed by Eldris' side. Eldris was going to warn the participant as well as the group behind him when a massive stroke of lightning descended from above. Aga! The participant screamed in agony as the smell of cooked flesh permeated the air. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end, as two more lightning streaks descended on this participant before they disappeared. A cloud above streaked with red lightning streaks, and Eldris saw this as his cue to leave before he was mistaken for the teammate of the victimized participant. Swoosh tilde, he crossed 300 steps in an instant but paused the next moment. Where did they? Oh mine, Eldris could sense that whoever left before him was long gone, so he had no idea where exactly he was supposed to land next since he had been paying attention to the participant that was getting struck by lightning earlier. On the other side of the monolith stairs, the draconettes made their way forward undisturbed. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of their giant feet stamping heavily against the stairs reverberated across the vicinity. Chapter 1289, Don't Push Your Luck. Matilda rolled her eyes. While you two are making a lot of sense, there is one vital information are unaware of. I will be needing Eldris due to this vital information as he is one of the few I trust to be capable of handling the task when it comes in the future, Gustav responded. Ah! What can he do that the rest of us can't? Yonder questioned with a dissatisfied glare. A lot, Gustav replied before jumping downwards. Fuehuai tilde his body descended with speed as the wind brushed his hair upwards. Leaping further than a particular number of feet or stairs WSS prohibited, but since Gustav was descending, there was no problem. It seemed like Guatav had been falling forever since the distance between his initial location and the base of the second layer was more than 50,000 feet down. Gustav flipped his body in mid-air, nosediving to move faster as he cut across more distance within a couple of seconds in this posture. After about 1 more minute, bim, he landed between Eldris and the last opponent. Gustav's right fist drove into jaw of the shocked participant before him. Bang! The body of the red-faced alien traveled across the air and slammed into the barrier on the edge of the second layer base. Crash! It broke through the barrier and the body of the extraterrestrial being began to plummet downwards uncontrollably. Overkill. I had him. A smile appeared on Eldris' face as pulled out a flaming 4-foot spike from his shoulder. No doubt, Gustav responded before passing a med pill to Eldris. What happened? He proceeded to ask Eldris. Eldris went on to explain how he got distracted by this bunch who were climbing the stairs without caring about traps. He was unable to warn them and they all ended up getting sent to the base of the second layer. However, he had no idea how to pinpoint exactly where the last person who went before him stepped. Everyone was already far ahead. He managed to scale about 600 feet without triggering a trap when he touched the monolith in relief and triggered one unknowingly. He had no idea that the monolith walls had traps on them. Gustav was also quite surprised since he wasn't aware of TBs as well. They just subconsciously refrained from touching the monolith while climbing the stairways. When he thought more about it, he felt it made sense since some participants directly climbed the monolith walls. The handlers must have already suspected this was possible and placed traps on them as well. Don't get distracted this time, Gustav voiced while charging towards the right stairway. Sure, Eldris replied while following closely behind. 4 hours later at this point, Gustav and the others were currently scaling the second layer. They had managed to go through the third layer without too much issues, but the moment they reached the second layer, everything changed. Not only were they now in outer space, the stairways no longer existed. Chapter 12 94th Layer Obstacles. Not only were they now in outer space, the stairways no longer existed. The sight before them wasn't just the endless expanse of darkness with clusters of tiny lights in the distance. The stairway had turned completely panned out. It was smoothened and looked more like a path that extended upwards. This would have made things a lot easier, but now one could not even tell where the traps would be situated and if everyone would be affected should a person trigger one. Another issue was, there happened to be areas where the pathways were missing. The participants would have to leap towards wherever the sloppy pathways resumed when they reached places like this. Leaping wasn't much of a problem, but doing all of these while trying to fend off the illusionary maniacs with long whitish gown and paper box-covered faces would certainly make things a lot more difficult. These illusionary figured all had massive purplish scythes in their possession, and to make things worse, it was impossible to physically touch them. So one could only evade their strikes while they appeared randomly. Occasionally, the broken-off pathways that were laden across the monolith would vanish and reappear after some time. If someone was to leap towards a separated pathway and they vanished at that moment, they would fall straight down to the start of the fourth layer. The second layer happened to be around 100,000 feet in height. With all the mechanisms in place, everyone had obstacles that would make them slower than normal, so starting again was something no one wanted. The group were currently holding their breath as they made their way forward as quickly as they could. At this moment, no group had successfully made it to the fifth layer yet. The second layer had too many obstacles in place. Gustav and the group were successful in crossing about 15,000 feet in just a few minutes, but once they arrived at a broken-off pathway, things started to get tricky. He conjured a vortex and was about to step in when Gustav grabbed his shoulder to pull him back. The pathway 700 feet above where his vortex led to suddenly vanished. Yo, what the hell? eyes widened as he noticed this. The group were initially unaware of the vanishing pathways that would appear and reappear randomly. They were not allowed to leap past 700 feet, so they had to wait for the pathway to reappear before getting on it. The pathway above soon reappeared and everyone turned towards Gustav waiting for his signal. Not yet, Gustav voiced. Out of my way, earthlings. A group of white-scaled beastly-looking figures with massive horns approached from behind at full speed. Fu Hui tilde they all leapt together towards the platform above, which only extended for about 10 feet. They had to leap again towards the next platform, which was further above, but the moment they did, 3 tilde the platform above vanished while they were still in mid-air. Tindidi. One of them ripped one of his horns from his head, which proceeded to emit a blinding red glow, and stabbed it at the monolith to prevent fall. Tang! The pointy tip of the horn slammed onto the monolith's smooth surface but failed to scratch it in the slightest. Talk more of penetrating. It would take your strongest attack to cause a dent in the monolith. It has one of the toughest surfaces in the universe, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. Yeah, I noticed it's pretty dense. Gustav was still astonished even till now. Boing tilde, a small ripple of energy burst forth from the monolith's wall and pushed the group further away as they plummeted downwards. Aregha! The screams soon faded as the group disappeared into the clouds below. Yonder, who was about to speak earlier, swallowed his words. The platform above vanished once more, and Earth participants, as well as other groups that witnessed what had just happened, waited for a bit. When it reappeared, everyone stared at Gustav once more. Not yet, Gustav stated again. No one tried to question him, and they all just waited. Why are you guys also waiting? Fildhor asked the group behind. We're not trying to end up like those guys, one of them voiced, obviously referring to the group that plummeted to the bottom earlier. These guys. Fildhor had a stiff expression as he didn't want any of the groups following them. After waiting 2 more times for the pathway to vanish and reappear, there were already more than 100 participants behind the Earth group. Now! Gustav yelled while leaping forward. Thum tilde the moment he ascended across the air, the others followed in suit. They didn't waste a single second as the pathway below soon turned empty. Yos! They instantly landed on the next platform and leapt once more, approaching the second. Fuehuai tilde the numbers ascending across the air at quick pace, caused the air to whoosh loudly like a whip lashing out. The group soon realized that there were about 10 different platforms separated from each other with 700 feet distances each. Their timing of choosing to jump had to be impeccable, or one of the platforms would vanish even after they had gotten past some, and they would eventually end up at the bottom. Gustav arrived at the 9th platform before everyone as expected, but the moment he did, the 10th platform vanished. The 10th platform would have been the last they would need to leap from before arriving at a consistent pathway that led further ahead without separation, but now it was gone. Connect! Gustav yelled as he turned to stretch his hand out. The group grabbed each other's palm immediately as Gustav leapt sideways. Sprint has been activated. Tuhushush tilde his figure sped across the smooth surface of the monolith walls as the others dangled from him, all holding onto each other. Gustav crossed a distance of 700 feet in an instant, but he could already feel his feet slipping off the extremely smoothened surface. Fuhiai tilde he swung his right arm forward, causing the entire group to sway upwards while still holding onto each other. Now Gustav was the last person, while Angie was at the forefront with their hands still connected to each other. Pa! Angie's feet touched on the surface of the smoothened wall, and now it was her turn. Fuhushu tilde a burst of wind spread forth across the vicinity as Angie sped upwards at an extremely bizarre speed, dragging the rest of the group with her. Gustav's feet had already slid off the monolith walls at this point, but due to the hand connection and Angie's speed, he didn't fall off. Angie dragged everyone with her to the next pathway, and they arrived on it in the blink of an eye, leaving the other groups behind to cater for themselves. Phew tilde that was intense, EE voiced as they peered forward. I thought we would fall. Timmy and the others also had a look of relief on their faces. Let's go, Gustav said to everyone, unbothered about the fates of the groups behind them initially. Fortunately, a few of them managed to make it, but the others not so much. Gustav and the others spent a whole hour scaling 50,000 feet due to the many obstacles along the way. Gustav had to be very calculating to avoid a lot of issues that could send them back, not just to the base of the 4th layer but to the very start of the monolith. It already happened to some groups. Right now they were crossing another separated pathway, following after Gustav's lead. Fuhush tilde the moment Gustav leapt towards the consistent pathway that would lead further ahead without vanishing, a massive purplish scythe appeared before him. Bang! It had been completely unexpected, and Gustav had raised his left arm at the last moment to block the attack, but it was still powerful enough to change his trajectory in mid-air. Next thing everyone knew, Gustav's body was sweeping towards the right, off the direction to the pathway. Gustav! Angie yelled as the illusionary figure responsible for this attack, retrieved his massive scythe and swung it towards the others. A vortex suddenly appeared before them, and swallowed the whole group. They reappeared on the pathway ahead in the next instant and found Gustav standing up ahead as well. "Thanks EE," Gustav voiced in appreciation. "I don't think that guy is too happy about this," EE responded while pointing at the illusionary figured with a robe, a paper box-covered face and massive glowing purplish scythe. The figure turned around and charged towards them swiftly. "No, I don't think he is, go." The group sped forward in the next instant while Gustav explained to them that it is impossible to physically damage these illusionary beings. They had to do their best to evade them, especially since these beings had very powerful attacks. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1291. They had to do their best to evade them, especially since these beings had very powerful attacks. The group steadily made their way upwards as swiftly as they could, occasionally coming into contact with multiple groups. Fortunately, the illusionary figures weren't as quick as most of them. They were successful in avoiding most of their attacks. The only problem with encountering these beings was they could appear at any time and anywhere. With the way they appeared out of the blue, most participants couldn't see their attacks coming. Fortunately, the Earth group had someone like EE on their side, so occasionally he would open vortexes to help anyone that was blasted off the ascending pathways. After crossing another 40,000 feet, which took them around 2 hours, Earth group arrived at the end of the right pathway. Usually those would mean they would just have to leap upwards to arrive at the next detached pathway, but for reasons unknown, there was nothing above. The detached pathways were nowhere to be found, and the monolith continuously extended into the distant space. They met a couple of groups at this edge also waiting, and also spotted other groups stranded on the left pathways. The edge of the left pathways wasn't too far off on the side of the monolith. It looked like they would have intersected a bit further if both pathways didn't end here. Gustav immediately looked upwards. God Eyes has been activated. His sight zoomed into the distance, crossing the golden and smoothened surface of the monolith. 200 feet tilde 500 feet tilde 1000 feet tilde 1500 feet tilde 2000 feet tilde 2300 feet tilde. The moment Gustav's sight zoomed past a distance of 2300 feet, he spotted a detached golden platform with a bunch of participants standing on it. The Klaxosapes, Gustav murmured as he noticed that the Klaxosapes were being lifted across the monolith by this platform. The platform continued rising till it reached the 3,000 feet mark, and they arrived before a pathway that Gustav suspected led to the bridge between the 4th and 5th layer. It turned out that this ascending platform was one of the only 2 ways of getting to that height, since flying and leaping there was not allowed. The only other way was if they could climb the monolith, and only a very few groups were capable of climbing the monolith at the moment. Earth participants wasn't one of them. Angie could succeed in running across the monolith's surface to that height if she used her top speed, but since they were moving as a group she couldn't do that. The surface was too smooth and could even be considered slippery for Gustav to successfully run across it to the required height, except he was as fast as Angie, which wasn't the case. Gustav could see that the platform had begun to descend, and upon closer look, there happened to be 2 golden platforms. Gustav could guess that one platform was supposed to hold participants from the left pathway edge and the other was supposed to hold participants from the right. The Klaxosapes had made use of both due to their size, since one wouldn't be able to transport them both. While the groups at the edges waited for the platform to descend, Gustav briefed the others about the current predicament. "They're aware too," Gustav told the others. "Oh, doesn't that mean it would turn into a brawl when it descends?" Eldris questioned while staring at the intense expressions on the faces of the groups before them. "It will," Gustav answered. At this point, more groups had arrived behind them, and before they knew it, around 300 participants crowded the edge of the pathways. "Hey, watch it. You stepped on me. You watch it, pipsqueak. I will send you to the bottom of the 4th layer." The air was getting tensed and the participants aggravated as they began to push one another. About 4 planets here were amongst the top 20, Earth included. These planets were the ones everyone was truly wary about. Zillion, Oxlark, Orion, and Earth. "It's coming," Gustav muttered as he spotted the platform less than 700 feet away as it descended. The group faces instantly turned serious as they leapt forward. Why tilde not so fast earthings? The group of zillions in velvet-like armors covering their entire figure also leapt upwards at this moment. We're also here, the upside-down cone-headed Arxlakix voiced loudly as the holes in their chest glowed brightly. No one was willing to let anyone go before them. Everyone wanted to be the next group to climb the golden platform. Gustav and the others knew they would have fight their way up there just like the Klaxosapes did as well. Tuwashi. I think you should take a look at this novel. CMNDSVLM Vari tilde a vortex opened up, swallowing all 17 Earth participants in an instant, and they arrived on the descending platform. The zillion participants in mid-air conjured massive blades and slashed out at the powerful crimson beams shot at them. Orion participants on the other hand grabbed the floating fluorescent halo above their heads and swung it forward at the platform. We tilde G tilde fui I tilde the circular glowing weapons streaked across the air, arriving before Earth participants in an instant. Cosmic Finger, Spectrum Bind, Purple Destruction, Yonder, Eldris and Elevera voiced at the same time as they immediately took care of 3 of these flying halos. Endrick on the other hand conjured a telekinetic barrier that prevented 2 from nearly decapitating EE and Timi, who were a little slower in reacting due to the speed of the halos. Yo, thanks Endrick. EE let out a sigh of relief as the halo continuously circulated just a few inches from his face without being able to move further. Gustav, who was at the left edge of the first platform, reached out and grabbed one of before him. Sinking his fingers into the middle of the glowing circular fluorescent weapon, a loud sizzling sound rang out. SS Kriv VL, Planet Klaxosape, vs Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth. Captain Kriv and Gustav had a brief stare-down within this vicinity of destruction as a gigantic spacecraft got blasted down from above. The spacecraft descended towards them, but before it could completely crash, both figures moved. Sui tilde Gustav's figure turned blurry as he charged at Captain Kriv, who also charged vigorously at him as well. Gustav arched his right arm backwards while clenching his fist strongly as he arrived before the massive and muscular pointy rock-like being. It was like an ant charging at a grasshopper as both figures arrived before each other, while the spacecraft descending was only a couple of feet away from crashing onto them. Gustav swung his clenched fist at Captain Kriv, who also threw his fist downwards at Gustav's minuscule-looking figure. Boom! Both fists collided in the next instant, causing a powerful surge of energy to rip across the vicinity. Bang! The force generated from the collision blasted into the spacecraft descending from above, causing it to shoot in another direction forcefully while parts of it dislodged from one another. Bang! 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 Other scraped items and structures in the vicinity were hit, as well as the shockwaves spread across the entire stage while the ground caved and the barrier surrounding the battle stage flickered intensely. From the first clash alone, spectators had their jaws dropping from the physical strength these two displayed. Both figures had slid back upon collision but immediately charged at each other once more without a moment of rest. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Ripples repeatedly blasted across the vicinity as Gustav and Captain Kriv clashed an uncountable number of times. Despite Captain Kriv's size, his speed was not lacking as he traded furious blows with Gustav that had turned blurry to the audience. Reinforce the barrier surrounding their stage, Handler 1 instructed one of the handlers around him. But it already has 5 layers of reinforcement, the handler reminded. Just do it, make it 10, just as Handler 1 said this, the first layer of the barrier blasted to pieces. 3 tilde the second layer, which was more powerful, instantly kicked in, protecting the surroundings and other parts of the arena from the impact of these two battles. On the stage, Gustav was constantly pushed back as they traded blows. There was no doubt that Captain Kriv was stronger physically. Each punch to Gustav felt like he was taking on the force of multiple fast-moving moons. Are you insulting me, Earthling? I told you not to hold back, yeah, Captain Kriv voiced as he tightened his massive fist furiously and threw a punch forward that was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. Fwihaish tilde, dash has been activated. Gustav's figure suddenly blurred as he appeared behind Captain Kriv the moment he swung his fist forward. Like I said, as you wish, Gustav's voiced as he threw a fist forward from behind with intensity. Captain Kriv only realized he had missed at the last moment, but his defense kicked in subconsciously as his pointy rocky back made rattling sounds as they twisted and connected to each other. Chapter 1292. Yes, Oromon, we can use it now. In the next instant, their transparent skins emitted a dark blue glow as weird markings appeared on their skins. Feather flutter. A burst of wind bursted forth from their figures as the Zionsis charged forward. Tilda, it was like their figures had become as light as wind as they sped across the surface of the monolith. Their figures traveled across its smooth surface with ease as they crossed a very long distance in a few seconds. The other participants in the vicinity had shocked looks as the Zionsis disappeared from view in just a couple of moments. They were now unhindered by the manner in which the monolith was structured, while the others had to head for the pathways. Gustav and the others had arrived at the bridge between the fourth and fifth layer at this moment. They once more found themselves walking through a golden path that led to a glowing doorway and a darkened cave-like opening. "Eldris, you're up," Gustav voiced as they reached this area. "Hey, Eldris, wouldn't it be better to send someone else?" Matilda questioned from the side. "No, it has to be Eldris this time. He's the only one I trust that is capable of taking care of it," Gustav said with a cryptic tone. Eldris didn't question Gustav's decision and began walking towards the dimly lit cave-like entrance. "I have no doubt that some groups will get stranded even if they reach here," Gustav stated. "Why though? Don't they just need to sacrifice a teammate?" Timmy questioned. "It's not that simple. It hasn't been since the start. Handler 1 didn't give us the full information," Gustav responded, causing their faces to light up in bafflement. At the moment, Eldris was already walking through a dimly lit pathway within the dark cave-like entrance. Up ahead he could spot multiple other alien participants as well as cryogenic-like chambers where the sacrifices were supposed to move into. Eldris arrived before one of the empty cryogenic-like chamber and placed his hand on it. Reddish rays shot forth from a part of the chamber which scanned the entirety of Eldris' figure, and in the next instant the projection of a blue glowing planet appeared on the chamber's surface. "Earth," the surface displayed the words while opening up. Eldris proceeded to walk in and immediately got strapped as a gas permeated the internal structure of the chamber while it closed up. Eldris soon went into a state of deep sleep and found himself in a different world entirely. Within this world he was required to get to the heart of Storm where an access panel was located. "It sure is taking longer this time," Yonda voiced. "Give it time. Eldris will get it," Gustav stated with a tone of confidence. They had heard Gustav's explanation of why he had to make use of Eldris now, but Yonda somehow still expected things to be easy. Every bridge where a person had to be sacrificed, there would be challenges the sacrificed participant would have to scale. After scaling the required challenge, the rest of the planetary group would have access to the glowing doorway. Gustav knew about this since the first layer due to Abestos. He had spoken to Abestos through mental connection and knew exactly what he faced there. The reason Gustav knew Eldris would be needed was due to the fact that with every layer, the challenge of the sacrificial lamb got tougher. He didn't trust anyone else with the task since failure would make them get stranded here unless they decided to sacrifice another teammate. At this point more groups were arriving in this location and not a single planet had managed to go through even after 30 minutes had gone by. "I think you should take a look at D's novel. CMNDSVLM. If anyone runs out of breath, they are free to drop out of the challenge." Gustav wasn't entirely bothered since he was the only one that needed to get to the peak. Teammates were pretty much only needed for sacrifice and there were still up to 17 of them here. One group got access in a few and went through the doorway. The frustration on Yondar's face increased after 2 more got access, but at this point the bridge was crowded with nearly 400 participants. "It is done," Gustav voiced while moving forward. The moment his body phased through the doorway, the others followed in suite with expressions of relief. They instantly arrived at the base of the 5th layer and began trotting forward. The 5th layer only had a few differences from the 4th layer, and one of them was the fact that they would have to scale up to 150,000 feet. With obstacles in place, One could tell this would take hours, and Gustav knew there were only a few teammates here who could stay more than 24 hours without taking a single breath. Things were about to get a little sketchy, but the aim was for him to get to the peak, and at the moment he was only one step away. Will there be another bridge where we need to sacrifice another teammate? Who will you choose? Timmy questioned from the side. I don't think there'll be another bridge since there is no 6th layer. I believe we just need to cross the 5th layer and the peak will be right there, Gustav answered. Still, I feel like things won't be so easy, Timmy responded. Yeah, there are still a lot of groups before us and some behind us have the advantage of moving faster, so we still have to pick up the pace, Gustav voiced while leaping off a detached platform. Yeah, at our pace a lot more participants might surpass us, Timmy stated while leaping forward as well. Conjured a vortex and stepped in while everyone else leapt forward as well. I could always just take you to the peak at top speed and we'd get there pretty fast, Angie said to Gustav. True, but then I don't know what to expect yet. I don't want to be taken by surprise. Gustav still wanted to play it safe and arrive at the peak with everyone instead of just himself. They hurried and managed to evade as many obstacles as possible. They were also trying to make sure they were fast enough to avoid clashes from other groups who didn't want to be surpassed or who wanted to surpass them from behind. Things were getting heated for the groups since this was the last layer of the monolith and one mistake could make them lose a spot at the peak. Hours went by and Earth's group managed to make it through 100,000 feet after much hurdles. Surpassing a group that had no issues with breathing had been an issue as they conjured attacks without any problems and moved fluidly as opposed to Earth participants. Holding your lungs from inhaling any air was in itself an arduous process, so having to do that while fighting, evading, conjuring attacks, running and talking just made things a whole lot more difficult. Fortunately, was still the best evasion weapon they had here and he promptly worked to make sure most the teammates weren't blasted off the pathways. As time went by, they began to close in on the peak, which had a blinding glow that was close to the brightness of a star up there. The closer they got, the more blinding the light became. There was no doubt that the monolith ended where the star glow was situated and the participants moved even more faster this time. Battles became more frequent the higher they ascended, and Earth Group did their best to avoid getting into scuffles as it was the last thing anyone needed right now. Either ways, the other groups were on edge and had no idea how many groups were before them. Since they couldn't tell if the number of groups before them were up to 200, they showed hostility towards any group they bumped into. Almost everyone behind was trying to blast everyone before them off the pathways to make room for themselves to get ahead. Gustav and the others were very close to the peak at this moment when a loud whooshing sound whisked past them. Gustav had been a little surprised at first since nobody was supposed to be able to climb up the monolith walls this fast, but before the group whisked past, his perception corrected that thought. This group weren't climbing, they were running up the walls. A feat that he knew only Angie was capable of performing was being done by this group. The Zionsis. Gustav was definitely surprised, but now wasn't the time to pay them any heed. The group was about to resume heading forward when an unexpected change occurred. Fu Hui Tilda. Chapter 1293. Fu Hui Tilda, one of the figures that sped past them earlier, suddenly turned around and charged in their direction. Bang! A kick to the spleen sent Glade crashing off the pathway as one of the Zionsis landed before Timmy. Swiftly conjured a vortex as Glade's body fell off the edge. Through Tilda, her body sank into the vortex before she could fall too far, and she landed back on the pathway after the appearance of the vortex opening. What is your deal? Timmy yelled as the one responsible for kicking Glade off charged at him. Suffer just as he did, the 6-feet-tall transparent-skinned being crashed his knee into Timmy's face before he could even conjure up an attack. What the hell? Fildhor yelled as he charged in the direction of the Zionsi participant since he was the closest while Timmy slid backwards. What in the world is Orimon doing? The Zionsi captain yelled as he noticed his subordinate had left their midst. The Earthlings are ambushing him. Swiwi tilde Swiwi tilde Swiwi tilde I'm going to help. Before Captain Illumo could respond to any of these, 6 other subordinates turned around and sped downwards, in the direction of the Earth participants. I didn't tell. Captain Illumo had a frustrated expression as he looked downwards. Oromon had acted on his own and now these 5 as well. At this point Oromon had been surrounded and attacks were coming his way from different directions when 6 other Zionsis arrived on the pathway. Wushushi tilde the Zionsis conjured a massive tornado with lightning arcs swimming within them in an instant, sending it forth at the earthlings up ahead. Gustav decided to act at this point, although he couldn't understand why this group that had passed them easily suddenly decided to attack them when his group wasn't in their way. Atomic disintegration has been activated. His entire right arm was instantly coated in a milky glow as he swung his fist forward with intensity. A powerful wave of energy spread forth as his fist blasted through the tornado, causing it to split from the destructiveness of his fist. Bits from the tornado vanished while the rest that had split turned into tornadoes of their own, spinning in the direction of the rest behind. Swiwi tilde one of the Zionsis charged forward in a bid to help Oromon, who was already getting tossed around by Timi's attacks behind. Fuhui tilde Gustav hand suddenly appeared before the Zionsi participant, grabbing his entire face. Blam! Gustav spun and slammed this Zionsi into the monolith wall by the side, but the moment he did, a shockwave blasted forth from the monolith. Screeve tilde Gustav and the Zionsi were sent flying over the edge of the ascending pathway while the other 4 Zionsis behind sped forward to attack the rest of the Earth's participants. Since they were currently way faster than everyone, they immediately got Oromon from their midst while conjuring more attacks. Gustav Yell had called E.'s attention to his plummeting figure. Throom tilde E focused on conjuring another vortex to help Gustav while the others dealt with the rest of the Zionsis. Since you're looking for a beating so bad, I'll give it to you, Timi voiced as his eyes glowed reddish and his entire body got coated in a layer of red. His nose was currently bleeding due to the sudden unexpected attacks from Oromon, but now he had lost it. Glade also stared forward with a look of anguish as a massive red sickle appeared in her grasp. Die bastards! She yelled while charging forward. Swiwi tilde at this moment, the captain of the Zionsis landed in their midst. The pathway in between the Earth and Zionsis participant changed form as a massive wall ascended to stop Glade's attack. Bang! I think you should take a look at D's novel. CMTH sickle slammed into the wall, causing it to get cleaved in half, but before Glade could attack again, Captain Illumo raised his arms in defeat. Wait please, he yelled. The tip of Glade's massive sickle stopped just inches away from making contact with Captain Illumo's neck. You have 5 seconds to dissuade me from ripping you and the others behind you to pieces, Glade stated with a bloodthirsty tone. At this point, the other Zionsis had landed behind their captain as well, and they totaled around 15 in number. I apologize for my subordinate's outburst. I believe he just attacked in a fit of rage without thinking it through, Captain Illumo voiced with a respectful tone while bowing slightly. What I don? Oromon was about to speak when Captain Illumo turned around and punched him in the gut. One of the Zionsis squatted with a look of concern beside him, trying to console him. Come on Oromon, you shouldn't have done that, the vice-captain berated him. Oromon's face had a look of unfairness on his face as liquid dripped from the side of his mouth due to the pain he was feeling from his gut. My subordinate is sorry and he'll make sure to meet proper punishment later, Captain Illumo voiced with an apologetic tone while Oromon remained on his knees, peering forward with a look of anguish. No. That smug look. I will not allow it this time. He glared at Timi and Glade ahead, who stared at each other in contemplation. Please forgive his outburst. I'm sure he didn't mean it, Captain Illumo voiced once more. I meant it. I meant it and more. Oromon screamed internally while remaining on his knees. The image of a particular person appeared in his mind, looking completely dried up on a sick bed. Oromon gnashed his teeth together as he looked downwards and then spotted the ring-like trinket on one of his fingers. His face lit up with a devious look as he reached out to touch the trinket, which emitted a faint magenta glow. Do look past his taunts, Captain Illumo kept pleading. Timi and Glade turned around to stare at Gustav behind. It's up to you two to decide if you want to forgive them or not, Gustav stated. He realized the Zionsi participant named Oromon was the same person who kept challenging Timi and Glade over and over and over again during the versus battle challenge. It was now obvious to everyone that this participant bore a grudge against both of them, which was why he just attacked out of the blue, but Gustav decided to leave the decision-making about the current predicament to Timmy and Glade. They were the major ones affected after all. There was no doubt that planet Zionsi was no match for them, so if Timmy and Glade were to decide on dealing with them, Gustav would render support. Glade and Timmy stared at each other once more in contemplation before Timmy decided to speak. Well, if you can just tell that. Before Timmy could complete his sentence, an incredibly bright magenta glow burst forth from behind. Everyone's eyes widened, but it was too late. A massive blazing magenta-colored spear had appeared a few centimeters away from Timmy's chest. It came with a powerful and unfathomable burst of energy that sent a charge across the premises, blasting every single participant within range off the pathway. Except for its target, Timmy and the figure beside him. Glade. The dangerous outburst of residual energy spread forth across a wide range on this area of the monolith, hitting everyone squarely and forcing them off. It was a power like no other, unexpected, tremendous, and seemingly beyond what any ISOP participant was capable of. In that split second where everyone was sent flying and the massive spear inches away from Timmy's chest, that power. Timmy will die. Gustav's figure, which was also sent flying across the air, turned into a streak of lightning. Thraz's Hartilda, he materialized before Timmy and the spear, pushing Timmy backwards with his right hand as the spear drove into his chest vigorously. Threeve. Kia RH. A blood-curdling scream that caused the entire vicinity to tremble immensely escaped Gustav's lips as he fell to his knees. He grabbed the blazing magenta-colored spear, which kept spinning and forcibly pushing forward to drill further into his chest. The burning sensation that permeated his chest caused his body to tremble from the intensity of the pain. He could feel it. From the moment this spear tore through his chest, he was gone. His internal structure was getting flamed from the inside out. He could feel his strength draining and his organs getting snuffed out. The system's voice in his head was barely audible at this point. Unable to activate regeneration. Unable to activate regeneration. Unable to activate regeneration. Warning bells were not only ringing in his head but notifications also popping up in his line of sight, which he could barely see at this point since his vision was fading. Timmy slowly got up behind after getting pushed away and wanted to approach Gustav alongside Glade when a loud laughter rippled across the vicinity. Ha ha ha, you cannot save him. So long as he is the target, the work of the spear is not done. You will be dying for nothing, Earth Captain. Chapter 1294. So I died, ha ha ha, you cannot save him. So long as he is the target, the work of the spear is not done. You will be dying for nothing, Earth Captain. It came from Orimon up ahead, who unsurprisingly wasn't blasted away like the others. Gustav had faintly heard his words and his mouth hung open to say something when the spear suddenly increased more in intensity, emitting brighter flame and drilling further into him. Through VVV tilde at this moment, Gustav lost strength completely as the massive magenta spear tore through his chest, leaving a massive hole within. As the blazing magenta-colored spear pierced through Gustav's chest completely and came out the back, it seemed to have decreased a little in intensity. However, it was still very much alive as it turned to point at its target in mid-air. Before the light in Gustav's eyes got snuffed out completely, he muttered a few words. Code IR. Glade, who was initially running towards Gustav, paused the moment those words drifted into her ears. Her eyes turned listless as she stood in place for a moment. Protect Timmy at the cost of your life. As these words left Gustav's mouth, he fell forward lifelessly, drowning in the pool of his own blood. Threeve tilde at this same moment, the spear sliced through the air once more, heading in Timmy's direction. Timmy's hand emitted a bright red glow as he pushed his palms forward. Through in tilde, a burst of red energy spread across the vicinity, and in the next moment the massive magenta spear got trapped in a cocoon of red mass. Timmy groaned as the cocoon struggled to keep the spear within while draining energy from it by causing time to speed up. The cocoon had the power to speed up the time of anything within. It was just like how Timmy could make things age from contact, but this happened to cover a wider range and was more powerful. However, it was taking a lot of bloodline energy from him. Timmy slid backwards as the wind blasting across the place was unable to be hindered. The spear energy was slowly decreasing in intensity from growing old, but Timi's arms were starting to tremble. KRYSH cracks began to appear all over the reddish cocoon when Glade appeared beside Timi. Without saying a word, she moved to Timi's back and placed her hands on them. Timi felt energy flow into him from behind as Glade combined her bloodline energy with his. As both their energies mixed, the cracks on the cocoon mended. The time-decaying energy within increased intensely, causing the magenta-colored spear to shrink swiftly. Orimon's eyes widened in disbelief as the spear soon vanished. Impossible. It's supposed to. He muttered with a deranged look. At this point Timi and Glade were breathing in and out profusely while the cocoon deactivated. Timi's arms and legs trembled as he stared at Gustav's corpse up ahead and then glared at Orimon up ahead with unbridled anger building up from within. You're finished. His voice trembled as his eyes turned dark with hatred. Orimon shivered as he felt the intense bloodlust from Timi and slowly moved backwards while touching the trinket wrapped around one of his fingers in confusion. All of a sudden, a bright magenta light bursted forth once more. Timi's eyes widened as the spear reappeared inches away from his chest with the same full vigor as before. A figure had appeared before him at the last moment, but the spear stabbed through this person, with the tip pushing halfway out of their back and then proceeded to pierce through Timi's chest as well. They were both sent flying as they collided with the monolith wall behind and got hung there by the spear which tipped Mamajed to pierce through the monolith surface. Blura. They both spat out blood as their faces displayed an expression of torment. Timi could feel his innards getting flamed as the blazing magenta-colored spear further drilled into them. Glade whydidu. Timi muttered weakly as he stared at the greenish-skinned female who was merged to him due to the spear. It was Master's order. Glade stuttered as light got snuffed out of her eyes. Timi's eyes were also getting heavy as he stared at Gustav's corpse up ahead. Even after death you still tried to protect me. Tears ran down Timi's face as his life flashed before his eyes. Darkness was slowly setting in for him, but he noticed something that caused his face to brighten a little in the face of death, a twitch. I got them. 2 for 1. Orimon began laughing with a look of craziness. The blazing magenta-colored spear at this point had been to decrease in intensity since it had successfully met its target. It slowly vanished, causing Timi and Glade to fall from the monolith's wall which they were initially hanging from. Timi. Glade. Loud yells were heard from up behind, and these voices seemed to belong to Earth participants. They had managed to make their way up and sped forward with looks of disbelief and horror. Timi. Rhea yelled as he knelt before Timi along with a couple others. His hands were soaked in blood as he kept shaking Timi's body. Ealdris quickly brought out a pill and pushed it into Timi's mouth. Caw. He coughed out the pill instantly along with a mouthful of blood. It's too late, Timi muttered weakly. Meanwhile, Angie was currently standing before Gustav's corpse with listless eyes. It looked like she was in a trance as she stood there. This is a dream, right? Tell me I'm dreaming. Angie slowly said to beside her. He was just as speechless as he stared at the giant hole in Gustav's back and the pool of blood that had gathered around his corpse. It's not. It cannot. Stuttered repeatedly, unable to find words as a deep feeling of regret welled up from within. Vera knelt before Gustav's corpse as well while some of the others stood in between Glade and Gustav's corpses, unable to believe their eyes. How could all 3 of them have met their end from one attack? Fildhor was unable to comprehend how this was even possible. A bone-chilling murderous intent spread across the vicinity as Angie turned around to stare at the transparent-skinned 6-foot figure ahead. You did this, didn't you? Angie's voice was colder than the Arctic as her hair began to float upwards due to the immense bloodline energy emitting from her figure. I didn't mean to. Orimon seemed to realize the situation he was in and quickly stepped backwards in fear. He was glad to have gotten his revenge for his brother, but now he could see he was in a situation he might never be able to get out from. Hes alive. Varys Ois called out from behind, causing Angie to pause. Angie's coldness instantly vanished as she turned around. Gustav's fingers twitched repeatedly, confirming Vera's statement. Angie quickly reached down and turned Gustav over. Gustav's eyelashes, which were also blood-soaked, fluttered a couple of times before they finally sprang open. Angie and everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment and utter confusion. There was no doubt that they couldn't sense any life from Gustav earlier, but all of a sudden he came back to life. Gustav's eyes darted around as vision returned to him. Pa. Before he could completely access the current situation, Angie had wrapped her warm hands around his blood-soaked figure. I thought you were gone. Tears slid down her cheeks as she felt the pump of Gustav's heart against her chest. Gustav was unresponsive for a moment as his perception swept across the place. So I died. I see, he muttered as he slowly unfurled Angie's arms around his body and stood to his feet. There was not a hint of relief on Gustav's face as he silently stepped forward amidst the stares of everyone. He passed by Glade's corpse without a look of remorse or sympathy but paused the moment he arrived before Timmy. SSS. His physical energy is increasing by the second. The more this battle prolongs, the stronger he will get. Gustav also came to this realization using God Eyes. Zing tilde. A 5-feet-long katana appeared in Gustav's grasp in the next instant, which instantly automatically unsheathed. Electric arcs could be seen swimming across the red blade as it emitted a certain pressure the moment Gustav touched the hilt. This was the Jaiko Hakai katana, and Gustav had decided to make use of it since he wanted to maintain a no-direct contact battle. Gustav gathered energy as he raised the Jaiko Hakai katana in a vertical format. The katana's red blade glowed brightly as the electric arcs swimming around it increased in length and intensity. Captain Kriv, who was trying to get up from up ahead, sensed another feeling of danger as he stared forward. Theeing. The entire stage had been lit up in bright red as Gustav placed his second hand on the hilt of the katana, before swinging it downwards with great might. Captain Kriv ignored the pain he was feeling and quickly jumped to his feet. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1295. The air of tension and fear that spread across the place. Only one person could be responsible for this. It's not your fault, T. You did your best. I don't regret following you. It was the best venture of my life. Timmy's voiced weakly while Gustav listened attentively. I certainly would do it again if time was reversed. My only regret is not being able to continue this journey with you all. You guys are family to me. A trail of tear leaked down Timmy's eyes as his blood-soaked hand reached out to grab Gustav. Take my bloodline. I want you to put it to good use. Timmy's voice trailed off after saying this and his hands fell weakly as he finally let out his last breath. Gustav stared at the massive charred hole in Timmy's chest and then proceeded to touch his corpse. His face was still as expressionless as his fingers made contact with Timmy's blood. Bloodline acquisition has been activated, calculating host compatibility rate with Crimson Matter bloodline, 0-100%, 24-100%, 52-100%, 79-1000%. Host compatibility with Crimson Matter is 91%. Does host wish to extract this bloodline? Yes, no. Everyone's gaze remained transfixed on Gustav's position. It seemed like they couldn't get their eyes off him as he remained in place for a few seconds before finally standing to his feet. Bloodline successfully acquired. Gustav moved towards Glade's corpse and performed the same action. Bloodline successfully acquired. Host has acquired 2 halves of a bloodline. Does host wish to merge them? Yes, no. At this moment, Gustav was no longer paying attention to the system notifications popping up by the left corner of his eyes. He slowly turned around as a silent rage began building within him. The monolith, which was a structure of great power and strength, trembled as he stared at Orimon up ahead. Now that you have achieved your objective, Gustav began stepping forward slowly. I hope you're prepared to meet your end in the most gruesome, painstaking way you can ever imagine. The more Gustav spoke, the greater the chill that spread across space. Everyone could feel an immense sense of dread spread across the vicinity that had them frozen in place. Their eyes had widened in fear as a dark and horrifying gloom weighed on their figure. Gustav wasn't facing them directly yet. The fear they felt was indescribable. They could only imagine how Orimon, who was the target of all this negative energy, could feel at the moment. I will grant you a such decorative and merciless end that will make even the devil weep in sympathy. Gustav kept speaking as he slowly stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps were incredibly haunting and sounded extremely loud yet gentle to everyone in the vicinity. Even participants from other groups who were approaching this area had paused in fear because they could all feel it. The fear of death. Orimon's entire body quaked as his transparent skin produced sweat in great number. He couldn't even move an inch. All he could think at this moment was, this is the end. Not a single coherent thought made him feel he could escape things. A veil of darkish red aura was being emitting from Gustav's body at this point. It looked like an ancient demon was awakening as it casted darkness across this already dark part of space. Every single participant on the monolith wondered what was happening at this point since the monolith's quake was increasing in intensity. Gustav slowly reached out his right hand as he approached Oromon with glowing red eyes. It felt like time was moving slow, but the truth was not much time had passed at all. This moment just happened to be so intense and gut-wrenching that every second felt like 1,000 seconds. Warning. Host heart rate is increasing beyond safely threshold. Warning. Host heart rate is increasing beyond safely threshold. Unable to calm host heart rate. I should stop him. Eldris gulped down saliva as he recalled they could get disqualified for purposely killing another participant. Unfortunately, he was unable to take a step forward just like everyone. Sweat rolled down his back as his knees trembled. Meanwhile, Gustav had arrived before Oromon at this moment and was about to make contact with him. All of a sudden Oromon vanished from his line of sight. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmagustav's eyebrows furrowed as he saw his hand grab thin air. He slowly turned to the side. Jari Driu handlers had appeared all over the monolith in large numbers. One of them stood about 20 feet away from Gustav with Oromon in his grasp. Give air him, back. A burst of wind spread forth from Gustav's being upon his utterance, causing the handlers' robes to flap furiously. They could feel the pressure Gustav's presence emitted and realized that things could get troublesome even with their arrival. Gustav Crimson, killing a participant knowingly is punishable by disqualification. Performing such an action is akin to the earth forfeiting Aesop right now, the handler holding onto Oromon's figure voiced with a compelling tone in a bid to resolve things amicably. It doesn't matter, they will die and there is nothing you can do to stop it. Gustav's voice was like a divine mandate, causing even the powerful handlers to tremble slightly. Such hatred-filled eyes. They were starting to doubt they would be able to get across to him. Gustav figure vanished and instantly reappeared before the handler. Bang! A fist drove into the handler's chest, sending him catapulting across space. Everyone's eyes widened as the spotted Oromon in Gustav's grasp. How did he? The handlers were in complete shock as well. Oromon was shivering in complete fear as Gustav held him by the neck like a chicken. Now where was I? Gustav voiced as he held Oromon up. Swoosh the handlers swooped in immediately, all holding onto different parts of Gustav's body to stop him from taking Oromon's life. Don't do it, Captain Crimson, they voiced while activating their powers to trap Gustav in place. Get off me. A burst of dark reddish energy blasted forth from Gustav's being, crashing heavily into all the handlers in the vicinity and sending them flying. What in the world? I was unable to imprint. One of the handlers muttered with a tone of shock as his body spiraled across space after the hit. The handlers were pretty powerful, so they had managed to stabilize their figures after some time and began swooping forward once more. However, Gustav had Oromon in his grasp and could end his life before they got to him. Gustav raised Oromon and stared him deep in the eyes, causing a new wave of fear to spread across his body. No one is going to save you from me, Gustav stated as his hands tightened around Oromon's neck. K.P. Oromon spluttered continuously while Gustav raised his second hand to perform an action. A trembling figure appeared behind him and held his arm before he could completely his action. Gus, Tav. The hold wasn't what stopped him at this moment, instead it was the female voice that had just called out his name. Teamy wouldn't have wanted us to get disqualified, he would have wanted us to win for him. Angie's entire body was trembling and sweaty, but she managed to squeeze out of these words. SSS Crimson. 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 They had been completely astonished by this battle. It was way more spectacular and destructive than any other battle they had seen so far. Phew. What would have happened if Handler 1 didn't ask for the reinforcement of the barrier? One of the handlers stared at the destruction with a slight look of relief. 6 layers of barriers had been destroyed. Usually every stage had only 5, but Handler 1 had asked for this one to be reinforced with 5 extra layers after the battle began. Had this not been the case, one couldn't tell how the entire arena would have been affected. Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth, wins 1400 points attained. These two have to be the strongest captains for sure. Captain Kriv is the strongest physically even though he lost. How did Captain Crimson manage to win against that? Captain Crimson is a beast for sure. The spectators discussed about the battle as Gustav moved out of the stage while transforming back into his usual looks. The spectators wondered if any captain would have been able to survive such with Captain Kriv's overpowered state. They couldn't imagine anyone winning even though they knew a couple of captains were assumed to be ranked on the same level of strength. At the last few minutes of the battle, Gustav had substituted himself with one of his energy siphoning spheres. Since he could conjure an empty energy sphere and make it invisible on command, he placed one quite a distance away and substituted with it when Captain Kriv was about to drive his fist into him. This substitution technically changed the whole scenario since the sphere absorbed the force from Captain Kriv's punch and then detonated at Gustav's command. Chapter 1296. Angie moved to his front and placed his face on her chest while hugging his body completely to hers. "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself," she uttered words of comfort while rubbing his hair. She could feel wetness on her chest, but she didn't stop. She continuously stroked his hair while also fighting tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Timmy was one of the most unproblematic people in their circle asides Eldris. The only times he got mad was when any of them got hurt or suffered any type of injustice. It looked like he was never bothered by anything, but everyone knew this was far from the case. Timmy didn't like to act like he cared, yet he was one of the biggest softies amongst them, going as far to volunteer every time someone was needed to keep an eye on Falco since he got injured. Timmy always stood up for the others every situation where he had the chance, and despite coming from a background of wealth, he had never shown any form of pride. Rhea looked like he had taken the biggest hit amongst them all as he remained in a kneeling position before Timmy's corpse. They had known each other since when they were little, and although Rhea would mostly call Gustav his rival, Timmy was the person who emotionally held that position. "Didn't we have a bet on who would be stronger when we reached the age of 22? Rhea's tears fell uncontrollably like raindrops. "Why, what? Why have you chosen to let me win?" Rhea's lips quivered as he muttered. He placed his hand on Rhea's left shoulder without saying a word. They had all taken a hit from this, so they could only comfort each other. "I couldn't even move to stop him." E's other fist tightened in remorse as he stood in place briefly. He realized how fear had kept him in place, whereas Angie managed to overcome that and stopped Gustav before things got messier. A feeling of shame washed over him. If his friend lost it due to any unexpected situation, it was his job to always be ready to offer assistance in whatever manner that was needed depending on the situation. He felt he had failed by not being able to overcome the fear of death and dread that encapsulated the vicinity from Gustav's wrath. He had also sworn to be cool and collected even in the worst types of situation since it was the best way he could render assistance, but he realized he had just failed. He decided to stop berating himself in the meantime since this wasn't the place for self-reflection. He raised his head and stepped forward in the direction of the handlers. "What is going to happen to him now? He just killed our teammate. How will you the handlers punish him?" Questioned in successions with a calm tone. "First we will investigate to discover if the attack was done with the intent to kill or the death only happened accidentally," one of the handlers answered. E's face instantly squeezed up the moment he heard that. "What do you guys mean by accidentally?" He spat. "That Zionci participant attacked with the intention to kill," Matilda yelled from the side as she approached them. "What she said," Sheila voiced as well from the side. This hasn't been the first death since Aesop began. I believe the Earth is well aware that deaths occur in Aesop. We only meet punishment when the death was orchestrated intentionally. In a case where it is accidental, the team is given a strike. 2 strikes would of course lead to disqualification, but in this case we have to investigate before drawing a conclusion, the handler explained with an apologetic tone. You can't be serious, Elevera stated with a strong tone. What is there to investigate? Fildhor chimed in. Hey Baldy, are you fucking blind? That bastard obviously did this intentionally. Yonder also yelled as well. Although he wasn't close to Teamy or Glade, they were still his fellow teammates and he was getting sick of how things were playing out. This participant had grievances with the 2 who lost their lives here today. We are well aware that this wasn't done accidentally, EE said. Investigations will have to be carried out first. That is just how things are done. If Earth participants have statements concerning the issue, they can visit the board to table them after the Monolith Challenge ends. After saying this, the handlers began to vanish one after the other. What happens now? EE asked before the last one vanished. The rest Zionsis get to finish the challenge, but this one comes with us. Zing Tilda after vanishing with Orimon, everyone had looks of anguish mixed their current mournful expressions. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM those bastards. How could they ask them to continue? Almost everyone seemed to have gotten incensed by the handler's approach of the situation. Those bastards didn't show up till after their death. How is any of this fair? Yonder stated loudly. Endrick watched from the side with an expression of remorse and regret. He stretched out his hand in Gustav's direction but lowered it in the next instant. I'm sorry, big brother. This is all my fault, he muttered underneath his breath. I should have. I could say I did the right thing by not intervening, but that would just be a way of consoling myself. It's all my fault. Endrick stood in place with a sorrowful expression. Don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could have done, Husarius voiced in his mind. You and I are both aware that's false. I could have prevented this. I saw it but still let it happen. He would have lost way more if you intervened, so this was the best course of action. What if I could have prevented everything? Don't be delusional. If you had prevented this and kept preventing the future calamities it wrought, calamities would continue to stack in the future till it reaches a point where you longer have the power to prevent them. When that happens, your brother would lose everything. Don't mess with the fates, Husarius voiced with a cautioning tone. Endrick let out another sigh as he stared forward at Gustav, who was still in Angie's arms. Hasn't he suffered enough? I just want to take all his sorrows away, Endrick mumbled as a feeling of powerlessness welled up from within. The Monolith Challenge was still ongoing at this time and the entire Earth spectators area was in uproar. The Earthlings were not interested in any excuse the handlers had to give and demanded for the Zionsis to be immediately punished by disqualification. The entire arena was extremely noisy at this point with loud arguments reverberated across it. I thought you would rip the whole place to bits when Gustav lost his life earlier. Grand Commander Shen was a little surprised even though Gustav came back from the dead. I knew he wasn't gone. Death is not powerful enough to take that kid away, Miss Amy responded with an unbothered look. How did he manage come back to life? Grand Commander Shen and many others had this question in mind, but since they were more concerned about making sure the Zionsis get punished, none of them dwelled on this confusion. Only Miss Amy was aware that Gustav had the reincarnation bloodline all this time, that one belonged to young Joe. Gustav had informed Miss Amy that should he lose his life here in Aesop she shouldn't interfere. Miss Amy had to promise him that she wouldn't because Gustav knew how impulsive she could be in a situation that concerned him. She would still not allow any harm to befall Gustav so long as she was watching, but since this was a competition and she didn't want to ruin it for him, she decided to stay put. The handlers had brought back the bodies of Glade and Teamy. Grand Commander Shen went to receive them with a few other officers so proper procedures would be put in place. The entire Earth was currently in a state of mourning after losing 2 young participants with great potential, but Aesop was still ongoing and they still wished to win. The uproar would not die down, but they were hoping and praying the participants would still have it in them to climb to the top of the monolith and take a spot amongst the 200, or all of this would have been for nothing. Many spectators couldn't believe how Earthlings could be so emotional about losing 2 participants when some of them had lost more than 2 since ISOP began. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. Author's note: please vote for Gustav in the character popularity contest. 7 hours are left before the next preliminary and he needs to reach 16th place on the ranking. I know it's late, but there will be a mass release if Gustav reaches 16th place. Chapter 1297. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. A lot of time had passed on the monolith and tons of groups had surpassed Earth participants on the monolith. Many of them used the left pathways to avoid bumping into Earth participants who occupied a part of the pathways for longer than expected. They had felt the dread earlier on that came from Gustav and decided it wouldn't be sensible to keep going right. At this point it was starting to look like Earth would fail to reach the peak before all 200 spots were taken. "Let's go," Gustav voiced after some time and sped forward instantly. None of them were able to get a word in before Gustav sped off. "Try to keep up," his voice trailed off while the others moved at this point. It seemed like Gustav didn't want to move as a group anymore since he no longer slowed his speed to match with the others. Sprint has been activated. Thwoosh tilde only Angie was able to keep up with Gustav at this point as they both headed for the peak. The rest of the group lagged behind and some of them now realized just how fast Gustav was. There was no doubt that they had been surpassed by Mammy groups initially, but the moment Angie and Gustav moved, they covered a long distance in very short time. The group understood that Gustav had to get to the peak as soon as possible since they had taken time below. It only took a short time for Gustav and Angie to arrive at the peak of the monolith. However, the moment they did, they met with a bunch of groups up ahead. The peak had an exalted area was the size of an entire stadium. Meanwhile, the whole peak of the monolith covered a radius of around 7,000 feet. It was as large as a couple of streets combined. The exalted area on the peak was where the blinding glow originated from, and it was also where the 200 spots for captains were situated. One would have to walk through the glow to get to one of the spots. However, to get to the exalted area on the peak, crew. A loud roar reverberated across the peak. Gustav stared at the massive 60 feet tall creatures that were positioned around the exalted area. There were around 20 of them and no doubt each powerful. These creatures had massive black space helmets covering their heads so their facial structures weren't visible. However, their bodies were shaped like apes and they also happened to have 14 dark tentacles strapped to their backs despite their muscular frame. The captains would have to get past them to gain access to the exalted area. At the moment, participants and captains were engaging these creatures in a bid to get an opening. Unfortunately, things weren't easy in the slightest. The creatures were not only large but their dark tentacles could extend as well, which made it easier for them to cover large distances. Captains would occasionally try to leap over them so they could land within the exalted area, but such never ended well. Gustav watched a captain get completed wrapped by the dark tentacles and flung off the peak. While almost everyone was tensed, Gustav was getting fired up as he squeezed his fist with a cold glare. "Just what I needed," he muttered while stepping forward. An immense pressure radiated from his being, causing the participants around to instantly stare at him with look of confoundment. Gustav leapt forward in the next instant while Angie followed behind him. Gustav's arm transformed, becoming massive and reddish as he descended from the air. Gustav's body twisted and flipped multiple times in mid-air, dodging the multiple tentacles that shot at him while he descended. "Go down." The surroundings trembled as his powerful fist landed on the heads of one of the creatures. Boom! A loud crash reverberated across the peak of the monolith, sending shockwaves across space that pushed everyone back. The jaws of nearly every participant here dropped as the creature that received the fist slumped heavily to the golden peak. "I think you should take a look at this novel." Gustav didn't get the chance to stabilize himself as tentacles latched onto his figure from directions. His face showed a crazed look as he reached out to grab one of the tentacles and pulled the creature towards him. "I must go offer my condolences." I cannot imagine how he must feel for being unable to protect his subordinate, Stark said to the figures beside him as he stared at the screens. Family head, I know you're going to say I should stay away from him, but I will not watch him suffer such without at least offering support in form of condolence. It I sent he up for debate, Stark pointed out clearly, causing the figures beside him to keep quiet. I have spoken with Timi before and I find him to be a very warm person. What a loss. Even with all that, Gustav still managed to finish the challenge. Stark felt both sympathetic and respectful at the same time. Currently the Earth spectators' areas was still in shambles. A bittersweet feeling arose within them. Timi had been lost, but Gustav managed to claim a spot amongst the 200, getting Earth to the next stage. Timi. 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 At first it was a little chant from one person, but soon other Earthlings began to join in. Timi. 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 Soon it became a fully vibrant chant from Earth's audience. It resonated deep from their hearts as they hailed this fallen participant. Even on Earth, as everyone witnessed Aesop on the big screens, the chants had overtaken the sound of vehicles. Almost every single person chanted Timi's name. It was like a memorial while the monolith challenge had come to an end with the end of his life. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The groups that made it began to appear in the middle of the arena one after the other. In a bit all 200 groups that passed had appeared in the arena. Cheers mixed with chatters rang out from the spectators' corners while Handler 1 moved to address them. Aeldris, Abestos, and Sharama, who didn't get to the peak with the others since they were sacrifices, were just hearing about Timi. Aeldris was in disbelief for some time after hearing the full gist of things from EE. He couldn't comprehend how such a thing could have taken place with everyone right there. I should not have been away from them. I should have let someone else been sacrificed. Aeldris blamed himself internally, but at the same time he felt he might have still failed to protect Timi even if he was present, since Gustav also became a victim. It felt like a dream, but unfortunately this was the new reality of things. Timi was gone and they would have to continue without him, not for long. Gustav's gaze was laced with absolute coldness as he stated. The Zionsis could feel his gaze of coldness penetrating their skins and instantly felt uncomfortable. They couldn't even stare back and had the urge to sink into the ground upon noticing Gustav's penetrative gaze. Captain Alumo was the most conflicted of the bunch as he didn't know whether to approach Gustav and apologize for Oromon's actions or just stay put. The major problem was how the apology would be perceived. If he apologized, he risked putting the Zionsis in a state where he is supposedly admitting that the act was committed intentionally. This could also lead to a disqualification for them and be thought about how far his group had come since the start. No one thought they would make it this far, and now he had to proceed with decisions in the best interest of his planet. I am sorry, Captain Crimson. I really wish I could admit that it was done intentionally, but I cannot. I cannot jeopardize the progress of my group after they have worked this hard to get here. I will put everything into making sure we are only given a strike and not disqualified. Captain Alumo let out a sigh as he came to a conclusion in his head. Earth participants continued staring daggers at them while waiting for Handler 1's briefing to be concluded. The next challenge will hold in 5 days from now and the participants shall be split into 4 groups, Handler 1 voiced. Everyone paid more attention as Handler 1 got to this point. These 4 groups will each have 50 planets within under a particular color. Handler 1 went on to explain the 4 groups would be named after colors: red, blue, green and yellow. When the time came, participants would be given colored vests that represent the groups they fall under. Unfortunately, we're unable to get Gustav to top 16, so no mass release. However, in appreciation to everyone who voted, I'll release 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 1298. When the time came, participants would be given colored vests that represent the groups they fall under. Handler 1 went on to add that only 1 out of the 4 groups would win the next challenge and that 1 group would be the last participants left. Other participants under losing colors would be disqualified. He mentioned a few things more without going into heavy detail before the briefing finally came to an end. The participants were not completely aware of what the next challenge was about, but at the very least Handler 1 had given them a bit of information. The ISOP was truly coming to a finish since the next challenge was going to be the second to the last before the challenge that would finalize everything. The champions of ISOP would be crowned soon. The next couple of days were fraught with mourning and gloom as the group tried to recuperate after the loss of a loved one. As mentioned previously, the handlers went on to investigate Timmy's death so as to determine if it was done intentionally or accidentally. The MBO leaders let out their complaints and stated that even if it was done accidentally, it was an attack that killed not 2 but 3 of their representatives, Gustav included. They advocated that should the Zionsis be given strikes, they must be given 3, which should also lead to their disqualification. The Zionsis, on the other hand, were also not willing to throw in the towel and claimed it was just a single accidental attack and their representative didn't think it would be capable of taking the lives of 3 participants in one go. It had turned into a court case of sorts, with either side not willing to back down. The investigation was taking longer than expected since the handlers claimed they couldn't find a reason for Oroman's sudden spike in strength at that moment. A lot of things weren't adding up and Gustav was of course not going to let this slide, so he began personal investigations. One thing that had been concluded from the onset was the fact that Oromon was not powerful enough to conjure up such an attack on a regular basis. Sure, the Zionsis were strong since they managed to become top 200, but their strength wasn't close to that of the mixed-blood participants. Earth was currently first place after all. Now since he wasn't powerful enough, where did the energy come from? Gustav already drew a bunch of speculations, but arriving at a definite answer would require proof. Investigate this ring. I have a feeling it has something to do with his energy buff, Gustav reported to one of the handlers while displaying an holographic image of a trinket with a beast-shaped mouth on its surface and chain-like necklace dangling from the sides. It is our jobs to decide what we deserves to be investigated and what doesn't, Handler 128 stated with slight tone of arrogance. It felt like he was insulted that Gustav thought he had figured out something they hadn't. You seem to be doing a poor job, Gustav stated without a hint of intimidation. This discussion is over, only come back when you have a statement about things you remember during the incident or proof of your claim. Handler 128 showed Gustav out of their building afterwards. Gustav didn't get mad or triggered in the slightest. Instead, he had an entire outlook on the whole issue. Being unable to take the suggestion of a party involved means either of 2 things, pride or Hez receiving bribes from the Zionsis. Gustav didn't want to hinge on the latter, but he couldn't entirely put it off. Not all the handlers could be incorrigible. Since proof is needed, I just need to bring back one, Gustav decided while walking away. There was a lot on Gustav's plate at the moment. Falco's transitioning, Timmy's death, and investigating the Indulus Prime. He had moved Indulus Prime aside in the meantime due to Timmy's death, but he would have to make room for that soon enough. He just wanted to make sure Timmy gets the justice he deserved. Internally, Gustav didn't wish to get the Zionsis disqualified, he just wanted to get down to the crux of the matter. The moment he was able to prove it wasn't an accidental murder and the handlers still chose not to disqualify the Zionsis, then he would truly take matters into his own hand. Internally, he wished they wouldn't do the right thing so he could deal with the Zionsis in the worst way possible. On Falco's situation, Miss Amy had confirmed the answer of the person she contacted and claimed they would arrive on planet Osius in a few days' time. Gustav headed back to their residential quarters and began making a new string of plans. SJ projected the holographic image of the trinket that was on one of Oromon's fingers when he conjured the spear attack during the confrontation. The color adds up. I just need to find out more information on the source of the jewelry and how it was acquired, Gustav thought while staring at the magenta-colored glow the trinket emitted. Caw. 2 knocks on the door brought Gustav out of his reverie. Gustav was already aware of the identity of the person knocking, so he immediately answered. You can come in now, I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CMTSH the door slid open and Stark walked in. Hey man, he voiced while moving to sit beside Gustav. Gustav returned the greeting and asked what brought Stark here. Just checking up on you, Stark stated. A much appreciated gesture, but I have my hands full at the moment, Gustav replied while analyzing the holographic image before him. Oh. Wait, Stark's eyes squinted as he stared at the holographic projection suspiciously. I recognize this, he stated. Gustav's attention was immediately drawn after hearing that. You do? Where have you seen it prior to this? Gustav questioned with an extremely curious tone. It was that night. Stark's face displayed a reminiscing look as he spoke. Gustav listened attentively with an intrigued expression. The night we went for Axela. I saw this in the hand of the person sitting across him in the restaurant before we got there, Stark pointed out. Gustav also recalled that night. It was one of the Zionsis but not a participant if I recall correctly. Most likely one of their higher-ups with authority. Gustav had no issues with his memory. In fact, he remembered that night like it was playing out before him. The only issue was that trinket didn't exist in his memory. This was why he instantly recognized it. Gustav's face contorted as he began to piece things together. Axela was a famous collector after all. There was no doubt he had a lot of powerful items in his collection, and this was one of them. That night. I should have truly gone after that person. Gustav's eyes shone with realization. What does this mean? Why are you concerned about that piece of jewelry? Stark questioned. Because that piece of jewelry is most likely responsible for the death of my friend, and to think that night, Gustav's face was immediately laced with an expression of regret. He recalled wanting to go after the person who he was unaware at the time had purchased this trinket. Stark had told him it was unnecessary since it was just a customer, and he felt that made sense too. If he had chosen to listen to his instincts and do so, maybe, just maybe Timmy would still be alive now. How could that? Are you sure? Stark asked. There's only one way to properly confirm that this. Axela needs to tell me the function of that jewelry and why the Zionsi higher-up purchased it, Gustav stated. But he is off-planet. Gustav realized this might be more difficult to clear up with proof than he expected. Silence reigned for a few seconds as Gustav thought of a way out of this. I might be able to contact Axela, Stark voiced from the side. Are you sure? Gustav's voice was laced with a shimmer of hope. I have the means to do so, but it might take some time. It just depends on if he is in the position to accept dual interdimensional communication or not, Stark explained. Thank you, Stark. Let's try contacting him right away, Gustav voiced. So long as Gustav was able to get a statement from Axela about selling the trinket and confirming its uses, he could use this against the Zionsis. Without a doubt, these planets were automatically disqualified while the battle challenge went on. Gustav had only fought a single battle today since no one challenged him. After he won the battle, he took note of the fact that he had acquired enough points to challenge a certain opponent without having to worry about them declining. Tomorrow is the day, Gustav muttered underneath his breath as the image of a participant with multiple limbs appeared in his mind. At the end of the day, Handler 1 addressed the entire arena again. Chapter 1299 ending in disappointment. Only a day was left before the next major challenge and Gustav wanted to ruin the Zionsis' chances of partaking, but things weren't currently moving in their favor. Grand Commander Shen was at the forefront of the issue and appeared before the board over 4 times in the course of the last 5 days. The handlers claimed that there still wasn't any proof that the attack was intentional, and Oromon had been repeatedly interrogated and also claimed it wasn't intentional. The fact that he was unable to amass such power on a regular gave the Zionsis something to hold on to. Grand Commander Shen provided footages of past challenges where Timmy and Glade fought against a couple of them and ended up leaving one of them severely injured. It was brought up to the panel that the severely injured Zionsi participant happened to be the brother of Oromon. It showed that Oromon had every reason to go after the two. Gustav also joined Grand Commander Shen in providing more footages of where Oromon repeatedly tried to challenge Timmy and Glade. Everything added up according to the panel, but the Zionsis admitted that even if this was to be so, Oromon was still incapable of killing 3 people with a single attack. The whole case seemed to be dragging on as the panel still hadn't come to a conclusion. On this day, there was going to be another hearing of sorts for the case, and Gustav had decided to find an alternative since Axela was taking time to give a feedback. Within the same panel hall Gustav was called to during his first scuffle with the Zionsis. 2 different groups stood to the right and left respectively before the board. We have new evidence to provide on how the murderer Orimon knowingly slaughtered 2 of our own, an MBO officer voiced from the left. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The Zionsis by the right tried to voice out their displeasure at Orimon's labeling but got shut down by one of the board members. Silence. We shall let the Earth display their new evidence. The floor is yours. Gustav stepped forward with a translucent smooth-surfaced circular item which floated in mid-air beside him. SJ project the footages, Gustav commanded. SJ proceed to emit rays of light that formed a holographic projection of footages. A look of intrigue could be seen on the faces of the board members as they stared at the footages. That is Premier Sherman having a transaction with the collector known as Axela. The moment Gustav uttered these words, loud gasps could be heard within the panel room. Everyone was aware of who Axela was, and now they could see Premier Sherman, who was a Zionsi higher up, having a meal with the galaxy-wide criminal. Do take note of the ring he received from Axela, Gustav voiced, while the footage displayed the full meeting between both of them. Panel leaders, you cannot believe the words of this earthling. That could be an. One of the Zionsis tried to speak but was cut short by a panel leader. Wait your turn. Let the earthling speak. The Zionsis kept quiet after this, but the visibly look of distraught could be spotted on their faces. The more Gustav spoke, the higher the tension in the air increased. The footage of Sherman receiving the trinket played out completely and even displayed Axela disappearing. Gustav mixed a bit of lie at the end, stating that Miss Amy was onto Axela, but he managed to escape before he was caught. However, Sherman had already purchased the item he needed. The footage went on to display the moment during the Monolith Challenge where Orimon had the same trinket around his finger. The trinket emitted a magenta-colored glow just moments before the same colored blazing spear appeared. All of these are proofs that the Zionsis purchased an item that could temporarily boost power just so he would be able to kill my subordinates with a single attack. They did purchase from the most notorious collector wanted across galaxies after all, Gustav explained with a tone of certainty. Of course, feel free to confirm the authenticity of these footages, Gustav added. Panel leaders, do not let this earthling mislead you. That person could have been anyone and we are unaware of what that ring is. Orimon should be able to explain better, one of the Zionsis voiced while gesturing at Orimon. Orimon shakily stepped forward to speak. Panel leaders. I received that ring from Uncle Sherman without being aware if it meant anything. It was a gift. That is a lie. Why would anyone want to purchase an ordinary jewelry from one of the most known collectors in the world? Grand Commander Shen butted in strongly. That indeed doesn't make any sense. What do you have to say for yourself, Orimon? One of the panel leaders questioned. Panel leaders, surely you are aware that this person doesn't look anything like Axela. Axela looks like this. One of the Zionsis went on to display Axela's true look with an holographic projection. This was an image of the same person Gustav and Stark had seen on that day where Miss Amy abducted Axela and made him take on his true form. Beautiful like a female, body structured like a male, but happened to be void of gender. As we should all know, no wanted criminal would come to a planet like this with their true form, Gustav voiced from the side. Bring evidence forward that this person before Premier Sherman is Axela, another one of the Zionsis stated. There was a brief silence, and due to this the Zionsis got more confidence and stated that the Earth was just trying to frame them over a normal piece of jewelry. Even if there is no proof that Axela was the person who sold that item to Premier Sherman, it is without a doubt that the item is responsible for the murderous attack. The footage proves everything, Grand Commander Shen pointed out. Panel leaders, my subordinate only chose to accept a gift from his uncle. When did that become a sin? There is no evidence that the item was bought from the collector known as Axela, neither is there any evidence that also would prove that our representative knowingly used that item to kill his fellow rivals. Captain Alumo spoke as well. Even if it is what the Captain of Earth says it is, it still doesn't prove that Orimon activated it intentionally. The young participant WSS completely oblivious, another one of the Zionsis stated. Indeed, as the Zionsis have claimed, the evidence provided here is incomplete, one of the panel leaders stated. The evidence is right there in front of you, are you all fucking blind? Gustav voiced with a cold tone. Watch your language, earthling. one of the panel leaders stated with a strong tone of caution. As things stand, the panel is still unable to decide whether the Zionsis should be completely disqualified or given a strike. However, if they are able to bring forward evidence of the other person in the video being Axela, the panel will disqualify the Zionsis, another one of the panel leaders stated. Earth tried to say a few things to buttress their point, and the Zionsis also weren't satisfied with the fact that the only thing needed to get them disqualified was proof of that person being Axela. Both parties were unable to change the decision of the panel, who decided to give Earth more time to gather evidence before they came up with a conclusion. Both sides were currently tensed due to the present state of things. We have to make sure they never get their hands on any evidence to prove that it was Axela, the Zionsis decided as they stepped out. Evidence A. I will get that. Gustav was a bit disappointed as to how things turned out today, but he was sure about getting the evidence. Although he was unable to stop the Zionsis from participating in tomorrow's challenge, he would definitely get them disqualified before the coming one after tomorrow. Stark would make sure to get everything prepared for him while he focused on the coming challenge. Even if I am unable to get them disqualified now, should we come into contact with one another, I will make them pay. I will make them wish they had gotten disqualified earlier, Gustav swore internally as he made his way back to the residential quarters. The spectators were excited for the next challenge due to the fact that it was the second to the last, but Gustav was more interested in it to deal with this bunch. At the moment, the issue of Erd's loss had spread and how they wanted the Zionsis disqualified. Some alien spectators sympathized with them since they lost two potential youngsters in one go, while others felt they were doing too much. The latter mentioned things like, Earth isn't the first to lose representatives, so why are they acting like it's a big deal? Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1300. Truly, other planets that lost one or two representatives didn't make a huge fuss out of it like Earth was doing, but Gustav didn't care about all the remarks flying around. If the others were unconcerned about losing lives of loved ones, that was their business. As for him, he would make sure the Zionsis paid dearly. You've been avoiding me. The moment Gustav stepped into the residential quarters, he voiced out. Big brother. Endrik mumbled with a slightly guilty expression before turning away. And you're still doing it, Gustav voiced. I am not. I just have something to do, Endrik said while stepping forward. Pa. Gustav grabbed Endrik by the arm before he could move away, stopping him in his tracks. What are you feeling guilty about? Gustav questioned. Endrik's heart missed a beat the moment he heard that. I am not. Endrik stuttered for a bit before Gustav chimed in. Don't lie to me. I only recently just accepted you as my little brother. Don't make me regret that action. Gustav's tone was so cold, it took effect on the atmosphere. Endrik's heart sank to his stomach. His face had turned extra white as he pictured worst-case scenarios. Big brother, I am just feeling the same as everyone. We are mourning Timmy's loss, are we not? And we all feel guilty about being unable to save him. Endrik spoke without turning his face around. Tell me something. Did you see it? Gustav questioned with a suspicious tone. See what? Endrik's lips quivered since he knew exactly what Gustav was asking about, but still decided to play dumb. Don't mess around. You're a time candidate. To an extent, you can perceive coming events before they happen. Did you see it? Did you know the attack was coming? Gustav reiterated with a strong tone of suspicion. It was too late when I did. I may be a time candidate, but I can't see everything, Endrik replied with a remorseful tone. Okay. Gustav let Endrik go and turned around to head to the passageway. Endrik heaved a sigh of relief as Gustav approached the passageway, but then he suddenly stopped. If I ever find out that you know more than you are letting on, you will come to regret it, Gustav stated with a strong tone. Whatever it is you're hiding, make sure you take it to the grave with you. Gustav's voice trailed off as he walked away. Endrik was visibly shaken and stood in place for many seconds without moving. He gulped down saliva in fear as his mind roamed with thoughts. How could I tell him I betrayed the trust of a loved one for him? How could I tell him I took over 3 million lives to make his better? How could I tell him that even after the lives I sacrificed, I still failed to protect 2 of his loved ones? How could I possibly tell him that I was aware of their deaths before it happened? How can I tell him I am a piece of shit? Endrick's lips quivered as he tightened his fist in pain and helplessness. He remained in place for minutes before he finally stepped forward. Will you come clean to him? Huzarius asked internally. I don't know. I think he will hate me if I do. Endrick responded with a look of defeat. Nightfall arrived very quickly, and at this point the golden streets had less traffic as well as the air. The massive arena was extremely quiet and void of life, or so it seemed. At a part of the outskirts of the arena, a being covered completely with bandage-like black clothes could be seen in a squatting position. Dark mist emitted from this being with hollow pitch-black eyes as they carved an unknown symbol onto the arena backwalls. // After carving out the symbol, a small white glow shone across the edges of the carving before it suddenly vanished. In the next moment, it looked like nothing had been carved in that area. The dark-clothed being stood upright and nodded, probably in satisfaction. The moment they turned around to leave, a face appeared their line of sight. Grab. It had come as a jump scare, as this face was only inches from theirs the moment they turned around, but the figure grabbed them before they could jump back instinctively. The dark being struggled continuously as the figure wrapped their hands around the being's neck. The dark being was unable to release itself no matter how much they tried. This figure was just too strong and soon caused the dark being to pass out very quickly. Minutes later, the dark being clad in black bandage-like clothes could be seen approaching Ingulus Prime residential quarters. He arrived before the entrance and it opened up for him automatically. The moment he stepped in, it was like he had just arrived within a different world. I think you should take a look at this novel. CM cold, extreme coldness and humidity swept across the air. The ceiling had disappeared. There was no passageway, no walls, no doors, no furnitures, or anything else that would be present in a normal participant's residential quarters. Just total darkness. It looked like a world of endless darkness that extended forever. Anyone would get lost in this world since there was no sense of navigation, but the dark figure continued to stroll through this void world. After what seemed like forever, the dark figure could spot other dark figures similar to himself in the distance. You're late, Ma. Did you get it done? Ingulus Prime Captain questioned. Yes, all done, Ma responded after arriving before the group of 19. Good, hold on, why can't I sense our connection? Ingulus Prime Captain questioned while moving closer to Ma. Ma stood in place without answering. Oh, another distant disconnect, Ingulus Prime Captain voiced with a tone of understanding. We have to report our progress to Prime G right now, one of the other Ingulus Prime members voiced. I'll have to fix this connection problem later. Time to report to Prime Vessel G, Captain Iron stated before turning to the side. Everyone gathered around and formed a circle in the next moment. Artu Oisha Re SKX Chiv Re Eat Melu. Mist emitted from everyone's figure as Captain Iron began chanting with his eyes closed. The environment was already extremely dark, so it would be impossible to see dark mist here or even the dark figures. However, these figures could see each other clearly along with the mist. After a couple of seconds, Fruwuum tilde a pair of deep dark eyes appeared in their midst. Everyone instantly bowed upon the appearance of these large dark eyes. Prime Vessel G, they voiced with respect, causing their unified voices to echo across this dark space. How are the preparations going? A voice boomed across the dark space, radiating with power and vibrance. All preparations are almost finished. Before the last challenge comes to an end, it will be activated, Captain Iron stated. And are you sure the Outworldly will be in the midst of it? Prime Vessel G questioned. Leave that to us, Prime Vessel G, Captain Iron spoke. Everyone else was quiet while Captain Iron made the reports and answered any question Prime Vessel G threw at him. The offspring. Tell me, have you seen him? Prime Vessel G inquired. Not for a long time. I heard something happened to him, Captain Iron answered. Unbelievable, that means the Lord did it. He truly interfered. Prime Vessel G tone was laced with astonishment and adoration. Ah! Prime Vessel G, are you saying? Captain Iron was just as shocked as he responded. Yes, that offspring. He must really be fond of. This also means I have a new task for you, Prime Vessel G stated with a tone of seriousness. Anything you wish, Captain Iand replied. Bring back, sniff sniff what is that foul smell I perceive? Prime Vessel G suddenly paused while his deep dark eyes darted around. Foul smell? Prime Vessel G. I do not KN. Captain Iand suddenly paused and turned to the side. I smell it too, faintly. Captain Iand spoke with a tone of confusion. That would mean an unwanted presence is in our midst. Iand, you fool! One of your clones is not a clone. Prime Vessel G voice boomed thunderously as his gaze settled on the Indulus Prime participant that arrived the latest. Ma. You're not Ma. Who are you? Captain Iand questioned with a strong tone while staring at the teammate. Cheers. Chatter. Chatter. Cheers. The next morning had arrived and everyone had gathered in the arena as usual. Loud cheers of excitement rang out from the spectators' area as the participants made their way to the middle of the arena. Hui Tilda Handler 1 appeared on the screens, standing on his usual podium and began addressing the audience. Today's challenge is called the Medallion. In the next instant, the screens displayed a list of all the planets and then proceeded to start categorizing them. The colors, red, blue, yellow and green were tabled out vividly. Chapter 1301. The colors, red, blue, yellow and green were tabled out vividly. The computerized system filed the name of planets underneath the different colors, and in the next few seconds everyone was aware of what colored group they belonged to. Were amongst the yellows, some Arxlakix voiced. Were in the same group, Planet Orion participants moved towards them. Green. Let's meet up with the others. Why are we in the same group with these weaklings? Damn it, I would have preferred if we were under the red. Sounds of chatters could be heard all around from both participants and spectators. While everyone was either ecstatic or tensed, Earth participants seemed to be distraught. Any luck? Asked Elevra, who approached from the other hand. No, we can't find him anywhere, Elevra responded with an extremely disturbed tone. Swooshy Tilda Angius figure blazed through the participants and arrived before and Elevra. She shook her head with a look of concern while and Elevra grew even more disturbed. He didn't come back last night. I know it's not the first time, but he has never been late to a challenge, Angie fidgeted while speaking. Yeah, this is unlike him, and it's even worse that we don't know his whereabouts, responded with a sigh. I have informed Miss Amy, she's searching as well. Eldris approached them while speaking. For someone as powerful as she is to be unable to find Gustav in an instant, something must be wrong, Matilda intoned. Guys, what are we going to do? The challenge is about to begin, Sheila voiced from the side. At the moment, Handler 1 was giving details on the Medallion challenge while the Earth representatives was missing a person. Gustav. The Medallion challenge is a very simple one. As Handler 1 spoke, a massive golden medallion descended from above. It was the size of a skyscraper with its golden-plated circular surface 5 times the size of a truck. It floated just 2 feet above the ground, emitting a distinct glow from the carvings all across its surface. That is the medallion. The challenge comes to an end after one or more persons from a colored group makes contact with the medallion for a required amount of time without separation. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Isn't that too simple? So if the required time is 5 minutes and a group manages to touch the medallion without disruption for that period, the challenge would end in 5 minutes. This won't take long at all. A lot of the spectators already bore it in mind that this challenge would be over very quickly without waiting for Handler 1 to finish speaking. Meanwhile, Miss Amy floated above the first disc, scanning the entire planet Osius with her senses. Where are you, kid? She wondered internally while flying around the first disc at very quick pace. Her speed was extremely quick that even the watchtower was unable to capture her frame. She circled the entire first disc, which was 70 times larger than Earth, 10 times in a span of a couple seconds. Miss Amy was still unable to find him. She sped to the next disc, and then the disc after that, to the next disc. It was the same result. She was unable to find Gustav no matter how much she searched. Could he be off the planet? Miss Amy mumbled with a look of disbelief and confusion. She set her senses back on the 9th disc, hoping that Gustav would appear in the arena or something, but unfortunately this wasn't happening. "Come on, kid, you're gonna miss this." Miss Amy was extremely worried as she noticed Handler 1 addressing the participants. Bear in mind only one colored group can try capturing the medallion at a time because it only allows one group to make contact and repels them when another group makes contact. The moment Handler 1 revealed this, the place turned even noisier. Dash repels them. Dash, does that mean the group that makes contact after one gets repelled or the other way around? Dash, this is a little confusing. Dash, this is going to be interesting. I think you should take a look at this novel. Commandler 1 went on to explain properly with an instance displayed on the screens. An animation displayed a person in blue battle vest reaching the medallion first and making contact. Another person in red vest comes along and touches the medallion while the blue person is still in contact with the medallion. The moment the red touches the medallion, the blue immediately gets blasted backwards. The handler explained that two colors cannot make contact at the same time. The animation went on to display another person in green battle vest approaching. Upon contact, the one in red battle vest got blasted backwards. Everyone now understood that to capture the medallion, they needed to prevent every other color from getting close. This aspect was going to make things difficult since there were 3 other colors to watch out for. The repellent force is powerful enough to crush the internal organs of any living being. Handler 1 dropped another bombshell, causing loud gasps and voices of terror to reverberate across the arena. "We're amongst the Reds," EE voiced with a tone of realization. He hadn't really been paying attention since they were trying to find Gustav. "Yeah, we are, but we're together with the Draconettes. What if they try to pick a fight?" Matilda said with a worried look. "We're all looking to pass to the final stage, so I don't think they will do that. If they mess with us, it will also jeopardize their chances," Eldris pointed out. "How are we going to do this without Gustav?" Angie's question caused silence amongst them. "What do you mean by he is not here, Husarius?" Endrick questioned internally. "His energy signature vanished. He isn't on this planet," Husarius responded. "That makes no sense." Endrick knew there was no way Gustav would leave this planet, at least not willingly. "He could be in another dimension or something," Husarius said with uncertainty. "Let's retrace his last steps," Endrick decided before storming off in the middle of Handler 1 briefing. "This is where the vests come in. The colored battle vests every participant shall be provided with has in-built mechanism that absorbs the effects of the repellent force. A participant would still get repelled, but the vest would protect them from any serious harm," Handler 1 revealed calmly. The participants had relaxed expressions after hearing this, but Handler 1 wasn't done yet. "However, the vest only has a limited amount of energy. It can only prevent harm a number of times. When the energy within the colored vest has been depleted, a participant might lose their life if they were to get repelled again." Handler 1's new revelation caused the faces of a lot of participants to pale. The challenge was truly both simple and tricky at the same time. Handler 1 mentioned that energy within the vest could be bought with points. So it seemed planetary groups with a lot of points might be able to purchase vest energy non-stop and remain immune to the harm of getting repelled. Planetary groups felt this was unfair, but then realized that this might be amongst the reasons why 50 planets were under each color. Planetary groups with high points could be found under every color. Every planet under red instantly became glad that they had Earth and Draconettes with them, since these two had the highest number of points amongst all planets. They seemed to have better chances here. Meanwhile, the Earth participants were currently discombobulated. Only about 7 of them could be currently found in the arena, while the others had been continuously heading in and out while the briefing was ongoing. The medallion challenge will be beginning soon. All participants are required to wear their battle vests, Handler 1 voiced. 4 rectangular points, red, blue, yellow and green, appeared in the arena while it expanded. The arena grounds were growing larger and larger, splitting the participants under different colors from one another. They were all required to move towards the various points that displayed their color. The participants headed there and touched the rectangular pillar that extended from the ground. Battle vests appeared on their bodies, displaying the colors they represented. "Where are the others? The challenge is about to begin," Yonder voiced with an irritated expression while properly positioning the red vest on his body. Looks like Gustav will be missing this challenge, Shirama said while gesturing at the others who were returning alone. Looks like we'll have to do this under your command, Vice Captain, Abestos stated the moment the others gathered around to get their vests. Ealdris had a troubled look of defeat as he let out a sigh and acquired his red vest as well. All right everyone, let's do our best, Ealdris voiced with a focused expression. Let the Medallion challenge begin. The Bloodline system is now available on Amazon KDP, Kindle and paperback version. Reviews will be appreciated. You could also share with a friend of loved one. Thank you all for the continued support. Chapter 1302 Let the Medallion challenge begin. Gasp! The entire arena lit up in uproar as an unexpected phenomenon suddenly occurred at Tb's moment. Thurieh! What the hell is that? EE voiced with a tone of terror. A dark rift had appeared in the sky above the arena, making it seem as though the sky was ripped apart. It brought with it an energy of darkness that vigorously caused the atmosphere to shake. Handler 1 had also paused in confusion as he looked upwards with knitted eyes. Participants and spectators were just as terrified as well as confused. There's someone there. A participant yelled while pointing at the sky. Huh! Everyone looked closely and truly noticed the hands of a person spreading the rift apart from within to make it wider. It seemed as though this person was responsible for the rift and happened to still be tearing the sky open. Is that? Angie's eyes widened as a face stuck through the opening of the rift. Gustav! EE and Ealdris voiced at the same time as the person proceeded to jump through the rift's opening. The rift in the sky vanished immediately after. Fuehuai! The whooshing wind reverberated across the place as the figure dropped from a height of more than 20,000 feet. Bang! He landed precisely in the midst of the arena, causing a storm of dirt to be dispersed across the air. Fuwush! Fuhushi! 3 handlers had already arrived before him the moment he landed with wariness. Chatter! 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 Dash! Is that Earth's captain? Dash! Where was he all this time? Gustav Crimson. One of them voiced with a tone of wariness as the figure, who seemed to have dark corroded markings all over his body, stood in place with his knees slightly crouched and his face lowered. His body emitted a cloud of mist as he slowly raised his face, displaying a menacing-looking glint at the corner of his eyes. Hope I am not too late? Gustav questioned as the dark marks of corrosion all over his body slowly began to fade. Are you okay? One of the handlers questioned. Gustav turned to shoot a glance in the direction of a group of dark beings in blue battle vests. I am fine. The brief stare was so intense that even the participants surrounding the group it was directed at felt chills. So it was him, Captain Iron voiced with a tone of realization. This is bad, Captain, one of the Indulus Prime members said in response. It is, but he cannot do anything to stop what is coming, Captain Iron stated while staring at Gustav, who was getting questioned. The handlers scanned Gustav and even had their medical team check up on him while the challenge was briefly halted. His teammates had surrounded him as well, questioning him about what happened, but Gustav didn't answer anyone and asked only one question. Where is Miss Amy? Fuhush! Bang! Miss Amy landed in the arena the next moment and walked towards Gustav. Mom, you're not supposed to be. Shut up. Miss Amy cut one of the handlers off before they could complete their sentence. Are you all right, kid? Miss Amy questioned the moment she arrived before him. Captain Crimson has less than 1 minute to decide if he will be partaking in this challenge or not. Handler 1 voice reverberated across the arena. There's no time, Gustav said while reaching out to grab Miss Amy's face. Memory transfer has been activated. Before Miss Amy could throw further questions, a plethora of Gustav's memories of the last few hours drifted into her mind. Her expression was one of disbelief and surprise as this lasted for around 20 seconds. Time up. Earth, are you prepared to partake in this challenge or will you be forfeiting? Handler 1 voice rang out once more. We're ready, Gustav answered while Miss Amy nodded and flew out of the arena. You need to get your vest first, Ealdris said while pointing at the red structured pillar on the southeast corner of the arena. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM swoosh tilde Gustav's figure vanished and reappeared before the pillar. Upon making contact, a red battle vest appeared on his body. We're fully ready now. Gustav's voice reverberated heavily across the arena like a battle cry. Does he even know what the challenge is about? Matilda nearly facepalmed after Gustav's yell. We'll have to brief him, Eldris responded while the handler finally gave the go-ahead for the challenge to begin. Let the Medallion challenge begin. Medallion challenge? Looks like I missed a whole lot, Gustav voiced as he recalled what happened last night. That would mean an unwanted presence is in our midst. Ironed, you fool. One of your clones is not a clone. Prime Vessel G voice boomed thunderously as his gaze settled on the Indulus Prime participant that arrived the latest. Ma. You're not Ma. Who are you? Captain Ironed questioned with a strong tone while staring at the teammate. Bloodlust suddenly covered the entire dark space as the figure they glared at suddenly turned around. Fuhushushu tilde his figure darted across the dark space with speed as he made a run for it. After him. Kill him. Kill him. Prime Vessel G commanded. The endless darkness began to twist and turn as they chased after the infiltrator. The infiltrator was none other than Gustav, who had taken the form of one of the Indulus Prime participants. Gustav had been staking the Indulus Prime members for almost 2 weeks without their knowledge. During that time he had taken note of their activities and properly plotted how he was going to infiltrate their residential quarters. Now he had successfully done so. However, there was something he never saw coming. He had no idea that the Indulus Prime participants were all clones of their captain. Ironed. Swoosher tilde Gustav was very quick, no doubt, but the expanse of darkness was starting to reject him. It was like it had been rewired to gnaw away at his existence so long as he remained within. The Indulus Prime participants were having a hard time catching up despite this being their domain, but with the darkness thrashing at Gustav, he was bound to eventually slow down. The vicinity was becoming corrosive for him and dark marks began appearing all over his body. I can't seem to get to the entrance. Did the darkness expand? Gustav wondered as he kept dashing forward unhindered. Gustav's perception had grown so huge that he was capable of covering the size of the entire Earth with it at his current strength. This was why he was able to navigate this expanse of darkness and find the Indulus Prime members in the first place. However, now that it seemed the darkness was expanding, Gustav was finding it difficult to leave this place. Tuhushi tilde an Indulus Prime member suddenly materialized from the darkness before him, branding a pair of dark blades. Slash. Gustav bent backwards, dodging the swing of the dark blades which missed his face by only a few inches. Through tilde his figure swerved to the side and grabbed the Indulus Prime participant from the back of his head. The moment Gustav made contact with his head, a thought appeared in his mind. Mental manipulation has been activated, siphoning memories. Gustav's eyes gleamed with an expression of confoundment as string of memories streamed into his mind. The figure in his grasp shook repeatedly like someone suffering from epilepsy. In a few moments this figure dematerialized, turning completely into dark mist. Gustav only managed to get bits from his memory since it was also one of the clones. Still, he had gotten useful information that helped him in piecing things together. Gustav had no time to dwell on everything he had uncovered. He had to keep running. Hours went by and Gustav still hadn't found the exit. It must be daytime already. At this rate I'll miss the next challenge, Gustav said internally while panting profusely. At this rate you might even die here. The dark domain is corroding your body faster than your regeneration can keep up, the system voiced in his head. Yeah, or asterisk huff huff star. I noticed, Gustav responded while letting out heavy breaths. You need to get out of this dimension as soon as possible. I know. Finding the exit is becoming impossible. Gustav paused and turned around to scan the vicinity. There was nothing but darkness for thousands of miles. He couldn't use his dimensional bracelet to get out because for some reason, the domain hindered its functionality. If I can't find an exit, then I will create one. Gustav's voice was calm but it radiated powerfully across the vicinity. His eyes emitted a crimson glow in the midst of the blistering darkness as he returned to his original form. Zing tilde the Jaiko Hakai katana appeared in his grasp and he suavely raised it while wrapping his second hand around the bottom part of the hilt. His arms transformed, becoming extremely muscular and lengthy as dark scales appeared all over them. Chapter 1303 His arms transformed, becoming extremely muscular and lengthy as dark scales appeared all over them. If you do this, you could appear anywhere on planet Osius. The system seemed to understand what Gustav had in mind. It doesn't matter so long as I get out. A burst of immense energy radiated from his figure as Gustav gathered all the strength he could muster at this moment. ×2 power boost has been activated, atomic manipulation has been activated, slash has been activated. Gustav activated a bunch of skills at the same time, boosting his strength by several levels. If anyone was to witness the chaotic energy swirling across the place, they would be shook to the core. Gustav swung the Jaiko Herkai katana forward in the next moment, causing a powerful bolt of energy to slash across the dark dimension. Through the space-time continuum within the dark dimension rippled vigorously as the powerful slash tore a hole through space. A rift had appeared up ahead. The small space between the rift displayed a golden-platted planet with a massive arena in the distance. Gustav quickly sped forward while keeping the katana away and tried stabbing his hands through the rift. It was only small at first, making it difficult for him to jump through, but when Gustav arrived before it, he ripped it open widen with his bare hands. Fuehuai tilde he jumped through in the next instant. To think not only are the Ingulus Prime members clones of their captain, but they also are not the real Ingulus Prime species. Gustav FSLT that everything he had discovered in the span of a night had pieced the puzzle ongoing in his mind for over a month. Now that Gustav had uncovered their intentions and what they were hiding, why didn't he say anything or try to get them disqualified the moment he got out of the dark dimension? Simple. Gustav had no time to gather evidence that could be visibly viewed by everyone. If he tried to do that, he would only be forfeiting the current challenge and Ingulus Prime would still be able to partake regardless since the challenge wouldn't be put on hold just 'cause of his words. This was the reason he had passed the information to Miss Amy immediately, which included a bunch of memories from the moment he began investigating them. This way he could participate in the Medallion challenge while Miss Amy did the needful to get rid of Ingulus Prime while it was ongoing. That's our objective, EE voiced. Oh, I see. Gustav voiced in response after EE explained everything that the challenge entailed to him. This gave me an idea, Gustav voiced. Oh, you sweet. One that would help us win, right? EE asked. A sinister grin appeared on Gustav's face in the next moment as he stared in a particular direction. One that would help us win, right? EE's smile stiffened as he spotted where Gustav was staring at. Gustav proceeded to charge forward faster than a lot of the other planet's participants under the red group. Every of the colors were all heading towards the massive medallion from 4 different directions. Everyone, let's clear the perimeter around the medallion first before trying to capture it. Captain Austral voiced loudly from the front. Hey, you're not the boss of me. One of Planet Zillion participants yelled from the side. We're gonna need to work together if we want to win this. A participant from Planet Ruse voiced with an amicable tone. Captain Crimson, you agree with me, right? Captain Austral questioned. Yeah. It would be best we assign roles to each other. Let some of us handle defense to prevent any other colors from getting close once we start capturing the medallion. Let some be stand-ins just in case any color manages to break through and touch the medallion. They would quickly take the position of those that have gotten repelled. Let some take the role of contact, and it would be better if they had a lot of vest energy to keep going after getting repelled. Some also need to take care of defense on an aerial level, Gustav listed out. Formations they could take once they managed to clear the perimeter. He didn't care that planet Draconet had previous scuffle with Earth. Right now they were on the same team and they needed to come up with ways to succeed together. The planets under red quickly categorized themselves in formations, deciding the land aerial defenders, aggressors, touchers, and stand-ins based on Gustav's suggestions. However, this formation would not be met yet as the 4 colors clashed the moment they arrived before the medallion. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! All sorts of attacks were thrown out as the colors engaged each other. The arena quickly turned to a battlefield as explosions and heavily collisions rang out repeatedly. Destruction rippled across the place as craters were left on the grounds of the arena. Powerful planets existed in other colors as well, so Red was finding it difficult to follow the plans they agreed to. Blue is capturing the medallion. A loud automated voice reverberated across the entire arena the moment a participant in blue vest made contact with the medallion. Boom! A small explosion rang out as another colored participant touched the medallion in the next moment, causing the blue-vested participant to get sent flying thousands of feet away. Green is capturing the medallion. Boom! I think you should take a look at this novel. CM, Red is capturing the medallion. Boom! Yellow is capturing the medallion. Explosions rang out multiple times along with different announcements as participants repeatedly got repelled after trying to capture the medallion. The medallion was very massive, so it would be difficult to prevent anyone else from touching it. At the moment, so many participants engaged each other around the medallion, which made things even more difficult. Swii tilde bang. One of the Klaxosapes swung his massive club forward, clearing a bunch of participants around the golden glowing surface of the medallion. He immediately went on to touch the medallion. Yellow is capturing the medallion. An Oxys participant in green moved to touch the medallion as well, but, Fwy tilde bang, a Klaxosape sent a kick at his face, causing him to spiral across the air heavily. Other Klaxosapes had also come from the side and attacked anyone that tried to get close to the medallion while it was being captured. Unfortunately, this didn't last long as a figure descended from the air. Fwy tilde, one of the Klaxosapes, leapt up to meet the descending female figure in red vest, but he didn't manage to cross more than a 20 feet height before. Thurai. A bright purplish beam shot out from the forehead of this figure, slamming into the Klaxosape and sending him crashing into the ground below. Elevra made contact with a part of the medallion from above, and all the Klaxosapes touching it instantly got repelled. Red is capturing the medallion. She heaved a sigh of relief, but it didn't last more than a second as another participant made contact with the medallion from below. Bang! A heavy force slammed into Elevra, sending her flying in the next instant. Green is capturing the medallion. We need to regroup and stick to that formation now. Captain Austral yelled with a slightly frustrated look as she sent an opponent in blue vest flying with a fist. There are still many surrounding the medallion. Fildhor yelled with his body turning completely metallic black. Where is Gustav? EE yelled as he couldn't spot Gustav around. A few moments later a figure descended from above powerfully on the east side of the medallion where no red vest was situated. Bang! A burst of red energy blasted forth from his figure, sweeping across the vicinity heavily. Kiarare. Loud and painful shrieks rang out as hundreds of participants got sent flying from this red shockwave. Gustav turned around at this point while his skin turned green and bloated. Ria now! He yelled while stomping onto the ground. Bang! At the same instant, Ria pushed his hand towards the ground as well. Kruv tilde Ruch Klil tilde icicle-like walls instantly rose around them and the medallion, covered in liquid lava like flames and milky glow coating their tips. The walls rose to a height of more than 9,000 feet in a couple of seconds, causing the battlefield to quake greatly. It surrounded the medallion and the red-vested participants boxing them in, but they weren't the only ones within this barricade. Other participants in different colored vests were also within. Endrick! Gustav yelled. Endrick nodded and snapped his finger. Pa! An invisible barrier instantly appeared above the barricade, protecting the upper opened space like a rooftop. Bang! Participants who had flight abilities and wanted to dive downwards hit the invisible barrier and were left stupefied. EE, it's your turn now, Gustav said to EE, who immediately understood. EE pushed his fingers forward and began to conjure vortexes across the space within the barricade. The participants in other colored vests found themselves sucked into the vortexes before they could even put up a fight. Chapter 1304. The participants in other colored vests found themselves sucked into the vortexes before they could even put up a fight. Red is capturing the medallion. Woo tilde cheers tilde loud cheers rang out from the spectators area that consisted of planets under the red color. Dash Captain Crimson is amazing. Dash he just single-handed turned the tide. Dash at this rate we might win. Dash let's cheer them on. The Earth spectators area, as well as others whose planet had been disqualified and had taken a liking to Gustav, could be heard talking about him in adoration. They began slowly chanting his name as they watched the challenge with looks of interest. Bang! 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 Boom! The sound of explosions rang out heavily as the colors trapped on the outside of the barricade began sending forth powerful attacks. Endrik snapped his fingers a couple more times, creating more stacks of telekinetic barriers above and around the walls. He focused his energy mostly on the ones above to prevent entry. "This isn't going to hold forever," Gustav announced as his body returned to normal while he headed towards the others. "How long does it take to capture the medallion?" Gustav inquired. "One person would need 1 hour without disruption, but if more participants of the same color make contact at the same time, the process would be sped up," Eldris explained. "With every added participant of the same color touching the medallion, the capture time would be cut by 5 minutes. He went on to mention that the sped-up effect only works for 2 to 10 people touching at a time. Any more than 10 didn't increase the effect. Gustav nodded in understanding as he stared at the medallion. Since they were up to 1,000 participants under the red, they undoubtedly had 10 people to spare. "So, we just have to hold this for 15 minutes to win, right?" Gustav voiced despite knowing the answer. "Yes," Eldris responded. Boom. The space within the barricade quaked heavily as a powerful attack hit the west side of the walls. Gustav was usually confident in the durability of the Aero silk, especially now that it was combined with Ria's lava fortification and atomic manipulation. However, there were 3 different colors trying to get in at the moment. 3,000 powerful participants from different planets were all attacking at the same time. It was bound to come down if he didn't do something about it. Send us out there," Gustav instructed. "What? Wouldn't it be better for us to stay in here and fortify the barricade from the inside out?" Planet Rue's captain voiced with a tone of confusion. "Everything will come crumbling down before we capture the medallion if we don't create a layer of defense out there. It would be better for some of us to go out there and ease the tension the barricade is currently receiving," Gustav explained. "I'd rather we stay in here," Captain Austral stated. "If the walls come crumbling down, well, make sure no one touches the medallion," Planet Zillion captain stated as well, and other planets captain under the red color agreed. What they didn't understand was, the moment the walls came crumbling down, there was no way the capturing wouldn't be disrupted. No doubt powerful people were within the barricade, but one thing that remained obvious was the massive size of the medallion. This made it easier to make contact, but it seemed everyone else was overconfident about preventing touch if the walls came crumbling down. "All right then. Send only me out there," Gustav decided. "What? Just you? There are thousands of them out there," said with a troubled tone. "Why don't I come with you?" Eldris voiced from the side. "Yes, let's come with you," added. Angie also closed in from the side. "Nah, you guys stay here. It needs more sensible folks," Gustav stated. "Send only me out there," Gustav added. "Come on, Ma, I also have unfinished business, chop chop," Gustav insisted. Everyone stared at each other briefly after hearing that, almost like they knew what Gustav was hinting at. "It'll be better off taking care of things alone anyways. You guys just make sure no one disrupts the process inside here." Just as Gustav finished voicing out, a flash of bluish light appeared within the barricade. 2 figures in yellow vests sped towards the medallion upon successfully teleporting inside the barricade. Bang! A leverer descended upon the first one from above, completely leaving them incapacitated, while Captain Austral grabbed the second one by the throat and flung him towards the barricade walls. 3-EE quickly conjured a vortex in fear of what would happen to that participant should they make contact with the spiky lava-like walls. The participant's body phased through the vortex and they vanished. A leverer grabbed the leg of the other participant and flung them in the direction of the vortex that was still open. He vanished as well and shut the vortex. "I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. Things like that will probably happen a couple more times, and they may even directly teleport in a manner that lets them make contact with the medallion the moment they appear here," Gustav referenced. "You guys need to stay here and stop that from happening. It'll make it more difficult for them on the outside," Gustav added. All right then, EE voiced while clasping his palms together. Swiror tilde a vortex appeared before Gustav and he proceeded to walk in. Dash what is Captain Crimson doing? Dash is he going out of the barricade? Dash what in the world is he thinking? The spectators were astonished as they noticed Gustav's actions. The violet-colored world only lasted for a second before Gustav arrived on the other end, which of course was outside the barricade. The moment Gustav appeared on the outside, he came into contact with a flurry of attacks headed in the direction of the barricade. Blazing skyscraper-sized flames, lightning streaks, multiple colored powerful beams and many more attacks raging at the barricade. Mini black hole has been activated. Fuehuai tilde Gustav leapt into the air and spread his arms like he was going in for a hug. The moment he performed this action, multiple baby fist-sized black swirls appeared all across the air in a lined-up format. The mini black holes spread across the place and consumed the flurry of attacks heading to the barricade from the west side. Fruuum tilde the attacks got swallowed up in a few moments, causing both participants and spectators' faces to lit up with expressions of astonishment. For the next 14 minutes, I will be your opponent, Gustav's voice rang out powerfully and vibrantly across the entire battle arena. At first everyone thought he must have run mad considering there were over 3,000 participants on the outside of the barricade. Planets like Osius, Diov, Ingulus Prime, Klaxosapes, Osiris, Orion and so many others were at the top of the rankings. They were very powerful, yet Gustav had decided to face all of them alone. The moment Gustav whipped out the Jaiko Herkai Katana from his storage device, they understood that he wasn't messing around. You may be powerful, but this was a bad idea. Gustav, Captain Vilax voiced from up ahead. Maybe you're right, Gustav smiled before swinging the katana forward. A massive reddish arc with electric sparks swimming across it bloated the entire sky in the next instant, descending powerfully upon the battlefield. Take cover. One yelled as many participants chose to escape the attack while some threw out attacks to counter. It looked like the sky was getting torn apart as the arc descended and wreaked havoc upon the battlefield. Lots of participants got blasted across the place as shockwaves spread heavily. Kiara. Screams rang out as many got hit by a dose of blistering hotness and electricity at the same time. The ground split open and the arena became fraught with even more destruction. Bang! 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 The sound of multiple collisions rang out as Gustav got engaged in mid-air by multiple participants who managed to escape the large-scale attack. Fuiwai tilde his figure slipped downwards as pairs of arms reached to grab him from behind. He landed on the charred ground where another participant was already swinging a massive white circular glowing blade at him. Dash has been activated. NDSVLM swoosh tilde Gustav swerved sideways, dodging the swing before sending a fist towards the back of the participant. Bang! Gustav proceeded to keep the Jaiko Herkai Katana away after his fist connected and leapt upwards once more. His arms turned into after images as he swung them forward in every direction. Bang! 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 It was like his fists slammed into all 6 participants surrounding him in mid-air at the same time as they all got sent flying in different directions with their backs caving in. Sui tilde Gustav moved to the left, dodging an insect-like arm that swept past his face from behind in the next instant. Sorry, Gustav voiced before grabbing the arm and spinning. Fuhush tilde he flung the Osius participant towards the ground in the next instant, causing their body to create a mini crater from the impact. Bang! We will be arriving at the first chapter scene after this. Thanks to everyone who made it this far. Chapter 1305 They know 1305 They know as Captain Strum felt like he was hit by a moving orbital body as 2 of his arms uprooted from his body after receiving the fist from Gustav. Blood jetted out like a fountain as he slammed into the far end of the barrier, breaking straight through all the layers and continuously shooting out into space. Fu Hui tilde Gustav figure vanished and he reappeared in space hundreds of feet before Captain Strum's body, which was still shooting forward. He gathered energy in his right arm as he arched it backwards while clenching his fist tightly. His fist was coated in a golden and pinkish glow as he drove it forward at Captain Strum's approaching body. Boom! Space parted as Gustav's fist sent ripples across the endless expanse of darkness the moment it collided with Captain Strum. Bang! 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 3 stars in the distance got snuffed out from the destructive wave of energy that spread forth from Gustav's fist as Captain Strum shot downwards like a dying star. Through his body shot across the solar system as it descended towards the 9th disk. All of his limbs uprooted from his body as he fell unconscious even before he hit the battle stage. Boom! The battle stage got blasted to smithereens the moment Captain Strum came into contact with it, sending another wave of destructive ripples across the vicinity. Fwhy! Gustav reappeared in the stage at this moment as time came to a standstill again. He deactivated cosmic superiority at this point to make sure it wouldn't be active when time went back to normal. The glow emitted from Encore slowly whittled as its figure began to disintegrate. Time stopped reversing and everything that seemed to be in an illusionary state started solidifying. Strum had reversed time to the point where he just activated the full power of his Encore and was tossing Gustav around like a dirt bag. As time went back to normal functionality, the scene that the spectators would be witnessing was Gustav getting beat up. However, the moment time resumed, the entire stage suddenly appeared destroyed and the scene the spectators were initially witnessing glitched like a video game playback. The spectators were completely astonished as they stared at the disgrated stage. One unconscious figure was completely laid on the ground with missing limbs while another was standing before the unconscious one with an unbothered expression. What the hell just happened? Captain Crimson was taking a beating and all of a sudden, Captain Strum is defeated. He looks blooded and battered too. His Encore is gone too? This doesn't make any sense. How did this happen? The spectators were in an utter state of confusion, not recalling the events that played out after this point of the battle. Only a few spectators like the Council Lords and Miss stared at the stage with looks of understanding, but they still remained astonished. The kid has truly grown more powerful than I realized. Miss Amy muttered. Chem. Young Miss, I sense time manipulation on a higher scale. What did we miss? Grand Commander questioned from the side. You didn't see it? Miss Amy asked with a slightly surprised tone. Grand Commander Shun was an alpha, so she had expected that even if he couldn't be completely immune to time-related abilities, he would at least be able to perceive the events ongoing during time manipulation and have memories of the original timeline. I can only faintly sense that time has been altered on a large scale, but I have no recollection of how things exactly went, Grand Commander Shun responded. Maybe this is a good thing. They will remain unaware that Gustav is a cosmic superior being. Miss Amy was still surprised that someone as young as Strum was able to pull this off with an alpha lacking memories of the original timeline, but she decided to use this to Gustav's advantage. She proceeded to narrate to Grand Commander Shun the events that played out while skipping the mention of Gustav's use of cosmic superiority. She didn't give him any explanation as to how Gustav was immune to time manipulation, which made the Grand Commander even more confused, but Miss Amy would rather leave him in confusion than let the Earth be aware of Gustav's cosmic superiority until the kid was ready to reveal it himself. Strum lost. But how? The Earth's captain seems to have broken out of his time manipulation. But how is this even possible? The Draconet's spectators area was in shambles as well. Bronze Midili clenched her fist so tightly a popping sound rang out. Even after everything he still lost, she voiced with a chilly tone. That kid, the Earth's captain. He is a cosmic superior being. Anyone would have lost, the other's prestigious-looking fellow beside Bronze Midili voiced out. Why did you stop me from interfering? No one would have noticed if I did. She turned to stare at the Draken beside her with a look of anguish. It was a battle between the two youngsters. Oldies like us are not meant to interfere. It would be a disgrace to our great planet if we were to interfere in such matters, the Draken voiced with a dismissive tone. Also, we are not the only ones who are aware of what went down, another male Draken voiced from the side while staring in the direction of Earth's spectators area. Bronze Midili gnashed her teeth while peering forward with a look of hatred. How dare that Earthling do this to my son, Gustav Crimson, planet Earth, wins, squinting eyes face, 1200 points attained amidst the confused gazes of the millions of spectators. Gustav exited the stage and walked towards the Earth's participants area. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad Captain Crimson won, but what the fuck just happened? Dash beats me. I don't understand a thing. Even the Earth spectators area was full of confused people. Gustav's fellow team members were not left out of this confusion. Wow, what did you do, Gus? He questioned the moment Gustav arrived before them. Long story, you all just can't remember because of strum time-related abilities. Gustav heaved a sigh of fatigue as he took a seat. He had expended a lot of energy to win that battle and almost depleted his Yaki in the process. Yaki would have been long depleted if it wasn't mixed with the other ability Gustav unlocked after becoming a parallel being. Good job, big brother, Endrik voiced from the side. You saw it? Gustav questioned but instantly arrived at the answer before Endrik responded. Time candidate perks. Gustav voiced. Endrik mouth hung loosely for a bit before he answered. Yes, oh. Endrik knows what happened. Endrik tell us we're confused, spit it out man. The group quickly clustered around Endrik, who eventually decided to give them a brief analysis of what happened while leaving a lot of parts out. The versus battle challenge continued while the spectators still couldn't get Gustav and Strum's battle out of their heads and kept trying to find answers as to what happened. Big brother, I noticed something. Endrik approached Gustav. What is it? Gustav questioned. They witnessed it too, Endrik answered. By they do you mean? Gustav glanced at Endrik with an expression of concern. Endrik nodded in response despite the fact that Gustav didn't complete his question. They're not supposed to be able to, this might be a problem. Gustavs caressed his chin with a contemplative expression as he muttered. Did you uncover anything about them last night? Gustav asked. Not yet, I'm still looking, Endrik stuttered a little before responding. You figured something out, didn't you? Gustav's tone instantly turned suspicious. I really am still looking into it. I have pieced what I saw together yet and no, you can't help me do that. I have to confirm if I'm looking in the right direction first so I don't mince information, Endrik answered with a sincere tone. Alright, do let me know when you figured it out, Gustav stated while turning to stare in the direction of Ingulus Prime participants. Ingulus Prime participants stood together in place with their pitch-black eyes on display as usual. Their expression remained unknown due to the wraps of bandage-like clothing covering the entirety of their figures. 100% confirmed, one of them voiced out. It was just as I suspected, Captain Iron voiced with a tone of anticipation. We have finally uncovered the outworldly. While they exchanged a few words over there, Endrik stood in place with a disturbed expression on his face as his forehead glowed with green light. You told me everything was okay. How could this be? Endrik yelled internally. No, I told you that going on that mission would increase the chances of averting great calamity in his future, which was correct, Husarius answered. Then what the hell did I see last night? Endrik asked. A better future compared to how things would have gone if you didn't act at all, Husarius replied. You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen. Follow current novels on tapnovelful.com. Chapter 1306s. Before this arc could completely decimate the battlefield again, Captain Vilax appeared before the rest of it. Bang! He placed both arms before the massive red arc and dark arrows began to appear all across it. Vilax is going to be a problem, Gustav muttered the moment he noticed the arc had been stopped. Vilax slowly joined his hands together and upon performing that action, the massive red arc of destruction shrunk. I do not need to inform you that your days are numbered. Captain Iron appeared behind Gustav in mid-air like a puff of black cloud. Captain Iron reached out to grab Gustav and held him in place. No, Gustav voiced while Vilax pushed his hands forward. The reddish arc went sent back in Gustav's direction, increasing immensely as it shot towards him. But yours are. Gustav grabbed Captain Iron's arms while increasing in size and proceeded to fling him in the direction of the oncoming massive reddish arc. Bam! Gustav landed on the ground and dashed towards the left while the arc rammed into Captain Iron's figure, sending him flying across the battlefield. Bang! The reddish arc of destruction vigorously slammed into the barrier Gustav and Rhea constructed around the medallion, causing it to quake. Gustav, on the other hand, charged towards the participants the moment he landed while conjuring massive red sickles. The captain of the Gunderbolts was holding onto some greenish ribbon-like weapon, which she swung towards Gustav the moment he arrived before her. Gustav grabbed one of the massive red sickles in mid-air and hacked down at her figure. Swish tilde the ribbon collided with the first red sickle and turned greenish before sending off a powerful explosion. Gustav had vanished and reappeared behind one of her subordinate. Slash tilde he slashed at the back of this Gunderbolt with another sickle, spilling blood on the battlefield. Gustav had gotten surrounded in just a moment again, as many of the captains tried dealing with him. The red sickles floating in mid-air swum around him, slashing at their figures very quickly. It looked like a blur of reddish blades whirring around Gustav's figure like chopper blades AG this moment. Only faster and more powerful. Bam! 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 Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a lightning streak before he was caught in an inescapable entrapment and he reappeared on the other side of the barrier. He is too fast. We need to find a way to trap him, the captains voiced with looks of frustration. No, we need to destroy the barrier. That's the only reason he is out here, to deter us, Captain Vilax yelled. It seemed like the western part of the barricade got a little breathing space after Gustav appeared on the other end. The other end had been raining attacks on the barricade when Gustav was busy dealing with the other side. With his sudden rampage, he had truly taken a huge load off the barricade. However, Gustav was still one person going against 3,000 participants. He couldn't deal with every single one of them at the same time. About 8 minutes had passed since he started his rampage and he had successfully put many of them out of commission, but it still wasn't enough, especially since he avoided the much stronger opponents to deal with weaker ones first. It's Captain Crimson, one of them yelled the moment Gustav appeared on the other side. Gustav had become a wild force to reckon with since this challenge began, and the participants understood what his appearance meant. Fushi tilde Gustav's figure blurred and he reappeared before an Oxykick who had the hole in his chest gleaming with a dangerous scarlet light. Gustav grabbed the Oxykick before he could react and lifted him slightly before turning him around. Throom tilde a powerful scarlet beam shot out from the Oxykick chests, blasting multiple participants away upon collision. Kiara. Arg. Screams rang out as some participants lost their limbs from this attack, but Gustav wasn't done. He proceeded to charge at the hundreds of participants up ahead, turning the Oxykick in his grasp to a weapon. Bang! 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 I think you should take a look at D's novel. CMA swung the entire Oxykick's body like it weighed nothing, slamming him into tens of participants in less than a second. Attacks approached him from behind, which he managed to evade. Gustav leapt into the air once more as his skin turned dark. His face transformed, taking the form of a dark bunny with massive horns and purplish terrifying glowing eyes. Kia! Gustav opened his mouth and sonic waves shot out of them, decimating this part of the battlefield. Many participants closed their ears in pain while bleeding profusely from different orifices of their bodies. The sonic scream didn't just affect them physically. To them it felt like their internal organs were turning to mush. What the hell? Just how many supernatural abilities does he possess? He's a monster. The participants that were still active stared at Gustav's figure above in disbelief. Gustav just kept using abilities upon abilities. It almost felt like their numbers were useless against him. It had been 10 minutes since he came out here, and in that short time frame he had taken out around 2,000 participants, single-handedly. This wasn't to say he hadn't taken any damage, but Gustav was moving so fast and precise that it made it difficult for anyone to successfully land a hit on him. Even the fastest species had been unsuccessful because it seemed like Gustav was able to predict their movements. They were very fast, but they couldn't fly, so catching up to Gustav was impossible for them. Fwy tilde Gustav descended with speed while conjuring an atomic blade. Before the participants could recover completely from the sonic waves, the atomic blade swept across the air. Two of the Rusians instantly got their legs lopped off. Loud and painful shrieks reverberated across the place as these two fell face flat, unable to run. At this moment, 3 of the Rusians arrived on the left and right sides of Gustav, stabbing their arm forward like blades. Gustav raised his left arm and wrapped it around the arm of the one on the left before swinging him to collide with the one on the right. However, the one behind managed to get Gustav. Gustav had moved slightly to the side to avoid getting his internal organs penetrated, but the arm cleanly stabbed through his left back area. It shoved through his left chest area, close to his shoulder. The Rusians were still the fastest species in the universe after all. It was a wonder that Gustav had managed to evade their attacks for this long. The impact sent Gustav catapulting forward, and other participants took advantage of this opportunity to rain down attacks on him. A bolt slammed into him from up ahead, sending him hurling backwards once more. Tens of participants crowded his figure, jumping to him and hounding Gustav with barrages of attacks. In just a few moments, he had been covered completely by hundreds of participants. You know, things would be easier if you just used Yaki, the system voiced. Two major disadvantages: everyone would know that I am a cosmic superior being, and it would also affect those within the barricade, Gustav responded while his entire figure was covered in total darkness. You still care about everyone knowing? The system inquired. Maybe I do. Also, I haven't used everything, Gustav said internally as his eyes emitted a silvery glow. Silver scales began to appear all across his body as horns grew out of his forehead. His body turned even more muscular than before as he reached a height of 10 feet despite the pressure of the hundreds of participants weighing on his figure. The participants could feel tingling sense of danger at this moment, almost like something was building up. Boom! A powerful surge of energy suddenly spread across the entire battlefield, sending every participant within a 10-mile radius flying. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure ascended into the air with a participant in his grasp. He proceeded to throw the helpless participant downwards after ascending to a height of 5,000 feet. Bang! Gustav dove forward to deal with the rest of the participants around. Boom! He suddenly paused as a loud explosion rocked the battlefield from far behind him. His perception swept across the place and he instantly understood what was going on. They got in, he voiced with an alarmed tone before turning around and flying towards the west side of the barricade. At this moment the screens above displayed that only 2 minutes were left before Red would successfully capture the medallion, but some of the participants from other colors had managed to break through the barricade. Swoosh! Gustav descended upon the west side of the barricade to spot a massive hole where the Aerosilk was supposed to be. Bang! 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 A battle had already ensued within the barricade. He immediately spotted a figure up hundreds of feet up ahead in green vest, who was inches away from making contact with a piece of the medallion. Chapter 1307 Medallion Challenge comes to an unexpected finish. He immediately spotted a figure up hundreds of feet up ahead in green vest, who was inches away from making contact with a piece of the medallion. Gustav was no doubt very quick, but there was no way he would get to this participant before they made contact with the medallion. It was literally right before them. One could say they already made contact. Swooshy! Just when the hand was only half an inch from making contact, a silver streak collided with the figure in green vest. Bang! The participant was sent hurling across the air while the silver streak materialized atop the medallion. Angie! Gustav heaved a sigh of relief as he trotted forward. He grabbed a Klaxosape from behind his head and pushed him into the ground. Bang! At this moment Captain Vilax and Austral were in a battle with each other. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched, but Captain Austral had managed to keep Captain Vilax away from the medallion. However, Captain Vilax wasn't the only captain here. Captains from other planets were engaging the others. Fortunately, Gustav had really managed to take out more than half of the opposing participants earlier, so only around 500 had made it through the hole created on the barricade. The Red still had 1,000 participants on their side, so the opposition was currently outnumbered. Gustav went through the hole and stamped his foot on the ground. Bang! Aerosilk arose from the broken down part of the barricade and immediately covered it before more participants could get through. He stamped his foot again and more Aerosilks shot out of the ground, covering the entirety of the barricade like a second layer of defense. Rhea! Gustav yelled. Unfortunately, Rhea seemed to be engaging a couple of participants at the moment. He turned the ground around him to a sinking lava terrain, causing the participants to shriek in pain as their legs got flamed. Covering his entire body in dark rocks, he looked like a humanoid monster as he charged at the participants, landing heavy hits on them. Swoosh! Gustav arrived before him like a phantom. Go fortify that place, leave this to me, Gustav voiced. Rhea nodded before turning to head towards the barricade. While Rhea was adding his layer of defense around the barricade, Gustav dealt with the participants on this side very swiftly. He had conjured tens of vortexes all around the medallion with immense suction forces. Anyone that got close to it would be sucked into the vortexes and arrive on the outskirts of the barricade. Gustav was grabbing as many participants as he could and hurling them at the vortexes. In about a minute, only around 10 participants with different vest colors were left. These 10 participants were all captains and they were currently outnumbered despite their strength. All we need to do is touch it and from there we can figure out the rest. Captain Vilax had a frustrated look as he and the rest of the captains made an encirclement with their backs touching. What is the medallion made of? The Orion captain questioned. Different materials but mostly stratonum. What are you thinking? Captain Vilax inquired. I'm thinking we don't have to touch the medallion to separate the reds from it. The moment Orion captain voiced this out, he grabbed the halo floating above his head. Phew! He flung it upwards. At this moment, only around 20 seconds were left before the medallion would be successfully captured. The halo arrived about 300 feet above the medallion and Gustav suddenly appeared beside it. Not on my watch, he muttered while reaching out to slap the glowing circular object away. The moment Gustav had came into contact with it, he suddenly found himself stuck. Huh! He let out a surprised exclamation as the halo suddenly emitted a burst of bright glow and multiplied. Tens of halos appeared underneath the one Gustav got stuck to, all under the umbrella of a penetrative pillar of fluorescent-colored light. The pillar of light emitted from the multiple halos descended upon the medallion below and an unexpected event occurred. Bang! A powerful charge blasted forth from the medallion, sending every single participant around it flying. Everyone making contact with the medallion was also sent flying at the same moment the charge blasted forth. Yes, we did it, Orion captain and the others voiced with looks of triumph. Although they had not managed to start capturing the medallion, they were glad the first step had been taken. Had Red managed to hold for the next 20 seconds, all would have been lost. At the very least they had more time to break down the barricade and capture the medallion for their various colors, or so they thought. Hold on. The screens. Captain Vilax voiced while pointing at one of the screen above. Red is capturing the medallion, 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, what the hell? How? It should have stopped and started afresh even if a person just touched it, Orion captain voiced with a look of disbelief. Look, there's a hand. Gunderbolt captain said while pointing at a part of the medallion. It was barely visible due to the angle where it made contact, but the captains managed to trace it out and noticed it came from above. Not him again, Captain Crimson? Their eyes were shot looks of astonishment and disbelief as they looked upwards. Gustav had one of his arm extended from above, making contact with the medallion. It turned out that when Gustav got stuck after making contact with the halo, he moved all of his abilities towards the left side of his body. After regaining control there, his first thought was to activate size manipulation. He extended his arm downwards to touch the medallion at the same moment the charge blasted forth. Gustav's hands were touching the medallion before everyone got blasted away from it. This also meant that Red never stopped touching the medallion. The 10 captains who were initially getting engaged had more to worry about as they got instantly crowded. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the hundreds of angry participants under the red color, they got grounded and took tons of damages. About a minute later, the screens all displayed one thing. Red has captured the medallion. Cheers! 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 Loud cheers rang out across the arena. The spectators spat excited remarks about this challenge that had lasted less than 30 minutes. It was the shortest major challenge since ISOP began, but it had been extremely captivating and exciting. Gustav was the highlight of today's challenge. The spectators couldn't stop talking about him and the craziness he showed today, taking on 3,000 participants all by himself. The two most asked questions about Gustav after the challenge ended were: how many supernatural abilities does he possess? Can he take other people's supernatural abilities? The participants from other colors were at a loss and displayed gloomy expressions when it was time to leave the arena after disqualification. All of a sudden the handlers and a couple of MBO officers descended upon the arena with Miss Amy. Bam! 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 The spectators and participants were all surprised when they saw the newly arrived group surround Indulus Prime members. "You're coming with us," one of the handlers voiced to the captain. Why?" Captain Iron questioned, with his dark eyes deepening with shadiness. "Vikrush Insa," Miss Amy stated. Captain Iron's eyes widened slightly the moment he heard that, and he turned to stare at Gustav, who stood up ahead with folded arms. Suddenly, whoosha tilde all Indulus Prime members dashed in different directions in a bid to escape the encirclement. "Bind high!" Before the handler could complete his sentence, Twish tilde a cage appeared in their midst, and within this cage was every single one of the Indulus Prime members. "There you go," Miss Amy voiced. The handler's jaws nearly dropped upon witnessing this. Miss Amy had captured every single one of them before the handlers moved. She had been so fast that they didn't even witness her perform this action. She was done before they could act. Yes, take them away," the handler with the highest authority commanded. The handlers wasted no time taking the Indulus Prime participants away, leaving the entire audience in confusion. They soon noticed that the Indulus Prime spectators area was void of any Indulus Prime species as well. What is going on? A lot of them had this question on their minds and even voiced it out, but only Gustav knew what this was, especially since they were taken because of him. "Gustav, you should come too," Miss Amy said before flying after them. Gustav nodded before turning around to face his teammates. "What is that all about?" Angie asked. "What I've been spending time investigating, and the reason I got here late today," Gustav's last sentence hinted at the rift that appeared above the arena. Tier 1 privilege is now available for purchase. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1308. I am the outworldly. What I've been spending time investigating, and the reason I got here late today, Gustav's last sentence hinted at the rift that appeared above the arena. Everyone was curious about what happened, especially since Gustav couldn't be found on the planet. They were even more curious now since they could see that it was related to Indulus Prime. "I'll tell you guys all about it when I get back," Gustav said to them before ascending into the air. Thum tilde he disappeared into the distance in the next moment, leaving everyone else to deal with the press and reporters ready to question the winners of today's challenge. As expected, Earth representatives and other planets' representatives who were all under the red color had been surrounded by reporters and cameras. How do you feel after winning? Did you know that Captain Crimson was capable of stealing supernatural abilities? Is this performance to be expected at the final challenge? What are Earth chances of winning ISOP? The reporters threw out questions in quick successions. Handler 1 didn't address the arena after the challenge ended, unlike how it would usually be today. Everyone felt this must be due to the fact that the next challenge would also be the final challenge. Maybe the handlers were choosing to not say anything for now to increase the suspense. The spectators on and outside of Planet Osius as well as the participants were extremely excited for what is to come. ISOP had began with nearly 3,000 planets but would be ending with only 50. 1,000 participants representing 50 different planets would be participating in the final challenge that would determine the champion of this ISOP edition. Nightfall soon arrived and Gustav sat in the main room of the Earth's accommodation quarters with the others. Everyone sat still and stared at him with attentive expressions. "So, you were gone for the entire night because you infiltrated Indulus Prime accommodation area?" EE asked with a look of dumbfoundment. "Yes," Gustav answered. "Why did you do that?" Matilda inquired from the side. "You did mention that it was the reason you got to the challenge late," Angie said with an expression of curiosity. "Indeed. Let me tell you guys about how this all started," Gustav went on to narrate how he started suspecting that Indulus Prime members were up to no good since Falco's situation began. He explained that he had been on them for over a month and spent a lot of nights out spying on them. Of course he made sure they were never aware of this. The Indulus Prime spectators are all puppets, they're not real living beings, Gustav revealed. What? How is that possible? Fildhor asked with a look of disbelief. We'll get to how they pulled that off. Gustav responded before resuming his narration. He went on to mention how he suspected they might also be linked to Falco due to the similar dark abilities and also suspected that they had ulterior motives since they weren't participating in ISOP to win. He finally got to the part where after weeks of planning and getting a few tips from Endrick about their movement, he infiltrated their accommodation area. Their accommodation area happened to be a dark dimension that existed outside of planet Osius, which was also why no one was able to sense his presence on the planet. The darkness eats at your sense of direction and is also a space that repels living creatures. It expands to the wish of the owner, who happens to be Captain Iron, or should I say Vikrush Insa. Gustav's narration would occasionally cause their face to twitch in disbelief and discombobulation. It turns out that Falco is some sort of successor in where they originally come from. Gustav had a troubled look upon getting to this part. Successor? Successor of what? Ealdris and EE questioned at the same time. I know this is going to be hard to believe, but Falco is not from here. Gustav revealed. Not from here? Is he an alien? How does he have a bloodline then? Matilda and Angie inquired in successions. He was no doubt born on Earth, or at least I think he was. However, his true identity is something different. He is not an alien, but our is not of Earth either. He is to succeed a person Captain Iron and the others refer to as the Lord. Gustav gave a brief explanation. I don't understand, how can he not be an alien if he is not from here? EE asked once again. I can't explain it either. I didn't get more information. All I know is, Captain Iron is from wherever Falco true origins with the crown lies. I heard them speak about taking him back after achieving their true objective for sending Captain Iron here. They are aware of what he is currently experiencing, Gustav voiced lengthily. If Falco isn't their true objective, then what is? Ealdris questioned with a calm but curious tone. Me, Gustav revealed. Huh? Why would they be after you? Angie questioned with a worried tone. Because I am the outworldly. They are after the outworldly, and once they found out it was me, they began to make preparations according to their original plans, Gustav answered. Outworldly? What the hell is that? EE face lit up with confusion. All I can say about that is, it's some kind of title which threatens their existence. Gustav replied. So they sent them here to get rid of you? Ealdris asked. Something like that. Also it's not a them, it's a single person, Gustav pointed out. What do you mean? Matilda eyebrows furrowed. Indulus Prime members consist of just a single person. Captain Iron. The others had never looked so confused before. Hearing Gustav say this made no sense to them until his next sentence. All other 19 Indulus Prime participants are clones of Captain Iron. What? That is insane. I think my brain is falling apart cause I can't wrap my damn head around this. Angie, Matilda and EE voiced one after the other. Gustav went on to narrate how he discovered this last night since he took the form of one of the clones without realizing it was a clone. The one known as Prime Vessel G had given it away. He was uncovered very quickly even though he did manage to get some information. The group now understood that they didn't know Gustav was in their midst at first, and even after figuring out that there was an infiltration, they still had no idea it was Gustav due to his shapeshifting. Gustav got to the part where he struggled to escape the dark dimension after getting discovered, and how he stole memories from one of the clones, which in turn helped him in discovering more about their plans. The real Indulus Prime species were wiped out, Gustav revealed. They wiped off the whole planet just so they could put puppets in place and successfully participate in ISOP to get to me. The plan was to open a small gateway to their dimension that would suck out my essence as the outworldly, so I would no longer be a threat to them. They needed to identify first before they could put their plans in place. Gustav went on to mention the symbols they had drawn all across the arena. The group was still in shock as to how this whole thing was plotted under the nose of the Alliance and almost successfully orchestrated. These people had really come close to pulling it off. If Gustav was unable to find his way out of that dimension, who knows what would have happened? So who exactly are they? Angie asked. They call themselves vessels. Captain Iron, whose real name is Vikrush Insa, answers to someone known as Prime Vessel G. There must be an hierarchy of sorts where they all answer to the one they call the Lord, who might also be Falco's true father. According to the memories, that person they call the Lord has somehow tampered with this dimension. Gustav had a look of contemplation as he voiced out. Everything wasn't clear to him either, but one thing he knew was, only the system and Husarius were aware of him being the outworldly. For beings from another dimension to be aware of that term, it could only mean one thing: they were linked to whatever was coming. Maybe it had to do with their lord. I have to question them personally, Gustav decided. Don't, the more you know, the faster it approaches, the system voiced internally. What? So I was right, they are linked to it. Why didn't you tell me? Gustav questioned internally. You were supposed to discover it yourself, hence the 2 weeks quest, the system responded. Gustav recalled the quest, which he did completed successfully but hadn't checked his rewards yet. That is as much information as you are supposed to know for now, the system added. No. I want to know more, like why Falco is linked to them. Don't do anything stupid, follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1309, Don't Do Anything Stupid, Watch M. Man, I am still so confused about this whole thing. Like, what the hell is an outworldly? Why is Falco involved? How the fuck is he not of Earth but also not an alien? If these niggas are from another dimension, then what is their business with ours? How are you a threat to them? My brain's about to melt like jelly. He looked like smoke was about to evaporate from his head. Everyone had the same question in mind and turned to face Gustav, hoping he would answer all of them. I don't know what to tell you guys. All I can say is, these people don't have good intentions for us, and our universe would face peril if they were to successfully get rid of me now, Gustav said while shaking his head slightly. He also had a lot that he wanted to figure out, but unfortunately, this was the amount of information he currently had. The group continued discussing till midnight before they decided to retire for the rest of the night. Gustav had told them everything he knew, but of course there was still a lot of confusion and speculations. Gustav couldn't decide whether or not to listen to the system. It was currently taking everything in him not to head to where Captain Iron and his clones were currently held to question them. Gustav sat on his bed and stared at the system notifications before him. Quest successful, uncover what the Indulus Prime participants are up to, rewards, plus 10 million EXP. Atomic manipulation bloodline has been upgraded to grade A, squinting eyes face, plus 200 charm. Not bad, but charm seems like a waste, Gustav voiced while standing to his feet. He moved towards the spot with a mirror and checked his face. There were visible changes to his looks. Gustav's jawline looked a lot more chiseled and well-defined than before. To add to this, his skin was so smooth and milky-looking, one could mistake it for that of a female if they touched him. He was starting to look a little feminine, with very attractive lips and streamlined nose abridged his face. His eyes still remained deep and cold, but he was a whole level more attractive than he was before. Gustav would most certainly be mistaken for a model celebrity if he walked into somewhere with his current looks. Being a male prostitute would suit you, the system voiced. I have more things to worry about right now than prostitution, Gustav stated in response before walking away from the mirror. Why do you think charm is useless? It could help you in unexpected situations, the system questioned. It's not like other planets' standards of beauty are the same. I may look good to an Earthling but look ugly to a Klaxosape, not in this case. You will look good to any species because charm is a universal stats, the system responded. Can it help me save Falco? Or bring Timmy back? Gustav asked. No. Then it is useless, Gustav added before taking a seat. How long till disqualified planets begin leaving? Gustav asked after a brief silence. Some leave immediately, some are waiting till ISOP ends, but I know why you're asking, the system replied. They are still undergoing medical procedures, so they will be here for a while, the system added. Good, now the games can begin, Gustav muttered with a cold tone. The night went by very quickly and the next morning arrived. Everyone still discussed how the last major challenge went. Earth and Gustav remained one of the major debates amongst these discussions. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. Kmsome were wary of Gustav at this point and wondered if it was okay for someone who could take others' supernatural ability to be allowed free will and movement. They didn't know if this power affected aliens or was only capable of affecting mixed bloods, but they were still concerned. Others could care less and only spoke of Gustav reverence. A lot of them who were aliens had developed a great amount of liking and respect for him. Stories about him began to spread everywhere. His accomplishments as an MBO officer even before ISOP began. Rumors about him being a cosmic superior being had also started escalating. Cosmic superior beings were extremely rare to the point that the last time anyone ran into one was over 200 years ago. It was unknown how many cosmic superior beings existed at the moment, but it was estimated that there might not be more than 10 of them in this vast universe. A new cosmic superior being was unlikely, but based on everything Gustav had done so far, a lot of people believed the rumors. This was happening despite the fact that Gustav had used Yaki at a moment where time was being manipulated. No one except people like Miss Amy should have been able to witness him use it, and yet the rumors had spread. Still, there was a lot of back and forth, especially with many people saying, if he was a cosmic superior being, he wouldn't even need to fight. There was no doubt that Gustav and the Earth would be a topic of debate for the next couple of days unless something else arose. In an ISOP medical center, a group of 5 people laid on a bed of sorts. These 5 were positioned close to one another as they seemed to be suffering from the same ailment. They had wrinkly transparent skins and very thin figures. Their limbs were bent like they were elastic due to how extremely thin they were. It seemed like they were very old beings. Technological medical equipments were strapped to their bodies, seemingly preventing them from kicking the bucket. An Osis in red medical outfit walked in and began examining these beings one after the other. It seemed to be a female Osis. She spoke to them one after the other with a kind tone, asking how they feel and generally showing concern. They answered one after the other, and she did her examinations till she arrived at the last one on the far left end. "How are you feeling?" "Much better," she questioned. "I am trying, doctor. My back aches and I feel joint pains," the wrinkly being answered feebly. "Sorry about that. I will administer a drug that will ease your pains," she said while whipping out a massive tool that looked like a syringe. "Thank you, doctor." The moment he uttered these words, he suddenly felt a small sting. "Doc O'Tor," he voiced weakly while looking up at the doctor, who displayed a sinister smile after stabbing the syringe-like tool into his wrinkly arm. He caught a glimpse of the purplish liquid the tool held before it completely penetrated his body. "It hurts." It was at this point he realized that this wasn't the doctor. A sharp pain assaulted his senses as he felt a burning sensation spread across his body. "Arrrrah!" he yelled in pain while the doctor quickly covered his mouth. "Wooblha!" His entire body shook as he experienced pain unlike anything he ever felt before. "I told you I'd make you suffer, hey?" the doctor whispered in his ear while covering his mouth. His joints were flaming, his skin felt like it was getting sliced through and pepper was being added. It seemed like hot rod was moving through his belly, and ultimately the feeling of all sorts of pain interlined. "This is just the start. I will come every day, watch out. I could be your doctor, your teammate, your brother, your father, or even your uncle. I could be anyone, so make sure you fear the approach of any soul regardless of who it might be. Remember today and cry in dread anytime a person gets close to you. I am everywhere." The moment the doctor finished saying this, she let go of the sickly being who kept trembling intensely in pain and fear. "Brugger!" Oromon yelled in pain once more, but the doctor turned invisible and completely vanished before anyone could come check on them. "Arag! It burns! It burns!" he kept yelling while the real medical officials trotted into the room with expressions of worry. "You sure are having fun," the system voiced in Gustav's mind after he reappeared within his room. "Only fair to make him suffer enough before sending him to join Teamy." "A good tribute too," Gustav responded while his figure transformed from an Osis into his original look. "Well, it does seem like there is no point in trying to win the case anymore since they already got disqualified," the system voiced with a tone of understanding. It was indeed as the system said. The Zionsis got disqualified along with every other planet under a different color than red. Now that they were disqualified, Earth could no longer take up the case of trying to prove that the murder had been intentional and not accidental. The point of all that was to get them disqualified in the first place, and now they were. Chapter 13:10 Merging Bloodlines. The point of all that was to get them disqualified in the first place, and now they were. Now Gustav had decided it was time for him to take matters into his own hands. Oromon's chapter of suffering had begun today. To Gustav it was fortunate that the Zionsis hadn't left yet, since the teammates were still receiving treatment. He had decided that whenever they were ready to leave, he would put Oromon out of his misery. The next day Gustav visited the medical area for participants as a Zionsi higher up. Oromon had been placed in a secluded location different from the others since the medical personnel believed he was becoming deranged. Oromon had been screaming and crying about being in pain. They wanted to check him and he wouldn't let anyone near him. He kept yelling for everyone to stay away from him. By the time they were able to hold him down and scan his body for any abnormalities, they didn't notice anything. This was because Gustav had made use of a drug that erases traces of itself very quickly. Had they examined Oromon immediately, they would have discovered it. Since Oromon prevented anyone from getting close at first, he gave the drug enough time to erase its traces from his system. Gustav of course was allowed to see Oromon since he was a Zionsi higher up, or so they thought. Oromon had been pumped full of sedatives, so he was currently asleep. This made approach even easier. A grin appeared on Gustav's face as he reached to his storage space to take out another massive syringe-like object. "Wakey wakey, it's time for a new dose of aches," Gustav voiced with a calm tone while stabbing the tool into Oromon's neck. Oromon's eyes sprang open instantly. "Key." Before he could yell, Gustav's hands already covered his mouth. Low muffled noises were heard as Oromon's pupils dilated in immense pain. His scrawny feet trashed around as his body vibrated in immense pain. "Remember what I told you? Your suffering just began. I am everywhere, I am everyone, I am inevitable," Gustav whispered in his ears gently. It was like the devil was here in human flesh as Gustav smirked joyously while Oromon trembled in immense pain and fear. Gustav was waiting for the drug to erase every traces of itself in Oromon's system before he decided to let go of him. Oromon began screaming out and gurgling in pain while Gustav quickly moved out to call the medical personnel. He pretended that Oromon had just suddenly began screaming and pointing at him, which was exactly what he did when Gustav came back with the medical personnel. "Gustav Krim. Son. Yo you 6. Le evil. M.I." Oromon yelled in pain and craziness while the medical personnel held him down and began administering sedatives again. "I didn't know it was this bad," Gustav stated with a voice that didn't belong to him. He pretended to be very concerned as he watched the medical personnel's work. They were even more concerned at this point and sure that Oromon wasn't okay in the head. Unfortunately for Oromon, despite the sedatives that were administered, the pain never subsided. Even while he was unconscious, he still felt the intense pain in his subconscious. He was utterly suffering. Gustav left a little later without anyone being aware that he was a perpetrator. This was day 2 of torturing Oromon with a non-lethal toxin he crested from the tail of a mixed-breed scorpion. Gustav had a lot of things in his storage device, some of which he had never used. He had created this toxin about 2 years ago with a poisonous tail he acquired after killing a mixed breed. He made it non-lethal, but the toxin was capable of inducing the worst kind of pain to a living creature. He never saw the need for it until now. Another 2 days went by and it was non-stop hell for Oromon. From doctor to Zionsi higher up to teammate to infiltrating with invisibility. Gustav was making sure Oromon suffered greatly. The Zionsis that aged from his attack were strapped to machines that were supposed to help them regain vitality. Unfortunately, Oromon looked like he was going crazy and always destroyed everything around him, so they had to keep him in a locked empty medical room. The Zionsis were preparing to leave planet Osius at this point since Oromon would not stop begging and crying for forgiveness. He said that whenever he closed his eyes, Gustav was there. Whenever he opened them, he was there. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, he couldn't let anyone get close to him. He was slowly descending into depravity and begging for his existence to be snuffed out. Currently Gustav sat in his room staring at a panel. "Do you think it's a good idea?" he asked out loud. "It only says merge because they are halves of a single bloodline," the system replied. "Anytime there's anything related to a bloodline merge, it becomes something different." 99% of the times, Gustav said with furrowed eyebrows. "This isn't combination. These are two same bloodlines," the system voiced in response. "Alright then, maybe you'll just merge them." Gustav was unaware of the fact that Glade and Timmy's bloodlines were like sides of the same coin. "Do you wish to merge bloodlines, crimson matter plus crimson matter? Yes, no, merge," Gustav voiced. "Merging bloodlines." 0-100%, Gustav stared at the merging process with a slightly keen expression before taking his focus off. "This would probably take a day," he muttered before getting to his feet. He turned towards his room door and proceeded to head out. The moment he arrived in the main room, there was a knock at the door. "It's open," Gustav voiced while EE and Angie stared at the entrance wondering who was there. In the next moment, Miss Amy walked in with a man. This man happened to be clad in dark hat, sleeveless tight black shirt and red leather pants. The air reeked of mint the moment he stepped in with Miss Amy. "This is an old acquaintance of mine, Deji. He is going to help with Falco's situation," Miss Amy introduced the 65 man that had just stepped in. "Ouch, to think you consider me an acquaintance instead of a friend. What a way to burn my fragile heart as usual, Amy," Deji voiced with a mix of sarcasm and seriousness. "You should be lucky I consider you anything," Miss Amy responded with an unbothered tone. Gustav stared at Deji, who happened to have a slightly tanned skin with golden rings on his eyebrows, nose, left cheeks, lips, and chin. He had rings everywhere except where it actually mattered, the ears. His eyes had bags underneath, but his gaze seemed very deep and intense. "This is my student Gustav," Miss Amy said to Deji, who stepped forward. He grabbed Gustav by the hand and moved his face closer to gaze deeply into Gustav's eyes. "Nice meeting you," he finally voiced out while display a full set of white teeth. "I would say likewise, but why the gaze?" Gustav inquired with a slightly creeper-out tone. Deji chuckled lightly before stepping back. "You have an amazing student," he said to Miss Amy. "I know, now you said you need to ask questions. Why not do that instead of creeping the kid out?" Miss Amy said while folding her arms. "Relax, little Amy, I'll get to it now," Deji chuckled while Miss Amy raised her fist slightly. "Don't call me that," she threatened. Deji ignored her and turned to stare at Gustav. "Tell me, what exactly happened to this friend of yours?" Deji inquired with a thoughtful gaze. Before Gustav could form a sentence, Deji interrupted him. "Don't worry, I got it," Deji stated. "Huh?" Gustav and the others had a look of confusion upon hearing that. "You were going to tell me that it began at the time where he nearly lost his life in Arabia City and the crown was activated to save him. Transition began from there, but you managed to stop the process because you came in and took him out of that environment, but that wasn't the end because..." Deji went on to narrate everything Gustav was about to say, which lasted for about 5 minutes. He mentioned the fight with Captain Strum and mentioned everything else Falco experienced, from the horrible nightmares down to the period where Gustav went to his room to find him unconscious. Fortunately, he didn't mention the part where Falco murdered a handler. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that everything you wanted to tell me?" Deji asked with a tone of certainty. "Yes, how did you?" Gustav wasn't the only shocked one here, the others around were just as astonished. "Let's just say, I am very attentive." Deji held his dark hat and winked. "That is one of his abilities. The moment you decided to give him the information, he could get it out of your head without you having to utter a word," Miss Amy explained. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1311 That N*Gaga is 1000 years old? Chapter 1311 That N*Gaga is 1000 years old? That is one of his abilities. The moment you decided to give him the information, He could get it out of your head without you having to utter a word, Miss Amy explained. You're a party pooper, little Amy, you could have just let it stay a secret. It was cooler before you spilled, Deji complained. Grow up, Miss Amy responded with a ridiculing tone. TCH, Deji turned to face Gustav again. Now I understand the situation. From what you have told me, the process of transitioning is happening in his subconscious, which means I can disrupt the process of your friend accepting the crown by forcing him to regain consciousness, Deji analyzed with a contemplative expression. Can you do that? Angie asked from the side. It shouldn't be difficult now that I have a bit of understanding on what I am dealing with, Deji answered with a light smile. 15 minutes later. This is certainly going to very difficult, Deji voiced as they stood before Falco's unconscious body. But just a while ago you said. Angie tried to remind him. I know what I said, baby girl, that was before I saw him. That kid is currently experiencing something beyond our understanding, Deji said, gesturing at Falco. They had left the accommodation area to where Falco was being kept all this time. It was a small facility with glass walls, and Falco was currently laying in a glass tube of sorts. His unconscious body had begun emitting small dark tendrils, and it seemed like a strong ominous feeling had permeated the entire environment. Can you do it or not? Gustav voiced from the side. Sure. He responded with a look that screamed, I am not a quack. I just wasn't completely aware of what I was dealing with earlier. This will take a lot of effort and some time, Deji stated before asking for someone to grab him a seat. So do you need anything else? Angie inquired. Nah. Just make sure I am not disturbed for the next couple of days, Deji replied. I'll be deep diving into him, Deji added. Deep diving into him? That sounds kinda Suze, EE voiced from the side. It means I'll be sending my consciousness into his body. I'll go get his consciousness from wherever it is deep within and bring it to the surface. That will cause him to regain consciousness and also ruin the process of accepting this crown you speak of. Deji explained while focusing on Falco's unconscious body. Close the door on your way out, Deji added before closing his eyes. Gustav turned to stare at Miss Amy, who in turn nodded at him. He is trustworthy, she mouthed. Gustav had a calmer look upon hearing this, and they all turned around to head out in the next instant while Deji began the process of saving Falco. The group could only hope everything would turn out well. They couldn't handle any more losses as things were. Gustav barely ever heard Miss Amy tag a person as trustworthy, so his hopes were currently raised. Is he a part of the MBO too? Gustav inquired as they left the facility. Deji. No, Miss Amy responded. How did you two become acquaintances then? He seems. I don't know, weird, Gustav said with a contemplative expression. Well, first off, he's pretty old, Miss Amy stated. How old? Gustav questioned with a look of intrigue. Around 1,000 years old, Miss Amy responded. That nigger is 1,000 years old, EE yelled from the side with a tone of astonishment. Shush, you're loud, Elevra put her hands over his mouth from the side. EE displayed a little bashful look while Angie spoke. He doesn't look a day older than 30. EE wasn't the only one who was shocked about Deji's age reveal. Deji certainly didn't give off the ancient feeling the Grand Commanders did, and he was somehow older than them all. That explains the little he adds before saying your name. Gustav knew Miss Amy would have torn anyone else's head off. Deji wasn't born on Earth but is amongst the oldest alphas, Miss Amy stated. Wait, that dude is an alpha? He was in even more disbelief. He doesn't seem like it, he doesn't exude that dangerous and powerful feeling like Miss Amy does, Angie chimed in. That is because he is one of the weakest alphas, but don't underestimate him. He might not be all bronze, but he could end every single one of you without breaking a sweat, Miss Amy said with a cautious tone. Who would win between you two? Sheila questioned. He would give me some trouble even with my current strength, but yeah, I'd win. Miss Amy's tone was laced with certainty. Surely no one doubted her even though Deji was clearly older than her, Jack Sherwin and the top 5 strongest alphas from Earth. The trick is not letting Deji into your head because if you do, he wins without having to move a muscle, Miss Amy pointed out. So if he wasn't born on Earth, how did you two meet then? Gustav inquired. I was on a mission to settle some dispute on planet Amboria, which is one of the first planets Earth colonized in the early periods of galactic exploration. Deji was the person I was to work with on the mission. He was born and bred there. Miss Amy went on to explain how the planet had interracial lifeforms since Earth colonized it. Deji was born of 2 mixed-blood parents, so he was fully a Earth species, but there were many others on that planet who weren't. Earth at that time were trying to create the same effect with the combination of Slarkovs and humans. Unfortunately, the offsprings of Amboria and humans were vastly different. Some of them even ended up disabled. The dispute was from an uprising due to this, and Miss Amy ended up saving Deji's daughter during the whole ordeal. Deji had respected her ever since and told her she shouldn't hesitate to ask for help if she ever needed it. One of the things Miss Amy knew about Deji was the fact that he was an alpha of strong personal principles. He could have made use of his abilities to settle the dispute, but he chose to pander to the hearts of the people instead of manipulating their minds. This was the major reason Miss Amy found him to be trustworthy, and he just so happened to hate the MBO too. Miss Amy spoke more about Deji after they arrived back at the accommodation area, mentioning how his abilities work. Gustav and the others had gained a general knowledge about how Deji would help Falco. They were relieved knowing this and expected for him to be okay before the final challenge ended. Let's win this for Timmy and Falco, EE voiced while stretching his hand forward. Eldris stood up and placed his hand on ES with a nod. Angie, Matilda, Elevera, Vera, Endrick, Fildhor, Sheila, Vincent and the others did the same as well. Gustav made it 17 when he placed his hand on theirs. For Timmy and Falco, he voiced before everyone raised their hands together. Yeah. They roared. Such a dark world. It seems like everything is in a state of chaos and disorder. A being in a dark hat and sleeveless black shirt. He stared at the greyish world before him that panned out into the expanse. He stood on a dark floating platform, and up ahead were multiple dark platforms like this. They were scattered across this greyish world of nothingness but on different level of heights. The figure proceeded to begin jumping forward as he sensed thicker darkness below. Let's do this, he said to himself as he noticed a massive rope up ahead that was latched to a dark platform hundreds of feet below. A day had gone by since Miss Amy's friend arrived, and now there was news about the final challenge. An holographic message had been sent to Earth's accommodation area and other planets participating as well. Isn't that just another battlistage? Yonder questioned with a puzzled look. Yeah, but a little different, Fildhor answered while staring at the holographic display with keen eyes. Everyone was currently staring at what looked like a battlistage shaped like a flame torch. It seemed to be floating in space without any support structure beneath. This battle stage had rocks and all sorts of oddly shaped structures scattered across it, but it was located in space. According to the message, this is where the final ISOP challenge will be holding, Eldris pointed out. The message also said, it's a full-blown battle between all 50 planets that are left, Eldris added. But the battlistage shrinks over time, or more like it crumbles. Falling off means disqualification, Angie said. Doesn't this all just seem a bit too basic? Matilda had thought the finals would be something crazier with everything ISOP had brought out so far. Well, I am sure there is more to it that we will be informed about when the time comes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1312. Well, I am sure there is more to it that we will be informed about when the time comes, Eldris said with a tone of anticipation. What do you think, Gus? EE questioned from the side. It is the final ISOP challenge, so it goes without us saying that we need to put in our best. Working with the information we currently have, we know it's just going to be one big battle, so let's be prepared, Gustav stated with a calm tone. Everyone was very much excited and a little tensed, but they had come a long way since the competition began. ISOP had been ongoing for over 4 months now, and it was finally coming to an end. Over 4 months away from planet Earth. Over 4 months away from the Milky Way. They were already starting to miss home. Everything that had happened so far had felt extremely unreal. Let's not forget that we're number 1 on the list of other planets' disqualification list, so they will most definitely try to gang up on us, Gustav said with a reminding tone. That is true, everyone should be prepared to take on multiple opponents at a time, Eldris added. Fortunately, we have detailed analysis on every participant left since the numbers are now way smaller than before. You all should study them all before the start of the finals, Gustav instructed. The group nodded in agreement while they spoke more about the final challenge and when it would be taking place. Minutes after their meeting had ended, Gustav sat in his room with a contemplative expression. In less than a week from now ISOP would be coming to an end. I'll finally be able to get back on track with the planetary displacement research, Gustav said internally. The equipment might have gathered data already, the system chimed in. True. It has been around 6 months since I sent it to deep space, Gustav responded with a reminiscent expression. It had been over 3 years since Gustav got the system and approximately 3 years since he was given the 5 years quests. Gustav decided to check how far he had come. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Crimson Level, 104 Class. Metamorphic Parallel Being EXP, 18-035-00062 900 000 HP. 182-000-182-000 Energy, 105, 500 105 500, Attributes, Strength, 459 Perception, 454 Mental Fortitude, 458 Agility, 456 Speed, 458 Bravery, 459 Intelligence, 455 Charm, 339 Defense, 454 Vitality, 458 Endurance, 456, Attributes Points, 67. Underscore 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 Gustav proceeded to check the progress of the 5 years quests next. Quest, duration, progress, time elapsed, quest, duration, progress, time elapsed, rewards for successful completion, punishment for failure. I really made a lot of progress in the last 1 year in terms of strength, Gustav mumbled. You did, but you're sorely lagging behind on the other quest, the system pointed out. What happens if I successfully complete one quest in the required time frame and fail the other? Gustav inquired. You'll die. Failing one means failing both, the system responded. That doesn't seem fair, Gustav rolled his eyes as he already expected the system to say something like this. Get your priorities straight and focus on the other quest then, the system chided. Yeah TCH, you're focusing too much on building strength and forgetting that there are other things you need to be deathly worried about. If I had missed ISOP, things might have gone worse over here. Sure, I may be 4 months behind in research, but it is worth it. For them. Just watch out, you're likely to fail one or both if you're not careful, the system warned. Enough of that. You said you were going to give me some info about what is coming, Gustav reminded. I said after ISOP ends. Well, it's ending. It hasn't ended, twat. Hold on till it does, the system spat. TCH, maybe I should have just asked the fake Indulus Prime captain. Meanwhile, in an area on the first disk of planet Osius, everything was upside down within this facility. In a football pitch-sized space, a being with loose dark bandage-like wraps around his body was suspended to the white ceilings. His dark body looked like it was glued to the ceiling, but in actuality everything was just upside down. Pieces of technological machinery and all sorts of unknown equipments were also glued to the ceiling. The doors were up instead of being located on the floor. Iku for eri tuberacoko vorai welu bonu, 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 Iku for eri tuberacoko vorai welu bonu. Whispers of the same words echoed repeatedly across the vicinity. It seemed to be coming from the being suspended to the ceiling. In another room, a group of prestigious-looking people of different species stared at the holographic screens before them displaying the location where the dark being was held. He has been chanting the same words non-stop for nearly a week since his capture, one of them voiced with a troubled tone. He became completely unresponsive after he got locked in here. Almost like he is in a state of trance, a handler stated. All forms of questioning, means of torture and trying to extract information with reliable devices failed, another handler said. Have we uncovered what those words mean? An MBO officer inquired. We have tried, but it is coming up really slow. This language is not amongst any we've encountered across the universe. It doesn't exist in the Universal Collection, one of the handlers revealed. What part of the translation has been uncovered then? Grand Commander Shen questioned with his arms folded behind his back. Lu Bonyu, meaning the Lord, the handler who spoke earlier, voiced once more. The Lord. What is he? Some religious worshipper. One of the MBO officers questioned with a look of confusion. Did the Earthwoman and Captain not mention that this creature is from another dimension? Amid from planet Draconet voiced out. Yes, it was also proven here that this creature is indeed from another universe and every other information provided about them is correct, but we still have not uncovered what their true motive is, another one of the handlers replied. Well, I suggest we get rid of him and the puppets to keep everyone safe. They did wipe out a planet after all, a planet Orion higher up chimed in. The Earthwoman warned of an incoming danger before the hoax with Ingulus Prime was uncovered, which we believe to be linked. It would be unwise to get rid of them without properly understanding what we are dealing with. Handler 1, who happened to be in their midst all this time, finally spoke. Her name is Amy, not Earthwoman, an MBO officer stated with a glare. My apologies, Handler 1 voiced in response. Truly getting rid of them wouldn't be the best way to go. If we can uncover information that can potentially prevent inherent danger, then we should do our best to make use of this opportunity, Grand Commander Shen spoke with a dignified tone. Maybe we can find more clues from the interpretation of the words he has been repeating, an MBO general said with a thoughtful gaze. Is the Lord the only words that have been translated so far? Grand Commander Shen turned to stare at Handler 1. Yes, Handler 1 nodded slightly. Then we have a little lead. We can try to uncover more information on that, and also, I would like for technicians from Earth to join in translating those words so as to make things faster, Grand Commander Shen stated with a calm but authoritative tone. The handlers and the others had no issues with his words, and they soon got down to making orders as the respective representatives of their various planets so as to help with the current situation. While all of this was ongoing, it had begun to spread all across planet Osius that the Ingulus Prime participants were fake all this time and had infiltrated the planet with evil plans in mind. Some said the Ingulus Prime members were planet eaters and wanted to consume the entire planet populace. Some said they were here to capture the youngsters participating in ISOP for nefarious purposes. A lot of the details surrounding the rumors were false, but it had no doubt caused unrest and panic across the entire planet, especially with the spectators. If these fakes were able to infiltrate a great planet like this and use the identity of a participating planet for so long, there were no doubt that they had capabilities. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1313 Let's win this. If these fakes were able to infiltrate a great planet like this and use the identity of a participating planet for so long, there were no doubt that they had capabilities. Handler 1 had to later address the general public that there was nothing to worry about since they had the perpetrators in captivity. He didn't give more information about the situation, but he managed to assure everyone that everything was all right. At the very least, the heated discussions had gone from Gustav to the Ingulus Prime incident. Gustav was getting tired of everyone using him as a daily topic of discussion anyways. Timmy has finally been avenged, Gustav muttered as he sat in place with a whitish pear-shaped organ in his grasp. Blue blood continuously dripped from this pear-shaped organ as he held it in his right hand, which was drenched in the same color of blood. Best to get rid of the evidence because you definitely will be suspected when he is found dead, the system voiced. I will. Gustav responded before throwing up the pear-shaped whitish organ in his grasp. A milky-colored glow spread across the organ while it was in mid-air, and before it could rise further it turned into light particles, completely disintegrating into nothingness. Gustav's fingers were soon covered in the same milky glow which erased the blood on his hands and floors as well. Just minutes earlier, he had ended Oromond's life after torturing him for almost a week. He had successfully made everyone believe that Oromond was going insane. Gustav had been questioned a few times by the handlers and Xionsis who came looking for him personally. He denied any claims of ever coming close to Oromond since the last challenge ended, and since they didn't have any proof, they stopped bothering him. The Xionsis were planning to leave Osius the next day, so he had to end him before their departure. Did he feel relieved after ending the one who was responsible for the death of his friend? Yes, Gustav did feel a little bit of relief. He still felt guilty about being unable to save Timmy, but he wouldn't have been able to live with himself if he didn't send the killer to join him in wherever he may be. As the pacifists would say, revenge is a digging two graves. One for your target and one for yourself. But Gustav didn't care about digging a grave for himself so long as the grave of the other person existed. No matter the cost, Gustav had vowed that anyone who ever harmed his loved ones would meet a gruesome and begrudging end. Don't you think you are sometimes too intense? The system voiced. No. When you spent a huge chunk of your life alone without any form of relationships and friendships, and you finally build genuine emotional connections with people who care about you so much they would lay their lives on the line for you if need be, then you'd understand without a shadow of doubt that you don't want anything bad to happen to such people. You would cherish them, protect them, and save the universe because they exist within it, but you wouldn't understand. You don't have emotions. You're just a machine who follows programs and execute actions based on them. Ouch. Well, maybe you're right. Internally, the system had an understanding of emotions based on programming, but it was a fact that it didn't feel emotions, or so they thought. Enough said, I need to prepare for the coming finals. Gustav voiced while standing to his feet. Within an unknown world, grayish-colored world with floating dark platforms, a figure could be seen jumping downwards from one of the dark platforms. This figure was clad in a dark hat and sleeveless tight shirt, along with leather pants. He trotted forward after landing on a massive dark ground that extended across a large radius. Fuihush tilde he held his hat as his clothes began making flapping sounds while he stepped forward. Up ahead was a dark storm sending forth heavy winds as dark waves thrashed around. This dark storm looked like beings in pitch-black cloaks swimming across the air in a circular format. They moved extremely fast, and due to their high numbers, it had caused a storm. Within the eye of this dark storm, the man trotting forward could spot the outline of a figure. Due to the low visibility in the environment, he couldn't see the figure properly, but it seemed to be humanoid. The dark storm was still thousands of feet away, yet he could feel the intensity. There was a feeling of corruption in the air, and the winds began to intensify the closer he got. I need to center my core against the corruption, or I risk getting my existence getting infected. Deji muttered while placing his index finger on his forehead. Theonhaig tilde his entire figure instantly began glowing with bright white light. He became a stark contrast with his environment. The air began to twist and turn as if it was trying to reject his presence, but fortunately, he became immune to the darkness thrashing around. However, as he traveled further, the glow his figure emitted began to slowly dim. The day has finally arrived, Fildhor voiced with a slightly tensed look. Everyone gathered together in the main room with their battlesuits on. They all looked captivating in the white and blue tight-fitted costume. This is it, guys, EE voiced as well with an excited look. Over 4 months of continuous challenges had finally led up to this pivotal moment. Their party of 17 had been filled back up to 20 by 3 substitutes. These 3 who were used to replace Falco, Timmy, and Glade looked even more tense than everyone else. Yuhiko had joined the main group before, so she had a bit of experience on what it was like to be participating in a major challenge, but this was the finals. This was different from any other major challenge. Gandalf and Yorichi were the 2 other new additions Gustav picked himself. Yorichi was a yellow-skinned 5-inch male with extremely long nails and green hair. Ealdris was initially the one with the longest hair in the group, but now that Yorichi was here, he had been surpassed. Gandalf on the other hand had a bald head and bushy red eyebrows. He had intense-looking eyes, but it couldn't hide the fact that he was tensed as well. "Just follow in our footsteps and you guys will be fine," Vin said to the new additions. Gustav stared at Gandalf from the corner of his eyes and conveyed a hidden message. Gandalf nodded and let out a breath of relief. Gustav proceeded to address everyone next. "Are you guys ready?" They nodded in response. "There is no room for failure. We are to become Aesop champions. We got this far and we will make sure it is worth it," Gustav stated. Everyone had fired up expressions upon hearing this. "Let's win this," Gustav stated. "Yes." They roared in unison. Minutes later everyone was headed to the first disc, which was where the final challenge would be holding. The participants on the other hand had their respective handlers waiting for them outside their accommodation area. For each it was handlers 27 and 28. The duo waited for the group outside on a saucer-like floating item. They implored Gustav and the others to climb onto it. The floating item expanded to accommodate all 20 of them, and after a few moments it emitted a bright flash of light. Zing tilde, they all vanished in the next instant. A blinding star-light shone across the dark space, illuminating a region that floated above a massive planet with multiple layers. This region had a massive ancient flame torch-shaped platform with multiple structures erected on it. It was the size of an island just floating in deep space undisturbed or supported by anything. It looked grand and incredible, but it wasn't the only noticeable thing in this part of space. Floating Colosseum-like structure seating areas could be seen a distance from the massive platform. Not only were these seating areas floating in space, they were also occupied by people who were mostly clad in spacesuits. These of course were the Aesop spectators. Spectators who were powerful enough sat in place without needing help from any spacesuit since they could breathe in space and fly. Miss Amy floated above the seating area with her eyes set in the direction of the massive floating battlefield. Her eyes flashed with suspiciousness as she remained in place while participants appeared on the massive floating battlefield one after the other. Hopefully the kid will be okay," she said internally before descending. "How much has been uncovered?" Miss Amy questioned after taking her seat. "Not much. Only part of the translation still," Grand Commander Shun responded. Which is?" Miss Amy inquired. "Lu Bonu Akoko Vorai, which translates to, 'The Lord is sending,'" Grand Commander Shun said with a contemplative tone. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1314, Lu Bonu Akoko Vorai, which translates to, "The Lord is sending," Grand Commander Shun said with a contemplative tone. "The Lord is sending? Sending what?" Miss Amy questioned with an intrigued tone. "They are yet to uncover the full translation," Grand Commander Shun replied. How long is it going to take?" Miss Amy asked. "Since we now have our men on it, maybe a day or two," Grand Commander Shun voiced with a tone of reassurance. "On the bright side, your warning about the eye appearance becoming a universal issue is now more believable to them, so the whole alliance will most definitely agree to pool resources for proper investigation," Grand Commander Shun added. "Fed better," Miss Amy said while her eyebrows furrowed. On the massive floating battlefield, almost all 50 planet participants had arrived. They stood in different areas and waited for the final challenge to begin. Some captains addressed the rest of their teammates while some just engaged in conversations with one another. They were all practically teammates in the last challenge since they were under one color. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be working together this time. Every planet for themselves. Planet Osius, Klaxosapes, and many other great planets had lost in the last challenge, so the final battle only had a few top 20 in it. Planet Osius, who had won the last Aesop, really got disqualified before the quarterfinals. A lot of spectators still found it unbelievable because in terms of power they were ranked amongst the highest across many galaxies. However, it made sense to everyone since Earth, who had always been around third place every Aesop, made a comeback this time. Now everyone was hinging on the Draconettes or Earth winning. The two planets were considered the strongest in the finals. Other planets had a chance if they were to gang up on both of them the moment the challenge began. Soon all planetary groups arrived and Handler 1 went on to address the participants and spectators from the spectators area. The final challenge has arrived. This will determine the champions of Aesop and the owner of the Zilk Star for the next 500 years, Handler 1 voiced with an intriguing tone. This will be a battle between all 50 planets. The battlefield crumbles to an extent every 1 hour, becoming smaller. Falling off the battlefield equals automatic disqualification. Should a participant get disqualified and wants to be brought back into the fight, their planet would need to use 10,000 points. Should all participants from a planet get disqualified, it automatically means disqualification for the whole planet. Handler 1 kept giving details about the final challenge. If a participant was knocked out but not knocked off the battlefield, they would remain in the challenge till either they regained consciousness or get thrown off. Unlike the Monolith Challenge, this time the participants were given space helmets with breathable air. Those who could breathe in space didn't need this, but Gustav and the others did. Handler 1 mentioned that the winner would be concluded when all other planets had been blasted off and one planet was left. He clarified once more that even if only a single participant from a planet was left, they would still be a part of the challenge and could win. After all of the necessary clarifications, Handler 1 finally stated, "The final challenge can now commence." The intensity on the battlefield instantly multiplied as participants began moving from their various spots. The floating battlefield was as large as an island and all 50 of them appeared in different places when they were brought here by their respective handlers. For most of them to come into contact with one another they would still have to move further, but some happened to be very close to each other and before long, battle sounds began ringing across the place. Gustav and the others who were close to a large 400 feet rock began moving. "You know what to do," Gustav said to the others as he moved towards a gigantic rock up ahead. Zing tilde they all nodded while a button-shaped device appeared in his hands which he plastered onto his forehead. Gustav vanished in the next moment and proceeded to speed forward. Swoof tilde he had told the others that they had to do their best not to get ganged up on by other planets and moving together wouldn't help their situation. With this in mind, the group decided to split into twos and move in a way that would encircle the battlefield and then meet up in the middle later on. Gustav looked like he was moving alone since he went invisible, but in actuality he wasn't. His objective right now was to scour the battlefield without getting noticed so he could take note of where all of the planets were currently located. This way they could gang up on 2 or more planets who were already duking it out. Gustav didn't care if this tactic was seen as cowardly or dirty, the aim was to win and that couldn't happen if other planets were still on the battlefield. Gustav soon approached a battle area between 2 planet groups. Bang! 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 Boom! The sound of explosions rippled loudly across the place as they engaged each other. "Planet Roska and Atorx," he muttered while squatting on the roof of a 1-story rhombus-structured building. The silver star in the distance illuminated this part of space, but Gustav's figure was currently invisible so no one had any idea he was lurking. Planet Roska were wistish beings with massive ash-colored bumps all over their bodies. They would grab the ash-colored bumps and rip it off their skins before flinging it in the direction of their enemies. Sometimes loud blasts would ring out, but sometimes these bumps would transform into something else entirely. Something monstrous. Planet Atorx on the other hand had spear-shaped heads and holes all of their bodies. They could walk on air and transform their bodies into weapons. The 2 groups directly attacked each other without anyone having the upper hand for many minutes. Gustav moved to the back of the building after some time to change the invisibility button on his forehead. Boom! A massive 500 feet sword came crashing through the building in the next instant along with an oddly shaped beast. The beast blasted into smithereens after getting pierced through by the massive sword, causing blood and body goo to scatter across the place. Fuhush tilde Gustav was nearly noticed but managed to flee towards another hiding spot nearly and turned invisible once more. Cognitive concealment was also currently activated so they couldn't sense his presence there. Soon enough, a couple of them were blasted off the floating space battlefield. Gustav watched until 6 were left from the side of Planet Atorx while 2 were left from Planet Roska side. This scenario here was precisely what Gustav was trying to avoid when he made the group split up. From the looks of things, Planetotalks had won this, but at what cost? Only 6 of their participants were left and the finals only just begun. There were still many planets left and now their numbers had dwindled. If they were to face another planet with complete members, it would be the end for them. Crutchcake tilde Crutchick tilde the grounds began trembling immensely, causing the 8 left to pause. They turned around and noticed the ground behind them crumbling into space. It continuously crumbled and was catching up to their current position. They all turned around to instantly flee, but the moment they moved a step forward, they spotted a massive reddish arc with lightning snakes swimming across it, sweeping towards them with intensity. What the hurrah! All 8 of them were immediately swept off the space battlefield by this reddish arc while the crumbling continued for a few more seconds. 2 disqualified, 48 to go, Gustav muttered. Did you count the others? The system questioned. 3 disqualified, 47 to go, Gustav said after sweeping his perception across the entire battlefield. Some planet groups who were a little close to the center were not affected by the crumbling, so battle between them was unhindered. Gustav placed another button on his forehead and vanished once more. It was time to head forward. In another part of the battlefield, a silver sped across the vicinity, evading multiple explosive attacks aimed at them. The silver streak was fast enough to escape the area and disappeared into the distaps in a bit. A few minutes later, I can't believe they decided to form a group. What the hell? EE voiced at the side of a mountain with a look of disbelief. Not to mention that the Draconettes are at the forefront of it, Angie voiced with a disturbed tone. How could the others even agree to team up with the Draconettes just to eradicate us? Matilda had a confused expression as she voiced out. They're also just as dangerous as we are. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 13-15, Matilda had a confused expression as she voiced out. They're also just as dangerous as we are. To everyone else it would be better to team up with the Draconettes in order to eradicate us first. Sure, the Draconettes are dangerous, but we are seen as more of a threat, so the Draconettes were wise to gather the others to gang up against us first. Those groups most likely believe that after taking us out, they could join hands and deal with the Draconettes, Eldris analyzed. Angie, EE and Matilda felt it made sense. However, the Draconettes were not so dumb that they wouldn't realize the others would turn on them the moment they successfully eradicated Earth representatives. Unless they already had a way to handle that. Now that Eldris thought about it, he realized Earth was the only threat to the Draconettes' win. The moment Earth was eradicated, the Draconettes would have technically won. We have to inform Gustav and the others, Eldris stated. Yeah, but in the meantime, we should stay as far away as possible from them, Angie voiced. True, splitting up won't cut it anymore because we'll have to face them sooner or later. It would be bad if they were to catch any of us alone, EE said with a disturbed tone. With this in mind, the group headed off. Angie decided to go solo due to her speed. She could find Gustav easily and bring him back to where they had decided to meet. As for the other 3, they were meant to find the rest of the team scattered around the space battlefield. Currently, the Draconettes had amassed 7 planetary groups and planned to increase the number. While the others saw this as a chance to finally get rid of the biggest threat in the ISOP finals, the Dracons saw this as a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Earth participants would not go down without a fight, and since they were considered so powerful, many other participants would be taken down in the process. Captain Austral wanted to sacrifice the participants of other planets without having to lose any of the Dracons. This way, when all of Earth participants were finally eradicated, a lot of other planets would be gone as well. They would have lesser number of participants to deal with. Oh man, this sucks. Maybe if Gustav hadn't gone out there to be a one-man army in the last challenge this wouldn't have happened, Yonder complained the moment Eldris, EE and Angie explained the situation to him and Fildhor. It is true that we will have better chances together than apart, Fildhor voiced from the side. So is that the plan? Yonder inquired. First objective is to come together, second would be coming up with a proper plan to go against them. We can't achieve the second without the first, Eldris replied. Why doesn't he just go fight all of them himself like he did last time? Yonda said with an annoyed tone. Well, this time the Draconettes are included in the list of opponents, so it will be even more difficult, Eldris voiced in response. Yonda rolled his eyes a little before moving. Well, since the captain needs us, then we might as well show up. After finishing up here, all 5 of them moved on to find the other teammates. In another part of the floating battlefield, a massive skyscraper-sized meteorite descended. Its brightness completely illuminated the environs as it brought forth blistering heat with its approach. It was like a massive torch in this infinite dark space, ripping through and sending waves across the place. A figure floating in mid-air yanked a green head tie off her forehead as the meteor shot towards her. Through Wu Wai Shesh Tilda, a purplish beam blasted forth from the middle of her forehead. It slammed heavily into the massive blazing meteor and an unbelievable scene played out. The massive meteor changed color, emitting a bright purple glow before shrinking incredibly. Plop! A small pinky-sized stone that was supposed to be the meteor bumped into Elevra's chest and fell to the floating space battlefield. She peered forward with an unbothered look while the rest of the participants below stared at her like they had just come into contact with an unbelievable monster. Did she just? They couldn't believe their eyes. The eyeball on Elevra's forehead gleamed and moved from side to side, making squeamish sounds. Thea Tilda, a dark purple haze suddenly spread forth and in the next instant. KRRYYYCHHHHKKK. Bang! The grounds ahead crumbled, drifting off into space along with the participants Elevra was just battling. Fuwumshi Tilda, one of the falling participants, somehow managed to leap forward, their greenish body phased through the dust cooked up from the crumbling space battlefield, heading towards Elevra above. Yeah! They yelled as their greenish arm turned into sharp tendrils which they stabbed in Elevra's direction. Thum Tilda, before they could get close, a powerful purplish beam shot forth from the eyeball on Elevra's forehead, slamming heavily into the chest of the greenish participant. Bang! His figure swept across deep space and handlers quickly flew after him before the participant would be lost to them. Elevra turned around and slowly descended onto the floating platform. That was amazing, big sis. Sheila jumped into her arms the moment she landed. Leave some for me next time, okay? Sheila giggled while requesting. You would have done way worse if I had left them to you. Elevra shook her head. Come on, I just wanna have a little fun. Sheila galloped with an excited look. Maybe you see. Elevra was about responding when she sensed something and turned to stare at the right. Just up ahead, a group walked out from behind a tree-shaped masjid structure. Oh, look, goodies here. Sheila giggled even more upon sighting the newcomers. However, Elevra eyebrows furrowed with suspiciousness. All 20 of them had serious looks as they spread out, but that wasn't all. Another 20 appeared from behind, and then another 20, and then another 20. Soon, up to 160 participants had gathered up ahead, and in their midst was none other than the Draconettes. Elevra instantly understood they were working together. Gustav already predicted this, but they didn't expect anyone to join forces with the Draconettes. And now they were just 2 of them, against up to 8 different planetary groups. Ha 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 ha, this is gonna be fun, big sis. Sheila began laughing hysterically. Hey, I don't think so, but I will make sure I take down as many as I can. Elevra's eyes twinkled with determination and vigor as her forehead gleamed dangerously. Where are the rest of your teammates? Captain Austral questioned from up ahead. What does it matter where they are? You gathered groups to battle against us because you are insufficient. Cowards, Elevra responded with a disgusted tone. Coward or not, a champion is still a champion, and that is all that matters. We can decide the winner for ourselves after we have gotten rid of you lots. Unlike Strum, who would have already considered this an insult to their great planet and instantly attacked, Austral had a much cooler head. Aren't those 2 are some of the strongest Earth representatives? We should be careful, one of the Rusians voiced from the side. Every single Earth representative is just like them, and it's just 2 of them. Don't be a damn coward, Captain Austral yelled from the side. That is rich coming from you, Elevra voiced from up ahead. I am done with this charade, Captain Austral voiced before leaping upwards and landing on a massive rock by the right. Well, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" she yelled. The groups below immediately charged forward upon hearing that, activating different sets of abilities. "Big sis, you take the right and I'll take the left," Sheila giggled excitedly before dashing forward. In another part of the floating space battlefield, Gustav merged his body to the side of a ash-colored rock. He had completely shapeshifted to take on the exact look of this rock, so it seemed like he was an inanimate object. Except for turning into beasts, Gustav hadn't really revealed his shapeshifting abilities since Aesop began, so no one was aware that he was capable of this. This was exactly why planetary groups were walking past without an ounce of suspicion. If they were initially aware of Gustav's capabilities, everyone would have been on higher alert. As a group of 6 passed by, Gustav suddenly transformed into his original look and sneaked up on them from behind. By the time they noticed him, it was too late. Gustav grabbed the chicken-structured neck of 2 of them from behind as he sped forward, slamming their faces onto the ground intensely. Bang! Bang! Cracks spread across the place as the ground caved in from the impact. The other 4 were unable to react quick enough as hands grew out of Gustav's back and stretched backwards to grab them. Bang! He slammed their faces together, causing their spacesuit helmets to be instantly smashed to pieces as their faces collided. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1316 Angels. Bang! He slammed their faces together, causing their spacesuit helmets to be instantly smashed to pieces the moment their faces collided. Loud bone-cracking sounds rang out and blood was spilled as the glass from the space helmet drew large cuts on their faces. Kia! In just a couple of seconds, Gustav had practically taken 4 out and now 2 were left. These 2 had realized what they were up against, but now it was too late. Their other teammates were sprawled across the ground writhing in agony, so they would have to face Gustav without any help. One of them pushed his hands forward, causing a wave of yellow energy to surge out. A massive milky glowing blade appeared in Gustav's grasp and he proceeded to slash at the incoming surge of yellow waves. A smooth wistish division appeared in between the yellowish surge of energy as it got split in 2 halves. Boom! Boom! The rocks by the sides got crushed to bits as the yellow surge slammed into them while the other teammate prepared to send out an attack. However, at this moment, Gustav vanished. He reappeared behind the on the left, sending a kick towards her head. The female participant with an onion-like structure got sent flying across the air. The other teammate used this opportunity to release another surge of yellowish energy at point-blank range. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav's figure turned into a streak of lightning and reappeared before the other teammate in mid-air. He yanked her by the head and spun forcefully before flinging her forward. Boom! While the yellowish surge beneath was wreaking havoc across the place, this participant was spiraling into deep space. Sovai! The teammate beneath yelled and his onion-structured body began emitting a bright yellowish light. His sun-like glow illuminated the vicinity as the surroundings began to tremble. Gustav could feel immense energy gathering beneath him and descended in the next instant. Before the participant could release the energy they had been gathering, Gustav sent a punch towards his gut. Bang! The participant spat out a mouthful of murky green blood as he got sent flying across the air. His figure instantly dimmed. Gustav leapt after his catapulting figure and grabbed him in mid-air, before properly fling the participant forward again. Gustav wasted no time in throwing the rest off the space battlefield as well, and in a bit all 6 of them were gone. The entire battlefield began trembling immensely and dust rolled up from up ahead. The moment Gustav witnessed this, he knew another hour had gone by. He wasted no time in getting away from his present location to avoid disqualification. 9 gone, 41 left, Gustav muttered as his figure sped forward. It had been 3 hours since the finals began and now 41 planetary groups were left in the challenge. The space battlefield field was now 3/4 of its original size. Bam! A figure suddenly bumped into him, dragging him towards the east with incredible speed. Gustav, Angie voiced after stopping at a far distance. Angie, what is it? Gustav asked with a slightly surprised look. I've been looking for you all over. Where have you been? Angie recalled scouring the entire space battlefield more than 100 times, yet Gustav was nowhere to be found. I was moving around covertly like I planned, Gustav responded. Angie had been unable to see him all this time because Gustav had been moving while taking the form of inanimate objects. If he hadn't returned to his original look to escape the crumbling region of the battlefield, Angie would have remained unable to locate him. Why did you come looking for me? Did something happen? Gustav questioned with a tone of curiosity. Yes. The Draconettes are unifying groups to attack us together, Angie reported. Well, it's not something unexpected. We knew this would happen, Gustav stated with an unfazed tone. Yeah, but with the Draconettes it's like, those guys are incredibly strong, Angie voiced with a troubled expression. So is Planet Cyrus, T429 and Eustenbid. This was to be expected, Gustav listed. Yeah, Eldris suggested gathering everyone back together since it would be better to face them as a full team instead of one or two of us bumping into them and getting wiped out, Angie explained. I was supposed to come get you and now Elevra and Sheila are in a pinch, Angie added. Are the others gathered already? Gustav inquired. They are. Sheila and Elevra aren't. They bumped into them and are currently in a fight, Angie pointed out. Why didn't you help them? Gustav questioned. I can't get too close. I start to feel my speed deplete, Angie responded with a slightly tensed look. Austral. Gustav immediately realized who was behind that. If that is the case, then how are those two faring? Gustav reckoned that Elevra and Sheila would not be able to manipulate their abilities to its full scale. Not good. Angie shook her head. Angie would have gotten them out of there if it wasn't for her speed situation. She wasn't fast enough to escape the bombardment of attacks with them in the middle due to Austral. You need to do something or Thiel. Gustav cut Angie off before she could complete her sentence. I already did something, but those two need to leave there immediately or they'll get caught up in it. Gustav's statement sounded cryptic and suspicious to Angie. What do you mean by that? Angie asked with a tone of confusion. Austral is the issue, right? I'll get her out of the way while you get those two out of there, Gustav voiced before charging forward. In the upside-down facility where Vikrushinsa was kept, all sorts of figures clad in scientific outfits moved about the place. Vikrushinsa had been strapped to a laboratory table and was currently getting inspected by the group of people around. No matter how much they cut and poked him, he never showed any visible signs of pain on his face. The dark bandage-like covering on his face had long been ripped off to reveal a scorched human-shaped face. His face wasn't just black, it looked cooked. His eye sockets were incredibly hollow and pitch black as well. With everything currently ongoing, Vikrush continuously chanted the same words over and over and over again. Iku for eri tuba akoko vorai welu bonu. Iku for eri tuba akoko vorai welu bonu. Iku for eri tuba akoko vorai welu bonu. His eyes were half shut the same way they had been since he was captured. They concluded that the trance-like state had left him unable to feel or discern activities ongoing around him. In a couple of minutes, another team of researchers walked in with holographic screens on display before them. We just uncovered more from the strange language, one of them reported. What does it say? Someone from the group already within the room questioned. The Lord is sending ********* angels soon, the researcher responded. So we're only missing 2 more words now? One of them said with a tone of intrigue. What could it be? One of them voiced. Angels. Another one of them stated. Thanks for that, Captain Obvious, an Earth researcher voiced. Should we inform the higher-ups? One of them questioned. We need to figure out if the 2 words before angels are substantial to the structure of the sentence. We don't know if they could be words that would practically change the entire conception of what we currently have in mind when reading the words out, the same Earth researcher voiced once more. They did ask us to give them updates whenever even the slightest bit of discovery is made, an Osis in red medical robes mentioned. Yeah, we'd better let them know even though we haven't completed the translation, another Earth researcher nodded. On the space battlefield, loud rumbles rang out as a figure in silky white and blue tight suit jumped from place to avoid numerous attacks. Take them and go now, Gustav yelled before jumping forward. Boom! A massive glowing blue arrow slammed into his back, sending him flying forward as it exploded upon contact. Gustav used the force of the explosion to catapult himself forward faster, arriving before a silver-skinned female figure with pinkish star-shaped patterns all over her body. The suddenly appearance had taken her by surprise since she had her eyes on Gustav this whole time and had been cancelling his abilities to make him slower. Fu Hui tilde Gustav's right arm turned completely rocky and red as he tightened it while throwing it upwards with force. Bang! His fist slammed heavily into Captain Austral's jaw, sending her catapulting across the air. Fu Hu's shoe tilde a silver streak sped across the decimated environment, phasing through an encirclement of over 100 participants. She proceeded to grabbing two female figures sprawled out across the ground with multiple injuries before speeding off with them. Meanwhile, up ahead, a massive looming shadow with pink glowing eyes materialized out of thin air. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1317 Pica Tar. Meanwhile, up ahead, a massive looming shadow with pink glowing eyes materialized out of thin air. Gustav raised his arm and was in the process of throwing another punch when the looming massive shadowy figure coupled its fists together and swung downwards with intensity. Boom! A cloud of dust spread across this area of the space battlefield as Gustav's transformed arm immediately reverted to its original look while he crashed onto the ground. Austral saw this as an opportunity to attack and sped in Gustav's direction. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav turned into a streak of lightning, but the moment he did, the pinkish glowing eyes in core clasped its hands together. 3H tilde absolute cancel. Captain Austral muttered while a pinkish wave spread across the entire vicinity. Thrats hey tilde to their utmost disbelief, Gustav's lightning figure blitz into the distance, disappearing from sight. Dash what the hell? Dash Captain Austral absolute cancel didn't work. The Drakens in the vicinity were astounded after witnessing this scene. Captain Austral cancelling abilities had worked on Gustav earlier, but one she activated on a large scale didn't. It did not make any sense to them. After them, Captain Austral yelled with a look of anguish after noticing that every single one of them were gone. Elevra and Sheila, whom she was about sending off the platform, especially made her rage since it now looked like wasted effort. They had spent the last hour battling just two Earth representatives. No matter how shameless she was, this still looked bad on them. Sheila and Elevra had given them a run for their money and even managed to take out up to 50 of them over the last hour. Now that it was finally time for them to achieve victory, Gustav and Angie came and snatched them away. Captain Austral was not going to let this be. "What are you waiting for, fools? Move!" she yelled while charging in the direction Gustav had just vanished in. Dash what is wrong with her TSK? Dash does she think she is the boss of us? Dash I am getting tired of her controlling attitude. The participants from other planets had began complaining as they headed in the required direction, but all of a sudden something unexpected happened. Theaki tilde Theaki tilde Theaki tilde Theaki tilde Theaki tilde Theaki tilde massive walls of icicle-like stones protruded out of the ground up ahead. It went so high and wide that it divided the entire battlefield in half, denying the others behind access to the middle of the battlefield. ISNT that. Captain Crimson's doing. They paused after recognizing this to be similar to the barricade that was formed around the medallion in the last challenge. In the next moment another occurrence left them. With confusion. Zing tilde a boulder-sized orb had suddenly appeared behind them. It was filled with dark reddish destructive energy and purplish lightning arcs swimming around it. Upon its appearance, everyone went silent in reverence and fear. The vibrance it emitted began to stir winds, causing space to tremble and twist. What the hell is that? Someone finally broke the silence. Nothing we can defend a guy. Before the other participant could finish their sentence, a loud finger-snapping sound rang out across the battlefield. And that was all it took. Boom! A reddish with a mixture of dark purplish wave of destruction blasted across the battlefield, instantly obliterating everything in sight. The spectators' jaws dropped as they witnessed the spectacular sight of the reddish wave of destruction spreading across space and even rolling towards their direction. Barriers appeared all over the spectators' area as the tongues of reddish waves rolled over. Purplish lightning bolts toiled across the place along with them. Bang! 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 Cracks soon began to appear on the barriers surrounding the spectators' area as the reddish waves slammed against them furiously in a bid to vaporize everything in its path. Keep enhancing the barriers. Handler 1 instructed. But they already have up to 15 layers, Handler 3 said. Do you not see the destructiveness of this attack? Do it. Handler 1 yelled. Handler 3 nodded and went to join the other handlers who were currently infusing their energy into the barriers and adding extra layers. They began groaning as they realized the barriers were getting destroyed very quickly and 11 layers were gone almost instantly. We have to redirect the energy, Handler 3 yelled. The others around nodded in understanding while they spread their hands forward to touch the barriers. Shadowy arrows began appearing all over the reddish and dark purplish waves of destruction. The handler joined their strength and redirected the waves away from their location in space. The blast soon appeared in a different spot in space and obliterating everything around it, causing the death of a star. That was terrifying. To think an ISOP participant is capable of such destruction. Who did it? The spectators were left in awe as they peered forward and noticed that half of the space battlefield was gone. The island-sized floating battlefield had been completely reduced to half its size, and now it was only as big as 4 football stadiums. The battlefield had been artificially created and induced with the best materials for construction so as to make it extremely sturdy. It was created to withstand powerful attacks, so destroying a huge chunk of them was supposed to be impossible. The crumbling that happened every 1 hour was triggered from within since they had put charges that would make it disengage from the inside out while in the process of creating it. This was because it wouldn't be possible to do it from outside due to how extremely sturdy the foundation of the battlefield was. Yet, what they were staring at before them was something they never saw coming. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zin tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Fortunately, all of the participants that had been in the eye of the blast got teleported to the spectators area safely. They also couldn't believe their eyes, but this meant they were practically disqualified already. Some of them were glad as they'd rather get disqualified than obliterated. In just one go 327 participants were disqualified. A couple of Drakens found themselves in the spectators' areas and looked around with awe. Where is the captain? One of them questioned. Looks like you managed to make it, Gustav voiced as he stood before a slightly scalded figure crawling on all fours. Absolute C. Before the figure could complete her sentence, a kick to the face sent her spiraling across the air. Bang. Why tilde, that is to be expected when I drained the orb of 50% of its power, Gustav voiced after Austral crashed into a rock up ahead. The real battle begins now, he chuckled lightly while stepping forward. The walls Gustav had erected before he activated the planet-destroying orb's blast had been completely obliterated. Despite the fact that Gustav made this particular orb weaker than its original power, it would have still erased the entire battlefield if not for the modicum of control he had over them. He had managed to stop the waves from destroying this particular part, leaving the rest of the participants on this side unscathed. Some of the Drakens had managed to make it over the wall before the charge spread across the place, but every other participant from the groups they gathered were all gone. Gustav had managed to get every single one of them disqualified. Currently only 24 out of the original 50 planets were left on the battlefield. A lot of them were clueless as to who was responsible for what had just happened, but Austral and the other Earth participants knew well who the culprit was. In the upside-down facility, Vikrushinsa suddenly opened his eyes widely and sat up before yelling, Pika tar! Pika tar! Pika tar! The researchers around him struggled to hold him in place as their faces were laced with confusion. What in the world is he saying now? One of them yelled. I don't know. Another one groaned while trying to restrain him. Vikrush, whose eyes remained widened, reached out to grab one of the researchers before pulling him closer. It is time. Vikrush yelled in English. Time for what? The researcher voiced with a fearful look. Vikrush didn't answer, instead he looked up. Let us sedate him now. An Earth researcher yelled. But in the next moment, the environment dimmed. A sudden chill spread across the vicinity as the researchers found their figures rooted in place due to deep fear. What is that? One of them questioned as his fingers shook. 3H-3 The whole facility began to tremble greatly, but this wasn't just happening here, it was happening on every single disk of planet Osius. A strange dim had suddenly permeated the entire planet, turning day into nighttime as every single living being dwelling on the face of planet Osius gazed into the skies with looks of fear and disbelief. What in the world is that? Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1318 A strange dim had suddenly permeated the entire planet, turning day into nighttime as every single living being dwelling on the face of planet Osius gazed into the skies with looks of fear and disbelief. What in the world is that? Up above, a massive hole had appeared deep in the sky. It was incredibly gigantic and sent forth a wave of energy that had every single inhabitant across the 9 disks frozen in fear. Tremors spread across the disks as space trembled as well. Cracks began to appear on the golden grounds and buildings. Fear. This was an inescapable feeling that plagued the hearts of every single inhabitant. A mouth. Few minutes earlier, on the space battlefield, a person in laboratory outfit stood before Miss Amy and Grand Commander Shun. The Lord is sending angels. We haven't been able to translate the rest yet, but this is our progress so far, he voiced. At the same time he was giving this report, one of the Osis was also giving the same report to Handler 1. Sending angels. An MBO general voiced with a tone of confoundment. We don't know what is between yet, so we can't say for sure, the researcher stated. This is unnerving, Grand Commander Shun said with a troubled tone. We need to figure out what we're up against and if we should be expecting any Dan. While Grand Commander Shun was speaking, Miss Amy's face suddenly turned dark. Something is here, she voiced while peering towards the western part of deep space. Miss Amy's grim expression caused their faces to turn confused. What are you talking about? Grand Commander Shun happened to be clueless just like the others, but they soon understood how serious the situation was when Miss Amy's eyes emitted a bright white glow. Powerful energy rose from her figure, drawing the attention of every single spectator around as this part of space began to twist and turn. Her hair floated upwards as her eyes remained fixated in the western direction of deep space. In the next moment they realized what she was talking about. On the floating battlefield, Gustav stepped forward to deal with Austral and left the others to his teammates who were gathered around him. He suddenly paused as he sensed something. Warning. 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 Not this again. Gustav's face darkened as he stared at the system warnings before him. System. 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 Gustav called multiple times, yet there was no answer. Shit. He cursed out loud as he turned to stare in a particular direction of space. A subtle chill suddenly permeated the entire vicinity. Millions of feet away from their position, space suddenly ripped apart as a gigantic existence appeared in place. Icy dark-colored winds spread across this part of space as the collapse continuously expanded. With the appearance of this gigantic existence, a shade of darker dim spread across space. The stars in the distance dimmed along with space rocks and blazing meteors. The dim casted a net so wide, it reached the first disk below. The first disk was the largest part of planet Osius, which was hundreds of times larger than Earth, yet it covered it completely in just a moment and went on to spread across the rest of the disks. What is going on? What in the world is that? Loud yells of confusion and panic spread across the space battlefield and spectators' area as they witnessed this unimaginable sight. Despite the appearance of this existence being millions of feet away from their position, its incredibly massive size made it seem as though it appeared right above them. To make matters worse, the collapse of space continued spreading, which meant its full size wasn't revealed yet. Every single Earth participant and spectator immediately got a sense of déjà vu as they stared at this massive dark entity. The last time they saw something like this, it was an eye, and now it was a mouth. Was there a connection somewhere? It was already 2 times the size of planet Osius and still increasing. %, and at %, at %, and a loud and incredibly disturbing unknown language rang out from the massive dark hole. "It's a mouth," Gustav voiced as he felt an indescribable force rummage through his insides. Ger-ee vomited a mouthful of blood onto the battlefield as he fell to his knees. Everyone under the cast of the dim began puking out blood as well. "Close your ears," Handler 1 yelled with a loud voice. Everyone quickly did what they could to cover their ears, as it was determined that the words coming out of the massive dark mouth was the cause of this. Gustav stood in place with bloodshot eyes as the system warming continuously rooted him to the ground. "This isn't good. Unlike the last time when it wanted to self-destruct, this time it's hindering my body functionality," Gustav muttered as he tried to move his hand, but his body wouldn't listen. Unlike the many others who were puking out blood and having blood leaking from their ears as well as their noses, Gustav had managed to stay without suffering these effects. He did feel strange from the words coming out of the massive dark mouth, but it wasn't enough to harm him, just like Miss Amy and the other powerful spectators currently available. Ding, 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 ding. A loud alarm began blaring across the battlefield loudly as the gravitational force of space that was manipulated to allow them to move freely began coming apart. Objects began to obey the original law of gravity, floating above the ground of the battlefield. The second premonition is 5 months early. "What is going on?" Endrik yelled as a green glow gleamed from within his helmet. "I don't understand either." "Something is wrong," Husarius answered with a tone of bafflement. Endrik couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the massive mouth that continued to expand and rip through space. "It is irregular too. It has appeared for longer than it is supposed to." Endrik began stepping forward, passing through the midst of participants that were kneeling and puking blood. He pulled the helmet off his head and the green glow on his forehead shone brightly across the entire battlefield. "As a time candidate, it is my duty to restore order in cases of time anomalies," he voiced loudly, attracting the attention of the participants around, Gustav included. "Lend me your power, Husarius." Right before everyone's eyes, Endrik grew taller and visible facial hairs appeared on his face. "This is a threat beyond anything we have ever seen. Our first priority is to send everyone back down," Handler 1 yelled with a greatly disturbed look. "What about the finals?" one of the handlers asked. "That doesn't matter right now. Bring everyone down safely," Handler 1 instructed. "Understood," the handlers voiced before setting out towards the battlefield. Miss Amy, who had sensed the threat before everyone did, had already appeared in the eye of the gigantic dark hole. She was like a speck of dust before its massiveness. Dark waves spread from it, corroding space and everything in its path. Purplish aura burst forth from Miss Amy's figure, intercepting the waves of darkness spreading forth. "Not on my watch," she muttered with a calm tone before spreading her arms. "Since you are an epitome of darkness, let there be light." A burst of white glow suddenly surged forth from Miss Amy's figure, spreading across space with incredible speed. The spectators still present watched the scene ahead with immensely awe-stricken expressions. It was like being in the presence of 2 true deities, as no one present could perform the feat Miss Amy had just achieved. Bang! 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 Boom! Boom! Darkness clashed with light emitted from Miss Amy's figure, but the light managed to push it back, causing the dim that cast itself across the entirety of planet Osius to shrink. Miss Amy single-handedly brought forth a few seconds of relief as the participants and spectators felt the strangeness within them vanish. Meanwhile, the handlers were already getting the participants off the battlefield and towards the first disc. Now only around 100 of them were left. "You need to stop her now," Husarius yelled as Endrik's forehead gleamed brightly. "I know." Endrik blinked and reappeared millions of feet away from his initial position. He was now a couple 100 feet behind Miss Amy. "Stop!" he yelled, but his voice didn't reach her. Endrick created a force around him to prevent himself from getting swept away by the chaos presented by these two incredible entities. The chaos was not directed at him, yet he struggled to move even a feet further. With the collision of light and darkness at this center point, space was being ripped apart. Endrick couldn't use blink to appear right behind her, yet he needed to get to her right away. "Dash, you don't have time. It has to be now," Husarius yelled with a strained tone. "I'm trying." Endrick groaned as his reached forward with trembling hands. "Dash, less than 3 seconds left. We are going to lose her," Husarius yelled as the dark mouth up ahead shrunk. "We are not going to lose her," Endrick yelled back while his eyes emitted a blue-silvery glow. "Dash, there's no guarantee that would work. I have to try," Endrick voiced at the last second before chanting, "Space disruption. Universal emergence." Chapter 1319 Space was already in a state of dissonance, so it was now or never. "I have to try," Endrick voiced at the last second before chanting, "Space disruption. Universal emergence." The surroundings around Endrick instantly changed as a world emerged from the center of his being. Miss Amy instantly found herself in a different location. She walked upon a glass pane that reflected the view of a different universe. Constellations, planets, moons, satellites and all sorts of orbital bodies could be seen lined up mythically across the place. Endrick stood behind her as she took in the view for a moment before turning around with a murderous expression. "Why did you do that?" Miss Amy yelled. "If I had been a second later, you would have been lost to us, and I cannot have my big brother bear such pain because I am aware of how much he cherishes you," Endrick explained swiftly. "What do you mean?" Miss Amy tone softened. "I understand that it seemed like you were driving it back, but do you recall how being in the presence of the first premonition felt?" Endrick questioned. "Yes, it was." Miss Amy's face displayed a reminiscent expression, more tenacious. "This particular one is 5 months early. It is an anomaly, and if I had been a second later in dragging you into my universe, it would have exploded in full vigor and forcefully swallowed up your light," Endrick explained. "How would you know?" "I could face difficulty with this sort of entity, but I would never get consumed," Miss Amy argued. "I saw it. You were gone," Endrick pointed out, "or rather you would have been if I hadn't dragged you here. You have premonition?" Miss Amy was a bit surprised as she inquired. "Not entirely, but I did look into the fates some time back, so I was aware of how things would have gone with the second premonition. However, it wasn't supposed to appear now or even here." Endrick gave a brief explanation before turning to the side. KOFH cracks suddenly began to appear in deep space within Endrick's universe. "We need to leave now." Endrick's face turned dark as he grabbed Miss Amy's left shoulder. KRYYCH boom. The universe shattered like glass in the next moment while Endrick blinked. 3H. Him and Miss Amy vanished from their standing point instantly, reappearing millions of feet away. Endrick's universe was void of the law of time, so time had stopped flowing when they were within. This made it like time paused, but in actuality they were just in a place where time didn't exist. The dark hole ahead was an entity beyond time who was capable of witnessing events outside of time. It was responsible for destroying Endrick's universe. The moment they left the shattered universe, boom, blistering darkness blasted forth from the hole, spreading across millions of miles in space. It was like space was shattering as well as the darkness spread beyond the imaginable. This new wave of darkness was extremely more potent than the previous one, as it seemed they were corroding the existence of reality itself. This darkness consumed everything in its path and was turning space to white and swallowing up stars. The first disk was immediately consumed by this new wave of darkness and disappeared almost instantaneously. With how it exploded with speed, Miss Amy realized Endrick was right. It would have consumed her, but she knew it wouldn't be able to kill her. However, Endrick mentioned that she would have gotten dragged into the other dimension. Endrick had already predicted this as well and used blink 3 more times to appear on the third disk. Miss Amy stood on the second and raised her palm to send forth a charge of bright light that encapsulated the entirety of the second to ninth disk. Planet Osius was currently in great turmoil as the inhabitants and spectators were at loss as to what was going on. It had struck fear in their hearts, and every single spectator witnessing this across galaxies couldn't believe their eyes. 1 second they were watching ISOP finals and the next people were running for their lives. The planet had been put in a state of peril and it was looking like everyone was going to perish. Miss Amy's creation of light had temporarily given them a barrier, but she was well aware that it wouldn't last. "How can we help?" Grand Commander Shen inquired. "Best to get everyone off the planet and find Gustav," Miss Amy said to him. Grand Commander Shen's old head nodded in response and his figure blurred as he vanished with the rest of the MBO officers. They moved as swiftly as possible and began rounding up everyone from Earth. Ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde alarm warnings were blaring all across the rest of the 8 disks. Planet Osius technological defense mechanisms activated and sent forth massive red destructive blasts towards the net of darkness trying to consume the planet from above. Unfortunately, no matter how many powerful planet-decimating attacks were sent at this entity, none managed to have any effect. The wave of darkness continuously consumed them. Grand Commander Shen had already informed Handler 1 of the analysis on the entity and how it would be best to leave immediately. The planet was in a greater state of chaos as the announcement was given for inhabitants to make their way to spaceships as soon as possible. Miss Amy was depleting her energy at a very insane rate despite how incredible her reserve of energy was. She estimated that everyone had an hour to evacuate, and this was only plausible if the mouth above didn't do anything else crazy. "Where is Big Brother?" Endrick could be seen blinking from place to place across the third disk. There is too much interference from everything going on, so I cannot pinpoint his location, Husarius voiced. "I sensed the intentions of the entity when we were up there. They want Big Brother. This whole thing won't stop until they get him," Endrick revealed as he blazed across the air on a flying telekinetic. Below him, millions of feet stamping on the ground reverberated loudly as the inhabitants did their best to follow the instructions of Handler 1. They are not supposed to be able to keep it going for this long, Husarius' voice tinged with immense discomfort. "Yet they are. This planet will be consumed. The best I can do is restrict and contain the anomaly to a certain extent. A lot of things didn't make sense to them, but since there was no answer to the questions plaguing their minds, they had to do what they could to salvage the situation." Miss Amy was currently doing the heavy lifting, so this gave Endrick the chance to focus on finding Gustav. Vera would know where he is. Endrick suddenly realized this and blinked. Thowwoosh tilde he reappeared on the 4th disk. Blink. Thowwoosh tilde 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 he soon appeared on the 9th disk, which happened to be extremely rowdy. Spectators were running helter-skelter and moving towards the spacecraft that had brought them here. Endrick swiftly headed in the direction of the Earth's participants' accommodation area. Swoosh tilde the moment he arrived within, he spotted some of the others, loitering around with worried expressions. "Endrick, you're safe," Sheila yelled with a look of relief as she jumped into his embrace. The others patted him on the back with a slightly relieved expression. "Where is Gus?" EE questioned. "So he isn't here too?" Endrick questioned. Eldris and EE both shook their heads in response. "We thought he was with you," Angie voiced from the side with a worrisome expression. "He is not, but they haven't gotten him yet since this whole thing is still ongoing," Endrick pointed out. "What do you mean?" Angie inquired. "This whole thing is related to the ones after him." The moment Endrick mentioned this, they all had an expression of realization on their face. How does one even fight against that? Fildhor felt like his mind was going to explode. "You all need to get to the spaceship now." An MBO general and a few officers who had been within the accommodation area all this time, voiced out once more. "We told you, we can't leave until everyone is accounted for and Gustav still hasn't been found," Angie said with a strong tone. "Where are the others?" Endrick asked as he noticed that only 16 of them were here. Besides Gustav, Matilda and Vera were missing. They went with the other MBO officers to get transport Falco out of the facility. He was kept along with Old Man Deji, Angie responded. Damn it, Endrick cussed before turning around. I need her help finding Big Brother, Endrick stated while walking away. Let's head there together. We were initially waiting for you and Gustav to return. We could go find Gustav together after we meet up with those two, Angie suggested. Alright, let's go, Eldris voiced and everyone else nodded before He conjured a massive vortex. Chapter 1320 I need to find Big Brother immediately. Alright, let's go, Eldris voiced and everyone else nodded before He opened a massive vortex. These kids are going to get me in trouble, the MBO general gritted his teeth as he tagged along. His objective was to get them to the spacecraft safely so he couldn't leave their side. The group stepped out of the vortex and appeared within the facility where Falco was held. However, the moment they got here, what appeared in their line of sight was decimation and chaos. Vera's body was spotted up ahead, traveling across the air in an arc. Eldris leapt forward and caught her in mid-air. Bam! He landed several feet away and stared at the dark humanoid creatures with horns and wistish eye sockets. What the hell are these? Yelled. Fuhushi tilde Angie sped forward and grabbed hold of one of the dark creatures. In just the next moment, its body could be seen stabbed through a metallic piece from the rubble up ahead. Everyone swiftly sprung into action and dealt with the rest of the 4 dark creatures in the vicinity. Vera's eyes sprang open while she was still in Eldris' grasp. They took him, she voiced. Took who? Eldris inquired. Falco, Vera announced. What the hell? Yonda said with a tone of frustration. Everyone felt like the situation was going from bad to worse. Gustav was already missing and now some unknown dark creatures were said to have carted Falco's unconscious body away. Matilda. Angie cried as she ran towards a particular direction and pulled a figure out of a small pile of rubble. Kua. Core. Matilda coughed out droplets of blood as the silvery patches across her skin began to slowly vanish. Handed Angie a pill, who quickly made Matilda consume it. Matilda's face, which was initially ashen, slowly regained color as her eyes sprang open. Tell us everything that happened, Angie voiced the moment Matilda regained consciousness. Matilda went on to explain that by the time they got here, the entire facility was already plagued by these unknown dark creatures. They had successfully managed to get their hands on Falco and took him out of where he was kept, but Matilda and Vera intercepted them. Matilda mentioned that amongst all the thousands of dark creatures wreaking havoc here, they had spotted one family figure. Captain Ironed. Matilda coughed twice after revealing the name. Vikrush Insa. That means he escaped when this whole ordeal began, the MBO general behind voiced with a troubled tone. Matilda added that herself and Vera were no match for him. He gave off such intense energy that they felt they were fighting against someone of Gustav's caliber. Vikrush Insa managed to get away with Falco's unconscious body and now Deji was laying at the corner unable to gain consciousness. Things were very the definition of worse. I need to find Big Brother immediately, Endrick reminded them that the clock was ticking. We'll have to split up, Eldris voiced. One group goes after Falco and the other goes in search of Gustav. There is no need for that. I only need Vera. Endrick shook his head before grabbing Vera by the hand. Well, find Gustav. The rest of you can go after Vikrush Insa, he added. Vera looked up to stare at Endrick's mature face and nodded in response. I want to come with, Angie said from the side. It's best you go with them. They need as much help as they can get. Endrick shook his head before ascending with Vera. Thwish tilde whitish streak tore through the sky and vanished instantly. Angie gritted her teeth in frustration, but she knew Endrick was right. Falco had been captured, but Gustav wasn't, since this whole ordeal had not ended yet. Which direction did they head in? Angie asked Matilda, who had mostly recovered already. Can you sense him now? Endrick asked Vera, who was in his arms as they floated above the 5th disc. He is not here, Vera shook her head. Tweehish tilde Endrick blinked and appeared on the 4th disc next. What about now? He inquired again. She shook her head in response. Tweehuish tilde Endrick blinked once more, hoping she would be able to sense him when they arrived at the third disc. He was expending a lot of energy using blink at its full power continuously. How about now? Endrick inquired. Vera shook her head once more. Endrick's face displayed a look of frustration as he looked upwards. Miss Amy was currently on the second disc, giving off light to barricade the entire planet. Although she couldn't send her senses to scan across the entire planet at this moment, she would have been able to sense it if Gustav was on the second disc. The current predicament was an enigma to Endrick, as he wondered if Gustav had found himself in another unfortunate situation like before the medallion challenge. Wait. Endrick was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by Vera's voice. Huh. Endrick mumbled. I sense him. Vera stated with a tone of enthusiasm. Where? Endrick asked swiftly, not caring about the fact that she was unable to sense him just a while ago. In that direct wait, her finger which pointed at towards the southeast slowly lowered as her face was plagued with a look of confusion. What is it? Endrick inquired as he noticed her strange expression. I can't sense him anymore, it's like he's no longer here, Vera answered. What do you mean? You just said you sensed him. Endrick's face darkened a bit as he yelled. I don't know. I just... Vera mumbled. Did he leave? Endrick felt like something was wrong somewhere. Wait. I am sensing him. Again, it's like he just came back, Vera revealed. What in the world is going on? Endrick wondered with a look of confusion. And now has gone again. Vera announced before Endrick could make sense of the situation. Direct me to where you sensed him, Endrick instructed. Vera nodded and fully pointed in the direction she initially wanted to. Fuishuhao tilde the invisible board made of telekinesis cut swiftly across the air as it headed towards the southeast. Elevra, have you pinpointed his location? Eldris questioned as the group made their way through a mob of people. The golden streets were full of people of different races. The air was crowded with technological flying vehicles and saucers as well. With hindrance in the sky and on the ground, the group was having difficulty navigating a path. I can't find him, Elevra shook her head above. She was hundreds of feet above the ground, so they were currently communicating through MBO communication device. Eldris leapt from the top of one building to another, following after her purplish figure which was in mid-air. Angie, on the other hand, blitzed through the crowd beneath. She was moving a little slower than normal to avoid bumping into anyone by mistake, but she was still moving the fastest regardless. He was on the far west of the ninth disc, scanning from the top of a massive 3,000 feet tall structure. He jumped forward after a while and a vortex appeared beneath, instantly swallowing him up. He reappeared tens of thousands of feet away, beside 3 other Earth participants. I know where Falco is, Gandalf, the newly added teammates voiced through the comms. I can see them, he added. What? How do you know where they are? Yonder yelled through the comms. That doesn't matter right now, Eldris stated before adding, Gandalf, are you sure? Yes, they are closing on the third disc heading for the second disc right now, Gandalf answered. That far? Eldris had a conflicted look as he realized they must be very fast to have gotten to that distance already. Can you open a vortex to the second disc? We will intercept them there, Eldris instructed. Sure thing, nodded before crossing his middle and index fingers. A pool of energy began gathering around him as his afro shook a little. This was the first time he would be opening a vortex that could cross such a far distance. The distance between the ninth and second disc was over 10 times farther than traveling from the Earth to the Moon. It wasn't that he wasn't capable of this before, but it would be at the risk of expending all of his bloodline energy. Winds gathered and space collapsed around them as a large vortex slowly spiraled into existence. It grew very large and everyone else quickly hurried towards position and began getting in. The MBO general and a few other MBO officers jumped in last before the vortex could close up completely. Third disc in the eye of a region with glowing green rocks scattered across the place, a figure placed his hand on his chest with a distraught expression. This figure kept glitching in and out of existence. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1321. This figure kept glitching in and out of existence continuously. Whenever he appeared, his figure would look transparent. He was currently in an illusionary state as his hair changed color repeatedly as well. White, brown, green, azure, gold, blonde, deactivate. The voice of the figure sounded both fleeting and loud at the same time. Deactivating system. Warning. Deactivating. BRTZZZ tilde. His figure glitched as he vanished once more before reappearing a few seconds later. Deactivating. BRRTTZZ tilde. This scene repeatedly played out countless times. Twihe tilde. A curly black-haired male suddenly appeared above this region in the next instant. In his grasp was a blue and green-haired short girl. There he is. Vera pointed downwards in the direction of the figure that kept bleeping in and out of existence. He is getting extracted. But how? Endrick descended with a look of realization and disbelief. Bam! He landed behind the figure and reached out to touch him while he was still in existence. Fwy tilde. His hand phased through. It is the sentient machine bound to him. The mouth in space is using it as a beacon to track and extract. Husarius deactivat. They heard the fleeting monochromatic voice once more. He must be trying to deactivate it but can't do so because there isn't a single second of time in between his glitches, Endrick analyzed. Is he suffering? What are we going to do? Vera's eyes turned moist as she stared at Gustav with a look of powerlessness. I know what to do, Endrick voiced as his forehead emitted a bright green glow. Time diffusion, Endrick voiced with a loud tone. Gustav's entire figure was covered in this greenish glow in the next instant and he stopped glitching for 1 second. System deactivated. The moment this notification appeared in his line of sight, Gustav fell to his knees. Kura. He coughed out a few specks of blood as his hair turned to its original color. Big brother. Endrick stepped forward to assist him up with a look of concern. I'm fine, I just need a moment to catch my breath, Gustav voiced as his breathing slowly went back to normal. You were getting, I know, the system was used as a beacon to try extracting my core, Gustav cut Endrick short. Something similar happened with the system last time, so I know the premonitions or what is behind them have a kind of connection to the system. It malfunctions upon their appearance and this time it was even worse. Gustav knew the system was hiding a lot from him and now he was sure this was a major one. Yeah, I can't figure out exactly what it is, but you need to keep it deactivated till we get out of here, Endrick voiced with a nod. Gustav had spent the last 30 minutes preventing his core existence from being extracted, which wasn't supposed to happen inside of the light barrier. The system being the beacon was the cause of this. He had expended a lot of energy and fell down to the third disk before the second eruption of the hole. Thanks for the help, Endrick, Gustav said with a look of appreciation. Don't mention, Endrick nodded with a smile. Bam! Vera suddenly sped into Gustav's embrace, hugging him tightly to herself. I'm glad you're fine, she voiced lightly. Gustav rubbed her hair before responding. Sorry for worrying you guys, Endrick, brief me about the current situation, Gustav demanded. The entity is not disappearing unless it manages to extract your existence. It shouldn't have been able to manifest for this long, but somehow it did, and from the looks of things, it's not going to vanish anytime soon. The planet is going to get consumed, so we have to leave, Endrick summarized. Is there really nothing that can be done? Gustav said while looking up. Endrick shook his head in response. Even the most powerful person in their midst, Miss Amy, was finding it difficult to protect them. Then let's make sure we all get off the planet safely. Where is everyone else? Gustav inquired. Endrick's expression turned a bit sour as he responded. There is a problem. What is it? Gustav asked. Falco was taken, Endrick revealed. Gustav's face immediately turned dark upon hearing this. Taken? Don't tell me they got out. They did. Vikrushinsa, the clones and the rest of the fake Indulus Prime species, Endrick confirmed Gustav's immediate assessment of the situation. Damn it. Within that mouth is the pathway to the other dimension. If they get to it, Falco will be lost to us. Gustav's figure suddenly brightened up with crimson energy. Then we need to make sure they don't leave, Endrick stated with a look of determination. Where are they? Gustav's questioned with a look of anguish. The system was indeed currently deactivated, but Gustav still had his bloodline abilities outside of the system which he was currently channeling. Last time I saw everyone, they were on the 9th disc, but they must have moved by now, Endrik responded. Gustav currently didn't have a wide range of perception like he usually would due to the system deactivation. However, he still had over 20 bloodlines imbued in him, so his perception was still greater than normal. Gustav shut his eyes for a second and spread his senses out. All of a sudden he opened them and stared into the distance. Thisha tilde theish tilde thisha tilde up above, a small darkness poked through a part of the light barricade Miss Amy used to blanket the entirety of planet Osius. From the distance it was merely like a dot due to the massiveness of the planet, but this dot on closer inspection was hundreds of feet wide. Found you, Gustav muttered before leaping into the air. Fui tilde massive dark wings sprouted out of his back which flapped with intensity, catapulting his body upwards with immense speed. Endrik and Vera followed behind on a telekinetic board Endrik conjured. Minutes earlier, a battle was ongoing on the 2nd disc. The streets were crowded with hundreds of humanoid-structured dark creatures with pricky horns and white glowing eyes. They ran amok as they faced Angie, Matilda, Elevera, Yonda and the others. The MBO general with them was currently in pursuit of Vikrush Answer alongside EE and Aeldris. Bang! 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 Boom! Multiple blasts and collisions rang out as the dark creatures not only made use of a combination of dark attacks but also had incredible physical capabilities. A few handlers on the 2nd disc had to leave their duty of diverting citizens to spaceships so as to join the group in battling these creatures. Fuhush tilde Angius figure streaked across the golden streets with incredible speed, grabbing one creature after the other and pummeling them into buildings. Bang! 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 Structures all around collapsed from the battle, but no one cared about this right now. The planet was about to be consumed, so the building would not matter soon. The dark creatures were powerful and sturdy, but their speed was still no match for Angius. However, despite the advantage in speed, the creatures were almost 10,000 in number. The others were doing their share of fighting the dark creatures, but it didn't seem like they would be able to get rid of them anytime soon. This was why Aeldris, EE and the MBO general left it to them and specifically went after the party around Vikrush Insa who had possession of Falco's unconscious body. The group behind would do their best so as to reduce the numbers and make it easier to retrieve Falco's unconscious body. Everyone had come to the realization that these dark creatures were actually the true forms of the fake Indulus Prime spectators. Gah! The MBO general sent forth a collection of hundreds of massive blazing green arrows. 3 tilde 3 tilde 3 tilde 3 tilde 3 tilde they ripped through the air and multiple structures up ahead, leaving massive holes within them with one target in scope. A figure in dark robes and skeletal-shaped head as well as markings. On the right and left side of this figure were 2 dark creatures and one of them just happened to have an unconscious person on their shoulder. Swu tilde Vikrush Insa turned around with speed while brandishing a massive dark blade. Grey consumption, he pointed the blade forward, causing a massive greyish dark orb to shot out from it. Fu Hui tilde it blasted forward with intensity while immensely increasing in size. The general eyes widened as the greyish dark orb consumed every single one of his blazing green arrows and vanished afterwards. Not even a general's attack can do much her. Aeldris' figure whooshed across the air, from building to building as he analyzed the scene before him. The moment Vikrush Answer turned back around to keep running alongside his subordinates, a glowing red vortex appeared before the creature holding onto Falco. Powerful suction force pulled the creature forward alongside Falco's unconscious body. Chapter 1322 Amir Death Angels. Powerful suction force pulled the creature forward alongside Falco's unconscious body. However, before they could get sucked into it, Vikrush Insa swung his massive dark blade forward. A sharp dark line oozing with immense destructive energy slashed forward with intensity. Twish tilde in the next moment, the vortex was cleaved in 2 halves and instantly crumbled. Damn it! EE cursed from thousands of feet away as his vortex disappeared. Vikrush and the two dark beings following him seemed to be heading towards the edge of the second disc. The wall of light up ahead was now closer than ever. I don't know what he is planning, but we need to get to him now, Eldris voiced through the comms. Leave it to me, EE said while crossing his index and middle fingers. 3 violet-colored vortexes appeared before Eldris, EE and the MBO general. I'll take Falco. Leave Vikrush to us, EE and the MBO general voiced simultaneously as they charged into the vortex. Three vortexes suddenly appeared before Vikrush and the other two dark beings, and all 3 of them phased out of it. EE reached out immediately to grab Falco's unconscious body. The dark being held onto Falco's lower end, unwilling to let go. The MBO general grabbed Vikrush by the neck and a green glow emitted from his hand which sent a beam through him. Boom. His figure got blasted into the distance with a hole in his neck, but the hole soon got covered up by blackish goo. Black tendrils like whip phased out of Vikrush's body, which was still in midair, and latched onto the buildings by the side before suddenly catapulting him forward. Fwoosh tilde the MBO general eyebrows furrowed as he charged forward to clash with him. By the side, EE was still struggling with the dark creature when 3 a vortex suddenly appeared beneath the dark creature and its body sunk halfway in. It still held onto Falco's lower end, which prevented it from falling in completely when EE sent a kick hurling at its face. Bam! The forceful kick smashed the face of the dark creature in, causing it to immediately let go of Falco's unconscious body. It sunk into the vortex which vanished afterwards. EE heaved a sigh of relief as he held Falco's unconscious body up in victory. Yes. A dark whip suddenly appeared out of nowhere and latched onto Falco's body, before yanking him from EE's grasp. Hey! What the hell? EE yelled as his smile turned upside down. The dark whip had come from Vikrush, who was in a heated battle with the MBO general. Somehow, he was still able to interfere despite losing a subordinate and being in a battle. Eldris, who had just finished dealing with the other dark creature, appeared up ahead and grabbed onto the dark whip. Color was instantly drained from the whip as it turned from black to ash, immediately losing strength. The whip flayed across the air like a little spiderweb and Falco's body fell. Eldris grabbed it and flung it in ES direction. Angie, I'm sending Falco to you, EE voiced through the comms before opening a vortex. He gently shoved Falco's body into the vortex and a pair of arms received him from the other end. Can I kill that guy? Or do we still need him? EE questioned as he and Eldris began stepping forward. It was now going to be 3 against 1 since both dark creatures had been dealt with and only Vikrush was left. We might need him for questioning, but we really don't have time to be spending on a fight here. We need to get off this planet immediately, Eldris responded. So should I kill him or not? EE paused with a look of confusion, but Eldris charged forward without replying at the same moment. His eyes sprang open and the world around him instantly turned black and white. Vikrush felt like he was in a sea of mud as the MBO general's attack hit him before he could get away. Bang! Although the world around Eldris had lost color, he was able to allow E and the MBO general retain their color in this black and white world. Vikrush's body spiraled across the air in Eldris' direction. Eldris reacted by throwing a punch at Vikrush back, causing his figure to begin catapulting in the opposite direction. Bam! 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 3 walls displaying a wide spectrum of colors landed around Vikrush's body, trapping him within instantaneously. Dimension of colors. Eldris whispered, as the walls enlarged and emitted bright enchanting glows. Are you gonna turn him into paint like that other dude? EE voiced as he recognized the ability Eldris was about to use. At this same moment, an unexpected scenario played out. A dent of darkness appeared on the opposite end of the second disk's edge. This sudden unexpected situation caused Eldris to pause as he turned to stare in that direction. He shut his eyes, causing the world around them to regain color, and EE as well as the general finally noticed the dent on the wall of light at the opposite end of the second disk. It was like a dot of black from their position due to how distant it was, but they were much knew it was way larger. We have a problem. Elevra's voice was heard from the other end of the comms. I see it too. What happened? Eldris questioned. Vikrush got to the western edge of the second disc, Matilda voiced amidst heavy breaths. What? That isn't possible, we have him here, yelled with a look of confusion. Eldris' eyebrows furrowed as he deactivated the dimension of colors. The glowing walls displaying a wide spectrum of colors dissipated in the next instant, and what appeared in their line of sight shocked them greatly. Vikrush Insa had turned charred black and crumbled to dust before their very eyes. Is that what it was supposed to do? The general inquired. No. It means this was a fake, Eldris voiced with a tone of realization. A clone. We have been battling with a clone all this time. Felt the urge to smash his head into a building. That was a clone. The general also couldn't believe his ears. If they had so much difficulty battling a clone, then how powerful would the original be? Guys. Angie's shriek was heard from the other end of the comms. Falco is turning to ash. She yelled next. That isn't Falco, it's a fake. Just like the Vikrush we were dealing with all this time, Eldris responded. What? That means they still have Falco? Angie voiced with a tone of anguish. They do, Eldris responded. And now we have another problem on our hands, he added while they faced the direction of the dark dent. Vikrush created a hole in the light barricade, Elevra stated. We have to get to him right now. Fildhor yelled. Too late, I can see them. Elevra announced. See who? Matilda questioned with a tone of bafflement. I don't know what to call them, but they're coming through the hole. They're dark and large with horns, hollow grey eyes and wings. Elevra's voice gave them a sense of impending doom. Wings? The MBO general voiced with a troubled expression. In the upside-down facility, Grand Commander Shen knelt before an Earth researcher who had a hole in his chest. The scene before him was that of death and destruction. Researchers of different species had their corpses scattered across the place with blood splattered on the walls. It turned out Earth researchers hadn't been the only victims here. There didn't seem to be anyone alive. A broken technological pad beeped repeatedly beside the Earth researcher corpse, displaying at glitching holographic text. The Lord is sending a mere death angels. The fully translated text, Grand Commander Shen muttered as he grabbed the broken pad. A mere death angels. Grand Commander Shen voiced with a tone of confoundment as he stood to his feet. On the second disc, 10 massive beings with dark beastly but humanoid-shaped bodies phased through the dark hole punctured in the barricade of light. They were no less than 20 feet in size with a massive 14 inches spiky horns on the sides of their heads. Their greyish hollow eyes seemed to hold a world of their own as they presence quickly threw the vicinity into disarray. A shade of darkness spread as they flew forward. All 10 of these dark beings had wings and surprisingly held different expressions on their faces. #at and an asterisk times caret at #happy smiley. One of them spoke and the grounds began to split open as dark spikes shot out of them. A handler was punctured before they could get away in time. They instantly shriveled and turned into a pile of ash. Elevra grabbed a handler from beneath and flew upwards with speed before they could get stabbed as well. However, the moment she ascended hundreds of feet into the air, one of the dark figures instantly appeared before her. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1323 The Battle with the Death Angels. However, the moment she ascended hundreds of feet into the air, one of the dark figures instantly appeared before her. Elevra felt a scalding dark blaze slowly cover her frame as the figure claws outstretched in a bid to grab her. It was too fast for her to react in time to it. She couldn't activate an attack before the claws would reach her face. A sharp red line cut across the air in the next instant. The ground, sky, and everything in its path was immediately split in two halves, causing debris to scatter across the place. Elevra's eyes twinkled as the claws and half of the dark figure arm fell before making contact with her face. She immediately made use of this opportunity to fly away, leaving a huge distance between herself and the dark figure. This particular dark figure had a smiley expression on its oddly structured square-shaped face. Yet, even after its arm was cleaved off, the expression never changed. Gustav is here. Matilda yelled with a look of relief as she pointed at the eastern skies. Gustav's frame could be seen floating in the distance with a pair of dark wings on his back like these creatures. In his grasp was a large 4 feet long blade, emitting a blood-red glow with blue electric arcs swimming around it. Endrik and Vera stood in mid-air beside him on an invisible telekinetic board that no one could sight. "He's okay, thank goodness," Angie uttered with a look of relief. Up ahead a figure in dark robes could be seen walking in the direction of the 10 new dark figures that had just arrived. Gustav's appearance did not change the fact that these dark figures that had just appeared casted a shadow of gloom across the entire vicinity. They gave off so much dark power it caused the air around them to twist and turn without so much as an effort. "The Amir Death Angels are here. This is the end for all of you, especially the outworldly." Vikrush's loud voice reverberated across the vicinity as he walked till he arrived before them. "Chatter, chatter, chatter. Dash Amir Death Angels. Dash what is he talking about? Dash those things." The group as well as the handlers around had expressions of confusion. Vikrush slowly took to his knees and lowered his face in reverence. The Amir Death Angel with a smiley face looked down without a change in expression. The arm that had been severed grew back before everyone's eyes. #% and @ and divided by *, he once more spoke words that were unknown to everyone around. Vikrush raised his head after hearing that and pointed in Gustav's direction. "Ski-era." A loud screech was heard from the mouth of the other Amir Death Angels behind. 3 of them who had the display of angry, poker and laughing-faced expression plastered on their dark faces immediately turned to the side, before speeding in Gustav's direction. Out of the other 6, 2 instantly flew forward while 4 flew downwards, leaving the last one with a smiley face behind. It seemed like the 4 who flew downwards were heading towards the other discs. The smiley-faced Amir Death Angel descended in the next instant with speed and landed before Vikrush. He held Vikrush's face up to match with his, and the next thing that happened was inexplicable. "Aga!" Vikrush's loud yell reverberated loudly across the second disc while the Amir Death Angels who sped forward wreaked havoc upon the environment. Over at Gustav's position, the 3 Death Angels charged at him with incredible bloodlust. "Although I can't activate God Eyes, I can tell that they are extremely dangerous. You 2 should leave them to me and go help the others," Gustav voiced as he held the Jaiko Hakai katana up. "No, we want to stay here and fight," Vera shook her head. "I can allow Endrik, but you, no. It would be a waste if you lost your life here. You can't keep up with, go down and wait for an opportunity to strike." Gustav shook his head before touching her. "No, why?" A burst of blue light encapsulated her figure and she vanished in the next instant. "Big brother, let's do this," Endrik stated. Gustav nodded in response before charging forward. "Yeah." The Jaiko Hakai katana gleamed with intensity as he swung it at the first Death Angel to arrive before him. On the other side of the second disc, one of the Death Angels made contact with a massive structure and it came crumbling down before everyone's eyes. "Ah!" Loud cries rang out as those who hadn't managed to make it to spacecraft felt the grounds beneath their feet crumble. A corrosion of darkness would spread upon contact from the Death Angels, completely destroying everything around them. A bunch of Osis shriveled up and turned into dark ash since anything in contact with the corrosion of darkness would turn to ash regardless of whether they were touched directly or not. "We need to get the people to safety," Eldris yelled through the comms as he navigated his way through the destruction around. "Dash these Death Angels destroy everything they come into contact with. How do we stop them?" "Dash make sure they don't make contact then." The voices of the others in distress rang out through the comms. "Let us clear the second disc first, then we can focus on these monsters," Eldris voiced. "Bring the people to me," EE who was far behind yelled while opening a massive vortex. Fuhushi tilde Angius silver figure blitzed back and forth across the second disc with incredible speed. The number of Osis that were still on the second disc numbered in the millions, yet she was able to get over 500,000 of them through ES vortex in just 10 seconds. The others did their best to get the Osis away as swiftly as they could as well, but many were still meeting their ends. "It'll prevent them from harming anyone else in the meantime," Sheila flew across the air and activated her bloodline power.